C4, you're muted, bro.
1 2 1 2.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sweet.
How you doing?
Been waiting patiently for this
I
moment.
know you've been lurking in the shadows, watching what's going on Twitter.
I have.
Let me. Well, we'll explain to everyone how we got here. Let me bring PO in. I know Yaya's on his way. PO, how you doing, bro? Oh, it might be having sound issues. Well, whilst PO's getting set up, I guess we'll let everyone. Oh, Yaya, how you doing, bro?
The gang's here.
How you doing, Yaya? You good? He's probably not set up yet either.
Hello.
Hey man, how you doing?
What's up? I ain't gonna lie to you, I was cooked.
Wow.
Cause I was playing Ninja Gaiden, and then I was like, oh shit. And then I'm like, oh, it's 2:00. Let me get up.
Is Ninja Gaiden as good as people are saying? I haven't played it yet.
Oh, now if you ask me, I could be that guy and be like, well, it's not Ninja Gaiden. I'm gonna be real. It's, as a person who's been a platinum games glazer since Rising came out, I think it's really good. I think the problem with the game, while I can't give it the 10 out of 10, I give it like it's solid. It's really good right now.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you now, Pio.
Mm-hmm. It's because they're doing the whole DMC4 Nero thing, and that'll piss some people off. Like, bro, I want to play with Ryu, not the new guy. But
no, you know, at the time when DMC4 came out, I was pissed off. But over time, I came to appreciate that game and Nero. So maybe it'll grow on people.
Yeah. The boss fights are amazing, though. That shit is that's the best part of the game. I'm having a ball.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm probably gonna play it over Christmas because I don't have much time right now. But PL, can you hear us? No. Where are you? In the middle of nowhere. Oh, it's got that 1998 internet connection.
Hello?
Yo.
Can you hear me? I can hear y'all.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just I think your connection's a little bit all over the place. Well, whilst PL's getting sorted out, we'll just go ahead and explain to everybody what is going on here. So basically, long story short, there's been a series of tweets put up by Sparking Zero players, from what I saw anyway. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it started on the Dragon Ball Fighter side, but I saw it on the Sparking Zero side. Basically saying that Sparking Zero takes more skill to play than Dragon Ball Fighters. And it sparked a lot of discussion online. I took some of it as rage bait, but as time went on, I started to believe that these guys believed what they were saying. And it got so out of control that it was reaching other people in other communities. Even it popped up on my girl's Twitter as well. And she was like, "What are these smooth brains talking about? They can't be for real right now." So I thought, you know what? I'm not a big fan of talking behind a keyboard. I'd rather talk to people and listen to what they have to say. We're now at the point where everyone's bickering. I think most people that have played a variety of fighting games understand. But in the interest of being fair, I've said that whoever wants to come up here and say their piece is going to be welcome to, uninterrupted. But I'll give the floor to C4 because I know he's been waiting to say what he wants to say.
Oh, I've been waiting on this.
Wait. I have to go in kind of soft because I want the people to call in. And
yeah,
a lot of stuff on Twitter is like, "Oh, this is a trap," and I'm like, "No, it's not."
So do you know what, actually, before you do go in, I do want to say that all the people online that are saying that this is a trap, we're not here to trap you. We're here to talk to you. The only way that you can make yourself look stupid is if you come in here with stupid arguments. I don't need to make a fool out of somebody. They will come in there and do it themselves. Now, maybe they will come in here and make fools of us. Who knows? Maybe they'll come in here and they'll make fools of us. But like I told a couple of people on Twitter. These are unedited. They're not going to come down if you win the debate or whatever. So it's not a trap. The reason they're saying that, I think, is because they understand that this is not a winnable conversation. But anyway, C4, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna do some foreplay. I'm gonna do some foreplay to try and lure the people into this non-trap situation. But I do want to talk about it because I want to understand what the Sparking Zero players think of Dragon Ball. Because obviously they know their game. That's fine. But I want to see their concept of Dragon Ball because I don't think they know it. If they did, they would curve their enthusiasm to how hard Sparking Zero is compared to Dragon Ball Z. I think my position will be, from all the games I've watched and commentated, with the track record that Dragon Ball has, it's got the most transferable skills. There's a lot of people that started in Dragon Ball that have won Evo in other games, and that doesn't really happen. So I'd say it's got the most transferable skills, and it's probably more deep than Sparking Zero, but that's where Yaya can correct me, or if anyone else was to come in. But I think Dragon Ball is very fucking deep. I don't know about skill, but deep, definitely.
All right, so I gotta say something before you go further than this, because a lot of people think I'm just gonna come in here and just be like, Sparking Zero, some dog shit. And like, my problem has never been with the game, it's been with the community's mindset around the game. And that's why, like, we here today, because like, at least fighters people, they know why they play their game. The Sparking people, you can't even ask them straight up why they playing or indulging in the game, even from the competitive side, the community and things like that. Like, we own the AGC. There's tournament. There's a group of people in there every day pinging the Discord. People want to play games, and people are doing it. But for one of the biggest IPs, why is it losing to Demon Slayer in the Discord consistently? You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And for me, I like both games. And to be honest with you, in terms of like comp, I even said this straight up. I did not like DBFZ when it came out. I wasn't the hugest fan. I love the culture, the players, the commentators, everything around it. I just didn't have that much fun playing it because, one, I was a salty MVCI person. The game is trash, but I think the gameplay was way better, personally, when it first came out. And I also am a BB tagger, so you can roast me on that. But I was too deep into BB tag to want to play fighters around that time. However, I acknowledged as a game, it's still a great product. It's a great package. I've been saying this since 2018, right? When I started getting into fighters, I felt like it was kind of a little too late a little bit to how deep I wanted to get into it. But season 3, when I finally got one of my favorite characters, I know I hear you.
Yep.
Yeah, but one of my favorite characters, I just like Videl and Dragon Ball games because she do all the kicky, flippy stuff and stuff like that. I always play Videl, like, but when they started getting me Videl, UI Goku, I love that season. That season was so fun. All the characters I was truly just like clicking with Dragon Ball. That pass was made for me, right? But with Sparking, I even said this before too. Like, I have a video on my channel that I got grilled for because another thing a lot of people don't realize that Budokai Tenkaichi 2, right? I can argue 2 more than 3 because I have more knowledge in 2. Like, I can tell you the frame data for all the mechanics off the top of my head, and that's been 15 years ago. Like, the competitive community for that game was strong. It may be like low key because everybody was just having fun throwing key blasts and getting holed by Gogeta because people didn't know. But in other territories like Mexico and overseas and like Portugal and France, they was taking the game to a whole another level, right? And that game, y'all can look it up, Tenkaichi 3 specifically, it was either Tenkaichi 3 or 2. They did win Spike Awards for one of the best fighting games for overall in like 2007 or 8 or 9, one of them years. So like, those games had competitive integrity behind it, like the depth of it, because the mechanics was that good. However, the game on its surface, people didn't have to explore that because we were just having fun. Sparking Zero, it fails in the little departments, and it's just now getting up after like a year or so later with some of the patches. But I don't know. I feel like a lot of it's just straight misinformation and just being ill-informed. And I'm so tired of getting hit with for the past 2 weeks. You're not a real Dragon Ball fan. Like, it's pissing me off that people keep telling me I'm not a real Dragon Ball fan because I don't prefer one game over the other. Right? My favorite.
You saying this?
bro, it's a whole bunch of people like on Twitter that keep saying you're not a real Dragon Ball fan, so therefore you shouldn't. Apparently, you're gonna like fighters over X. My favorite Dragon Ball games, if you ask me from the fighting game side of things, right? Mine's is super niche, but I'm gonna say Burst Limit was my favorite forever. Ever since Burst Limit came out, Burst Limit was my goats, right? I also, when growing up, I was a hater of Infinite World because we just didn't have it in America. We moved on to PS3, where we had Burst Limit and Rage and Blast. But now that I played it, Infinite World is amazing. I love Budokai's. Low key, I'm low key a Budokai One Shield. Like that game kind of hard as shit. When you actually playing it, people that's going on, it's kind of crazy. That game, I learned a lot about it. And even then, like my favorite arena fighter one from Dragon Ball would probably be Budokai Tenkaichi 2. The shit that had heavily good mechanics on defense and offense. That's what I generally liked, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just feel like it's just a lot of people just don't know their games, and some people just engagement farming. Like we did, we reached out to people. I even quoted on Twitter this morning. I was like, "Where all the Sparking people at? Where y'all at today? None of them showed up."
I do find their arguments a little bit funny.
My connection is not good.
We can hear you though. I don't think you have to put on your camera, but we can hear you. It should be better like that. Can you hear us?
That's why it's not like stable.
Oh yeah, it's breaking up. What, have you not got Wi-Fi there?
It's still breaking up.
Yeah, it's like cutting in and out.
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi.
Oh, it sounds better now.
It's probably just a delay in it.
Do you hear any complete sentences from me at all?
Yes, I do. I just heard that.
Yeah, it kind of goes funny towards the end. Maybe if you come off the Wi-Fi, it might be better.
I was going to say, because I don't know how long this is going to act normal.
It's not acting normal right now.
Okay.
Try come off the Wi-Fi and use your own phone. That might be a little bit better.
Okay, hold
on. While PL's doing that, I do find it weird that people are saying you're not a true Dragon Ball fan for liking one over the other, because whichever one you like, it doesn't really matter. The games are, I believe both games are fun enough that you can play them without being a Dragon Ball fan. But even if you chose, what's that new mobile Dragon Ball game that came out, and you want to play that one, and you don't. Yeah, if you want to play that one and you don't want to play Sparking Zero Fighters, or you want to play Dokkan or whatever, it doesn't mean that you're not a fan. Those people are I don't want to be mean, but those people are what they are.
Say it.
They're stupid, bro. They're dumb. What kind of stupid thing is that to say? I think Sparking Zero is a good product. We were streaming it just the other day.
He was.
And I've played Dragon Ball games all my life. Obviously, Burst Limit is also my favorite, closely followed by I actually prefer Tenkaichi 3 to 2, but I understand why people prefer 2. But I don't like the fact that people are bringing up Tenkaichi 2 and 3 when talking about Sparking Zero.
We're not talking about those. Yeah,
no, not you specifically, but on Twitter, they keep bringing them up, and no one's talking about those two games. Those are fundamentally different. They are those are technically sound games. Those are games you can actually bring into an argument. They're some of the few arena fight games that can hold up in a fighting game conversation. Sparking Zero is not that game. Okay, I don't know how much C4 has played of it, but I played it enough. Okay, I got 3 characters to Z rank. I went to the tournament in Central London. I won it, so I know how to play the game. I know how to play the other ones. I know how to play Budokai. Sparking Zero is the most dumbed down of all of those games. I don't know if any of you would disagree with that, but Sparking Zero is much, much easier to play, even with the latest patches, than any of those other Dragon Ball games.
So let me add to this, because a lot of people are like, what? How? All right. So the big thing about Sparking Zero versus the PS2 Tenkaichi games is that people don't realize that a lot of the mechanics, they normalize them and they're not as dynamic. For example, the vanishing thing that happens in Tenkaichi 2, 3, right? And they had the angles that were different, and they made the timing way more strict the longer it goes on. It usually lasts less than like 3 to 5 seconds, maybe 11 if both players are equally matched. And Sparking Zero, they made the same. They normalized it by having the same animation, so people are just doing boom, 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 and you're just watching it over and over again. I'm like, I'm losing my mind in neutral every 30 seconds. Like literally, the worst parts of Sparking Zero, in my honest opinion, a lot of people are going to disagree. The Vanishing Wars, that sucks in this game, and the super counters is the main thing that makes Sparking Zero garbage.
Yeah. I think it's a terrible mechanic, complete oversight in the development.
Yeah, and
Why?
a lot of people.
Doesn't it lose to key blasts? Is that what it loses to?
No, because once you do it, you're locked into the animation, so you have to play that mini game.
Yeah, so you know when basically someone throws a punch, and then you do that technique, it basically causes an animation where your fist will like bounce off of them, kind of like a sort of similar to a parry, but then they can do it back to you. They have to do it back to you, otherwise you're going to hit them. Your only alternative is to vanish, but then you're using ki. So then you get into a vanish war, which you also can't escape. Now it's who can vanish the quickest. It turns into this annoying mini game. And it takes away from the fight, because the problem with Sparking Zero is there's no real true combos in this game. Everything can be vanished or countered. And it's not like DOA where like you punch someone and they can hold you, but you can launch them and now you get a true combo. Or there's specific situations where you'll stun somebody to the point where you can get a true combo. Sparking Zero, that shit doesn't exist. Every encounter, every interaction you can get out of. And I know why they designed it that way. I don't mean to say this in a condescending way,
but
they designed the reason that Sparking Zero is designed that way is because people that play fighting games on a more casual level, like not tournament level players or people that are playing games that are in tournaments, don't like dealing with consequences. Now, obviously, in some games, there's too many consequences for a little action. Like right now, we're having that problem in Tekken. You make one mistake, you're in the air for 50 years. So there's another extreme of it. But what I found with people, and you can see this in Ultimate Ninja Storm as well. I don't mean to shit on Ninja Storm now, but this has to be said. The substitution system exists for a reason, because people don't like dealing with consequences. And what these systems allow you to do is get out of dealing with doing something stupid.
Yeah.
I disagree massively.
I can argue the substitution system.
Argument. How can you...
No. I'm on your side before you even go further.
You don't even know what he's gonna say.
You said that's dumb. You said the whole vanish thing is dumb.
No. I was talking about the substitution system. That's all I wanted to say. You could go. That's all. Okay, I said I can make an argument for the sub system.
That is trash. That's hot trash. That's hot.
Yeah, I know it's trash, but I get why it's there. And in Dragon Ball games, it's like, why'd y'all do this? When y'all had other foundations before it, y'all didn't need to do this. That's my point.
Also, before you go, C4,
the
vanishes in Sparking Zero are not the same as Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yep, I know.
Okay, cool.
I know. Yeah. So in Dragon Ball Fighters, you can only vanish versus each other once. So I do a vanish, and then you can vanish my vanish, and that's it. I can't vanish back to you. But from my understanding, someone can correct me. My olive branch to the Sparking Zero people, I don't think this is a bad thing. I think the meter management in the Vanish Wars is the interesting part. I know that you can keep vanishing each other. And when I watched the tournaments that Glocku did, I was like, oh, okay, if I go into a Vanish War with Mike and he's got more meter than me, I'm vanishing to make a decision. I'm stalling time to go, okay, I need to give up this vanishing war and maybe go for the counter, whatever it's called, because I can't win. I know Mike's going to react every time. And the longer I prolong my decision, we're both losing bar, but he's going to win that in the end because he has one more vanish than me. Whether it be 5 vanishes to 10 vanishes. He's always got one more than me. I'm going to lose this war. I think the vanish system, that mechanic is fine. I think that's okay. And with the counter, when he was talking about
wait, hold on. Why is that okay? Because you can't look at it isolated. You have to look at what comes up after that.
So what comes up is it's like I said, for me, it's stalling it's stalling while I look at the resources. So I'm gonna look at your meter, my meter. Oh, Mike's got more bar than me. While I'm doing this vanishing war, I'm going, okay, I've got enough health to take this combo, so I should take this next hit. I think games that have an element of damage mitigation where, I'll take the hit now before Mike gets too much bar and hits me with a super. I'd rather take the auto combo or whatever combo it is than the combo into super. So let me lose the Vanish War on purpose early so I don't get punished super hard later on. That's why I think it's okay.
Would you think that having the Sparking Zero Vanishing War in Dragon Ball Fighters would be positive or negative for the game?
I don't know. I would probably say negative, just because the game doesn't revolve around key charging as much as Sparking Zero.
Okay, well, my problem with the way it's done in Sparking Zero is that the alternative to it is the counter, right? So if someone's doing it, if someone does a vanish on you, you can counter them, and then they can either counter you or vanish. But those are your two options. You can get stuck in this loop. That loop can continue for ages. Like they can vanish, and you can counter, and then they can counter, and someone has to fuck up. But after you play Sparking Zero for a while, imagine you've played Third Strike before.
Yeah.
It's imagine Third Strike's parry, but much more simple. So you're stuck in this parry war where you have to now take a hit to progress the game. Or you can vanish, but then they could vanish. Or they could counter. You are stuck in this loop. It's a never-ending loop because the counter takes no meter. It's just free. You can just press it.
But the counter's harder to execute, right? Like the vanish has like a massive window where you can't really mess it up. But from my understanding, the counter, you need like closer reactions to the actual hit, where the vanish you can just like mash and engage in the war to a degree. Not mash, but like Yaya was saying, it's like a rhythm. It's a rhythm game, but the rhythm doesn't change. But with counter, you have to time it more, so you risk getting hit because you mistime the counter.
The timing on the counter is stricter than the vanish.
Yeah.
But it's not so strict that somebody that hasn't played the game for a week won't be able to be like, just press it at this particular time. Like it's not Third Strike levels of, this is going to be a clutch situation. Obviously in First Strike, you've also got red parry, which adds a layer of depth to it. In Sparking Zero, it's a very, when I went to the Central London tournament and I was in the grand finals, we got into that situation where the guy was like, he turned around to me and said, bro, like, it's just every interaction is just this fucking mechanic. I said, that's just how the game is played. He ran out of meter. He had to deal with it. You are forced into that situation. If this was the equivalent of Dragon Ball Fighters, you'd have the characters just going like this constantly, like all the way to the other end of the screen. And you would sit there going, not only is this boring to watch, but this is not fun. First and foremost, these games are meant to be fun. And these games are designed in a way where people try to lean on Dead or Alive and be like, oh, it's the same as Dead or Alive because you can just hold somebody if they're being predictable, but it's not, because Dead or Alive guarantees situations. There are situations in Dead or Alive where they are guaranteed, specifically when you're in the air. But in Sparking, nothing is guaranteed. There's no actual true combos in Sparking. Everything can be vanished or countered. Like you have to contend with the fact that you could read your opponent really well. And unlike every other fighting game, maybe minus a few other arena fighters, they can get away with being like counter, even with their back turned. Yeah, you're now taking back shots, and you can still counter me.
That's what
so
we
there's
call
no
it,
consequences. That's what they call it. Take it.
Yeah.
I saw some guy who was taking back shots from Vegeta, and he countered him and won. I was like, that don't seem a little accurate.
So
I get what you're saying. I think I'm not mad at the concept because a lot of the games I play have you've been hit, get out, whether it be burst or something. I guess closer to what you're saying would be like combo breaker, because every time I get hit, I can see what linker you're doing and then break it. And it's on the attacker to change up the rhythm. But from what you're saying, a Sparky doesn't have the rhythm change. Like it's a reaction check. That's a reaction check the same all the time. So I'm not mad at the concept. I can think it's unfun the way it's implemented, but the concept I'm okay with. But I kind of agree with you.
The games where you have burst, like in Guilty Gear, how many times per interaction in a round? Like, say I burst and then you attack me again. Can I then burst again?
No. You probably get in old Guilty Gear. If you get 3 each, that was a crazy round. You normally get like 2 each.
Okay, so in Strive, if I attack you and you burst, and then I attack you again, I can't burst again, can I?
Nah.
Now imagine in Guilty Gear, if every fucking time you burst, or every time in Mortal Kombat you use the breaker, and then I punish you and then you break again. the reason these games are designed this way is because people that play Sparking Zero and look at it as being a more competitive game, they don't like dealing with consequences. I understand the interaction aspect because interaction is good, but there's a limit. If I punish you successfully, you should be holding that shit. There should not be every single time, which is why, in my opinion, I find Demon Slayer and Rebirth of Souls gameplay-wise to be superior, because in both of those games, there is still meter management, but if you do not manage your meter effectively and someone catches you, especially when you're in the final stages of the round, you are going to get absolutely dog walked. But in Sparking Zero, that situation never occurs.
Real quick, I know Yaya, you want to go real quick. I'm going to say I agree with the no consequence thing, but I also think maybe we'll talk about it later. I think there needs to be discussion about your entitlement to damage. I don't think people look at a combo and they're like, oh, I should get my damage. I don't think you're entitled to damage. When you win neutral and you get a hit, you won neutral. You're not entitled to everything that comes along after it, whether it be damage or Oki or mix up. I don't agree with that as well. So yeah, I understand what you're saying about the consequences. I think you should get, hit for making a wrong decision, but I also think you're not entitled to damage from winning neutral.
But what does that mean? Like in the terms of Tekken, for example, if I launch you now, other than the fact that I might drop the combo, which is on me, are you saying that from my launch and I do my combo successfully, I still wasn't entitled to that damage?
You can be entitled to the damage, but you might not be entitled to the Oki afterwards.
Well, yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I can understand, but like a guaranteed, like if I punish you, if it's a guaranteed punish, I'm entitled to that, right?
Yeah, 100%. If you punish something, yeah, I think then you should be. That's what I'm saying. Like when someone wins neutral, especially in these modern games, winning neutral is not that hard. So when I get hit by your move that on block would have been plus 20, and you're like, oh, I'm the big man, I should get 50%. I'm like, no, you weren't really entitled to that. It was kind of just given to you by the mechanics. So that's what I'm saying. It does depend on the situation that you're getting the combo, but a lot of people that I've spoken to, even Dragon Ball players, when Strive came out, they were like, why can you burst? I hit you. Why am I not getting my combo? And I was like, in my school of thought, you're not entitled to damage all the time. So, but yeah, in your situation, if in any other game, if someone does a DP and I hit a punish, I am entitled to punishing you for your bad decisions. 100% agree. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
go on, Yo-Yo.
So there's a lot to unpack here. So
can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you want to say something?
I don't want to cut y'all off, but just because
go ahead.
These dumb issues with my connection, I want to get.
Pio, we can't hear what you're saying, bro.
Opinions for different games.
I'll have to send you a VC.
Reasoning.
Yeah, where are you?
Hear me now?
Are you in the Great Outback? I can't hear you,
like
bro.
An hour from my house. Like my I have a flat tire. I can't go back yet.
I mean, we're probably going to be here for a little bit if you want to call in later.
He got dial up. Yo, chill, chat. Y'all see y'all.
No, I want to know what area he's in. That's crazy. In 2025.
Yeah, that's kind of he got to be Nick Cali dog or something, because
he is out there. We're out in the sticks. Them hills have eyes locations. Yeah. What did you want to say while PL sorting this stuff out?
So there's a lot I want to unpack here, because I do feel like how you said, like, people are not entitled to the Oki after you get hit. I think that's fine. I think in anime games, let's keep it to sparking, like the arena fighters. A lot of times the games itself either A, let you get that privilege, or just says hell no. Like they add like conjillion invincibility frames when you get hard knocked down. PL and Silent Hill just took me. So my thing with super counters is super counters was in the old iterations of the game. And I think what a lot of anime arena fighters, why a lot of people don't jab with them, is, like you said, people don't like the idea of, reaping what you sow. And to be honest, if you want to be real with like anime, if you want to be like anime fan service types of things, a lot of times it don't even make sense it's designed like that. Because in anime, when characters finally get their hit off, somebody bleeding or in pain. Like, especially like Jujutsu Kaisen, they'll go like a whole episode and then one person get a hit and now they in critical state after one attack. Right?
Yeah.
Same with Dragon Ball. A lot of times, outside of the little Vanish Wars and stuff like that. I think super counters. Now I will say a lot of people don't know that they did make them harder to do. Essentially in the recent update, or like I'll say my heavy playtime was January of this year, and then I came back when they gave me Daima Goku, and I was like, okay, this is a better game, right? But I do think I do have annoyances with a lot of the defense mechanics, and coming from me, a person that likes a lot of defense mechanics, I don't like when defense mechanics are just that easy in a lot of scenarios that it can be exploited. To keep it a stack, I got to defend Sparking Zero here a little bit. Super counters, like the rapid back and forth, like I'll be honest, I've put in like at least a minimum on PlayStation, like, and it's hard on PlayStation it is PC because of input delay, inherent input delay. But doing it back to back, that is something that is like a skill you have to like literally learn and lab out and have experience doing it back to back constantly. And I know for the average viewer, the average talk about it on the game, people are like, yo, that shit's boring to look at. But to me, after a person playing it and seeing people do it consecutively back to back, it is hype to see, all right, who gonna get this next hit? And the big thing about the Vanish Wars is it matters depending on who has the most ki. Like, they sped it up now, so there's a little bit more variables where you can't just skip past the thing. But like, whoever had the most ki for like the first year of Sparking-ish usually won the Vanish Wars, like at the end of it. And what happens is the person that loses is in a very disadvantaged state where like it's free Oki because now I'm bouncing you across the screen. I have more meat. Yes, I can. And I have more meter than you, and then it's just win screes. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, Yaya. Do you? So I disagree about the super counters thing. I think the first interaction can be a little bit tricky, especially with the update. But after that, it's just a rhythm game. To me, it's no different than playing Guitar Hero. That's just, I look at it almost the exact same way.
Well, what
I want to ask you, what do you think is more difficult? Do you think Soul Calibur 5's just frames are more difficult to do consistently? Okay, do you think Third Strike's parries are more difficult?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Do you think that the Tsubaki system in Tekken is more difficult to consistently execute? You don't?
I could say that confidently because I play Tekken.
Okay.
So, at least I take an 8. Tekken 8 might be babied, but yeah.
Okay. What I don't understand, because I play Spark. I played Sparking Zero.
I know you do.
And I was good at it, until I got sick of it. But I don't understand this whole super counters is super difficult to do. The initial interaction can be tricky.
Okay, so let me explain.
After the first interaction, what is tricky about that besides learning the rhythm?
Right. Okay. So what makes it? All right. So here's the thing. My defense for super counters is, again, I don't think it should go on that long, and I think they should do something where they at least make the angles dynamic to throw the players off so it doesn't last for fucking 30 seconds. I've said that multiple times. I think it's cool in a way when both players are really good at the system and also dealing with it in delay-based netcode because it doesn't have rollback. Sparking netcode is okay for whatever the hell they doing, but let's be real, it's not the best of rollback. So I admire the fact that people can keep rhythm up and weird online variables even from state to state. Because we've seen it with the Globku's Ultimate Burst and the other tournaments of Sparking Zero.
That's not really a defense for Sparking, though. Like, that's just an internet thing.
What I mean.
What about offline? Imagine we're playing both these games offline. Is that easy or hard to do if we're playing offline?
It's easy as fuck. Like I've done it. I've done it. There's even 2 offline majors that happened the first month. One in, I can't remember what part of the state it is. I can't remember the moment, but I have it. I think Rail was doing it, and some other person, Prometheus, they did offline. It's really easy to do offline. Like, it's like nothing. And I think a lot of the things with Sparking Zero, a lot of people don't realize is how online plays a huge factor until you feel or experience the gameplay.
Yeah, what I want to say about super counters, I don't mean this in a harsh way, but there was a time where I've asked my friend to send me the footage so I can put it on screen for you guys to see. I went to his house. We had some food, and I said, you know, let's play a little game. Whoever drops the super counter first has, yeah, whoever drops the super counter first wins. This shit went on for so long that I actually said to him, I'll just wash the dishes, bro. I can't bother with this. We were there for that long. When I tell you that the skill ceiling is so low in Sparking Zero compared to Tenkaichi 3 that people that are jumping into Sparking, I understand that this is where they've sort of like made a name for themselves. I'm not saying you can't be better than other people at the game. Of course you can. But the idea that this game is on the level of previous Dragon Ball Arena fighters is absolutely absurd. The people that are saying this are one of two things. They are below the age of 16 or they are rage baiting me. There is no way a grown man is going to look me in the face and tell me that Sparking Zero is more difficult to play at a high level than Tenkaichi 3. I will not accept that under any circumstances. I challenge anyone to come on here and make the argument for that.
Is that for all elements of the game? So normally when I look at a game, I look at like offense, defense, and movement.
Everything.
Even movement. Okay.
Everything.
From what I've seen from Sparking Zero, the most complex part is the movement and the neutral. But you're saying that older Dragon Balls surpass that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Fair.
All you got to do is like look at the top players on Sparking, and then look at the top players on Tenkaichi 3. And once you have an understanding of how the mechanics work on both of them, you'll start to realize, wow, they really stripped away a lot from this game. Like everything that I can do in Sparking Zero is like amplified in these older games. And Budokai Tenkaichi 2 has even better movement options than Tenkaichi 3 if you want to go further back. And we've gone over this extensively. Like Grandmaster Hawk has been on this channel multiple times, making the arguments for why the game is more technically sound. And every time we do the discussions, nobody comes on to offer. It's just like, oh, I like the game more. And the thing is, there's nothing. Sparking Zero is a fun game, but what's happening here is people are getting confused with the game being fun and the game being difficult to navigate. Those two things are completely separate.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, the bits that I watched from Globku and like the streams I was in when he was kind of explaining it, the movement seemed like to be the hardest thing. Like moving in and out from like tacking, oh, you're blocking, backdashing, and then fucking holding the button and going around. But defense, there was like, you can hold this button and tech throws by reacting with this. I was like, oh, okay. I don't even care about the frame there at that point.
Can you put Nietzsche comment on the screen? Because a lot of people don't understand this and don't know the difference, right? He said, I thought Sparking Zero has way more defensive options than BT3. So Sparking Zero does have a lot of new mechanical additions to the game. Like, for example, like the super counters have changed, is very strong. You have perception, super perception, and revenge counter, right? And you have more ways. And to be honest, if I know sugarcoat it, it's more baby than BT2 and 3 because you have a get out of jail option for every situation on every part of the game. Like for every one new offensive mechanic, there's arguably two defensive ones that could beat that. The problem with Sparking Zero versus BT3 when it comes to the defensive mechanics is that, like, when in doubt, super counter out. When in doubt, hold perception out. When you don't know what to do, you Sonic sway out. And then some of them they changed, they made them harder. I give them credit to do, but they're still in the game the way they are. Versus BT3, if you call somebody with like a super counter back in the day, you go, oh shit, I'm cooked. Especially like Android 18, Sail, what was another character? Some people played 18 was pretty decent. You had like Bardock at some points, like people messed around with it, and there's a whole different tier in the game. Broly, for example, and somebody got a super count off back then. You go, oh my god, that was fucking raw. And Sparking Zero, you see it so often, it doesn't excite or do anything crazy. The most hype moments you get from Sparking Zero nowadays, if any clips at all, and somebody made a good analysis of like the game mechanics, like, you know, like how high fight is on Twitter with a mat with some Z rings. I thought that was really cool that they did that. But the hype is you get when you see those mechanics is when the player is low at life or a comeback's happening. Outside of that, you don't get that. You know.
I think one thing that people also don't understand about defensive mechanics, and this is something that's happening in all games, is they're kind of slapping on these mechanics for people to just sort of like interact with. When this is happening in Tekken as well, where like the best defense was having good movement, just being able to move around things, and then you would interact with some of the other mechanics. Sparking Zero has slapped on a bunch of mechanics, too many in my opinion, and I feel like if it had. If Sparking Zero had the movement options of Budokai, if it had the balancing of Budokai Tenkaichi 2, you wouldn't need as many defensive options because the movement did a lot of the heavy lifting, and that's when you got to see the mid to high level players when people got that down because it was difficult to get to that level. The same way in older Tekkens, not everyone could Korean backdash, but they've removed a lot of that stuff now, and they've slapped on like Power Crush or whatever, the armored attacks, and then Heat has armor on it, so. Yeah, I think there's a misconception where people see loads of mechanics and they automatically think, oh, this is a better defensive game. And that's not necessarily the case with it.
I think there's a not a pendulum swing. I think this is basically brought on from the majority of people that say they don't like long combos. So if you have loads of defensive options, especially on hit, there you go. That's what people ask for. People don't want long combos, right?
Yeah, but I don't think the answer to long combos is the extreme where it's like no combos.
Well, so I agree with you, but that's not what they've done. They've said you can do long combos, but your opponent has autonomy to get out of it.
Yeah, they listened to the problem, that they understood what was supposed to be done, and then they went in the opposite direction.
I don't know how you solve that problem. How do you have a game where people that like long combos and people that don't like long combos can coexist? That seems like the solution. It's a shit solution. I think you should.
There's a solution to it. There's a solution. You lock the long combos behind one frame links. Now, if you want this long combo, work for that shit. In Street Fighter 4, there were very, very long combos, but in order for you to do like Evil Ryu's long combos, you had to learn one frame links. Otherwise, you were just doing crouching medium, maybe focus dash cancel, crouching medium Hadoken. Your combo ended. If you wanted to hit that Daigo combo, you had to sit in the lab. You can hit very long combos in Sparking Zero without any lab work whatsoever. And not just that game, there's other games, even Tekken's fallen victim to that. So the solution is if you want your long combo, you are going to have to work your ass off for it. And I know some Sparking Zero players are going to think, oh, look at this combo that I did. You did not work for it. I can assure you, if we want to talk about Sparking Zero in the same breadth as we are traditional fighting games, you did not work for that combo.
You just step in barrier and just pray that they didn't flick up square for super counter, and then you just keep it going.
If that's your philosophy, then you must like Marvel 2, and then you would like Nen Impact.
No, okay. Because Marvel 2 I like watching, but I don't really play 2D fighters. Nen Impact is garbage. I'm sorry,
that's
bro.
not one frame.
Stop bringing up this stupid
one frame. You see my name. I'm gonna do it, bro. It's right there.
I knew he was gonna bring it because when you said one frame, I was like, oh shit, here goes with Hunter. Like,
Mike is okay with long combos as long as it's hard. I agree. Nen Impact unblockable is one frame. It's hard.
But Nen Impact is also doing 300% combos. Like, I think you can have your long combo. I also don't want to die in one touch. Like
that's their fault, bro. He knew that was low incoming.
I was finding more. So it's the damage as well. That's fine. That's fine. You don't want high damage.
I mean, that's why
the dude in the Discord was like, "Oh, I didn't know he knew that." So he just cooked. He literally said it in the Nen Impact Discord. Like it was his fault.
I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm not saying it wasn't his fault. I'm saying that like you can have long combos, but I think damage scaling is important. I don't want to die for one mistake because then you remove the element of like finding who the better player was. If everything comes down to one touch, then it's like it becomes a gamble at the beginning, which again is another problem that Tekken is having right now as well.
Do you think it matters if it's team game? Because for me. But if we remove that impact, every other team game, even though you have TODs, you've got 3 characters normally. So you still
can y'all hear me?
Have 2 attempts to play.
Yeah, we can hear you, PO.
So yeah, I don't. Do you think that's a problem? Like to me, when I see a game of
go
ahead.
rude just jumping in while you're, but I only have like small windows.
Yeah, go. Shoot.
Okay. So like the long
Pio,
combos. Honestly,
Pio, your
for
mic
this type of game, that shit's annoying. And honestly,
your mic is cutting out.
To stop and curve.
Yeah, it's a rip.
It's P.
People want not like you.
Long day.
Long day.
PO, it might be a voice note. Voice note mic.
Yeah, Pio, we can't hear a word you're saying, bro. Someone said you're in Silent Hill.
That's fine.
He might be in Raccoon City.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, Pio, just when you said you're an hour away from home. Oh, he said he's got a flat tire as well.
Oh, that is actually a long day. Okay.
That's a long day. That's a long day. And you know what? We'll open the floor for people to call in a moment. So, you know, if any Sparking Zero defenders want to come in here, then the details are down there. And I'll send you the link. But before we bring people in, I do want to show you this tweet. I want to show you this tweet because I want to get your take and try to make sense of this.
I'll use my whispering talent. I'll try.
So this is from Instigator 101, Gojo.
Ground zero. Let's go.
You know what? He might not be ground zero. I think it might be Moon that was ground zero. He might be second in command. I don't know which one started it first, but it was one of them. But we'll start with this tweet, and we're also going to refer to this tweet because this was even more stupid. But it said, "Not gonna lie, Sparking Zero takes more skill than Dragon Ball Fighters." Do you know at that point? I would have said, you know what, silly thing to say, but fine. You know, everyone has their opinions. You have to account for key. Just to check with you, is there key management in Dragon Ball Fighters?
Yeah, we just call it meter.
Call it meter management.
You can key charge in Dragon Ball. You just hardly ever see it. But yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the equivalent of meter.
Mm-hmm.
Can you vanish in Dragon Ball Fighters?
Not as much as you can in Zero.
But can you vanish?
You can vanish to avoid something, but the person can vanish back, and that's the end of it. There's no back and
forth.
So
you can't recklessly vanish in Dragon Ball Fighters. They'll just vanish you back.
Yeah. The vanishing won't do anything. Unless they've not got meter. But that rarely ever happens. So
what's that red mode called? The
sparking.
Oh, it's called sparking mode as well. I thought so.
Yeah.
Super counters. You guys have that reflect in Dragon Ball Fighters, right?
Yeah. So super counters. So reflect wasn't really a counter. You could only do it in neutral. So if you was blocking beforehand, you can't do anything. Okay. But they've added a perfect reflect now. It's only like since.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so that's new. I don't know how useful it is. It doesn't look that great. But yeah, you've got reflect. I'm trying to think of like an equivalent. It's like push block, but you can't mess it up.
Oh, we talking about the Glazer? Yeah, I blocked him.
Yeah,
he's one of the reasons why I don't mess with Sparking Zero in terms of the community level, because you can't have a level-headed discussion about it.
This guy is a grade A donut, but I just want to continue going through this real quickly, just to double check. Is there any neutral in Dragon Ball Fighters at all, like at any point?
The game is neutral. The neutral in that game is probably the hardest part, probably more than the combos.
I was just checking. You know, I was under the impression that most fighting games had neutral, but maybe we were wrong with Dragon Ball Fighters.
It's convoluted. It's Kingdom Hearts neutral. It's there though. Yeah,
that makes sense. Just to double check, is there spacing in Dragon Ball Fighters?
Yeah, you've got assists, so it's hard. You don't see people win spacing much because it's so hard to win. Like to avoid a point character with 2 assists in this iteration of the game where everyone's got a full screen move and not have to block something, it's very hard, but the top players can do it.
Okay. Skill moves. I assume he just means like Kamehameha, Gallic Gun. You have those, right? I'm assuming Dragon Ball Fighters has signature Dragon Ball moves in it.
We do have big bangs on our Vegetas, yes. Quarter circle big bangs. Yep, we have those.
Okay, I was just double checking because last time I checked, most fighting games have these things. They might use different words for them.
Yeah,
but most fighting games have the things listed here. So even though this tweet got 344,000 views, not because it was a well thought out tweet that rattled people and they were like, oh my god, Sparky Zero's got these things that no other fighting game has got. It got 344,000 views because 344,000 people thought, oh my god, these guys are stupid. Is this your first fighting game? I'm sorry, are we being for real? What kind of dumb tweet is this?
I wanted to come on, bro. I think you're smart.
I really want him to come on because he has a lot to say on Twitter. I guarantee he's not going to say anything on here.
Yeah, he won't.
What else did he say? And many other variables in Sparking Zero. Yeah, most fighting games by nature have a lot of variables in them. It's not a new concept, Sunshine. Dragon Ball FighterZ, you can just one touch a guy, one time and kill him. Sparking Zero actually has back and forths. Game clears. So
I mean,
yeah, go on, C4.
I got
This is
a
what's
wait.
about team games.
Hold on. Can I come in? I got notes for him because he was about to get a full video out of me. That's how much of the hater arc I was on. He said the last part pissed me off.
Wait. Actually, no. I'm gonna stand up for him. You can't block him and talk about him. That's actually toxic. If you blocked him,
give me a second. I'll unblock him.
Yaya did. Yaya blocked him and he wants to talk shit about him. You can't do that.
I do it. I'll unblock him. Bring his ass in.
Wait, he doesn't need to unblock him. He can come on this platform here. He can talk shit to his face here.
He ain't coming.
No.
Send one of your drones that were yapping away on Twitter. I know one of you are watching right now. Let's have the conversation, right? We're just talking about video games at the end of the day, right?
I'm gonna block his ass.
Okay, fair play.
Cool. He unblocked. Now,
let loose.
Dumbass over here says Sparking Zero actually had back and forths. If you want to show a true back and forth, one of the hypest matches, this is the moment I knew Dragon Ball FighterZ was something special. I'm saying this to everybody. Go look up Goichi versus Leffen at Combo Breaker. That is not only one of the best fighters in Dragon Ball FighterZ history, that is one of the best sets in fighting game history. You learn defense, you learn offense. They talk about, especially having Yipes and them on it, the commentary, they explain the whole back and forth, the mental stack you got to think about while he's on one character and less than 10% of health, that anything can kill you. That game don't got back and forths is crazy. Why are we lying?
What fighting game doesn't have back and forths? I'm sorry, people. Normally when we invite people on here, I try to be as respectful as possible. This guy has finally pushed me over the edge. This is grade A stupid, bro. This is one of the dumbest tweets I have ever read with regards to a fighting game in my life. And to make matters worse, read the smooth brain down here. Any of the Elite's Dragon Ball FighterZ players are more than welcome to come and play me in Sparking and prove me wrong. Prove me... C4, if I challenge you to a game of Gotcha Force and I beat you on Gotcha Force, does that mean Gotcha Force takes more skill than Dragon Ball FighterZ?
That's my game.
Flawless logic.
I can't insane that you would type this and then put a picture of Gojo there. I know his name is Gojo, but you are taking the absolute piss. And then you've got drones beneath this post going, cook, that's my goat. I was like, oh, you cannot be serious. No wonder people have anime profile pictures. I wouldn't want to show my face after posting some dumb shit like that either.
It's an embarrassing tweet. Unironically, he did say something correct. There is a game that doesn't have a back and forth.
What's that?
It's that one. It's called Nen Impact.
But Nen Impact has... Okay, wait, hold on. How many players has Nen Impact got right now? Let's have a look.
Don't stop using Steam charts.
It's Nen Impact.
Okay, whatever it's on Steam.
I'm looking right now. That's a Discord of 30 people playing it.
No one cares about the Discord.
Viciously typing, bro. He was those numbers now, bro.
That's why y'all not happy, bro.
There's 5 people not having a back and forth fighting game. There you go.
Don't nobody care about this goddamn game.
This Steam chart shit is why y'all not happy, bro. Y'all
8 players. Evo.
Listen, usually how we work this out, right, is whatever a fighting game has got on Steam, we'll just triple that. It's still not got 100 players.
And you know what I'm doing? I'm doing this for the greater con later on when people talk about, oh, Sparking Zero is... I'm going to go kind of against my side. But when people make the argument that, oh, Sparking Zero is not competitive because it's not at Evo, that game was at Evo. So don't use that. Don't use that logic. It's not smart. You're a moron.
No, listen, that's fine because Mario Kart was at Evo once upon a time, so we're not going to use Evo as a measuring stick. But generally speaking, arena fights are not accepted at conventional fighting game tournaments because there's too many flaws and there's too many things that you can exploit. Half of them release unfinished and broken, and not unfinished to the degree that conventional fighting games release. Like this is another level. I mean, just today, I posted a glitch that I discovered on Rebirth of Souls, and I could not believe what I was seeing. Now, for anyone that plays Rebirth of Souls, you'll know that Renji, when he goes into his Bankai, he can take 5 stocks. I go into my Bankai, I go to kill the guy, and it takes 4 stocks. Now, when Renji uses up his Bankai, he depowers afterwards. So I am left at my opponent's mercy. The game glitched, essentially. Now, I tagged Globekun. I was like, if this happens in the tournament, are you going to give me the win? Or are you gonna make me play this? Do you know what? I'm not even talking shit. I will show you guys how stupid. And this is an arena fight that I really like. And this is the stupid shit you have to deal with in arena fighters. Where is it? Here we are. I just imagine, yeah, this is the equivalent, C4, of killing somebody on Street Fighter, and it says KO. And then it says, nah, actually, it's not a KO. Now, this is meant to kill. Yeah? This is meant to be 5 stocks.
Right.
It gave me 4. Am I a prick? That's not meant to happen. So I had to fight the rest of the game, depowered. I was so pissed. But yeah, that's just an example. Arena fighters.
The maths ain't mathing.
The maths ain't mathing. Let's get on to some more tweets from the lovely Sparking community.
Okay, I'm back. I had to. Oh man, that man makes me so mad, bro. And you know, you got some like replies on Twitter because I'm seeing them too, and a lot of them are dumb as fuck. Like it's making me mad because it's like common sense is out the window when it comes to anime. Like I'm embarrassed that I made my shit off of this sometimes because a lot of people just don't know how to have a genuine nuance. Like I can sit there and critique a game. Like y'all want to know the hot take, and I say this 100 times over. Demon Slayer 2 day 1 will be better than Sparking Zero in 10 years. 17 updates.
That's inflammatory, bro. What?
I'm so serious. I'm so dead because the fundamental core of that gameplay is literally the closest to, hey, we like fighting games. CC2, let's do what we do best with our arena fighters. Put it together. Take the last 10 years of the best of CC2. Bam. That's Demon Slayer 2. Sega made them do something with the money for that one.
No, you're right. See, Demon Slayer is a far superior fighting game to Sparking Zero. I wouldn't even be mad if I saw Demon Slayer at a fighting game tournament. Compared, like if you were to ask me of all the arena fighters, obviously I would be biased to Bleach. But if I saw Demon Slayer, I wouldn't even be mad at it. But I just want to read this tweet. I want to get your take on this. Recognizing when you should block, vanish, or super counter is also key. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in fighting games, recognizing when you should block is kind of like par for the course, right? That's something that you're supposed to do.
Some may say fundamental.
Apart from multiverses, apparently I didn't have a block button, but every other fighting game, you block, right?
You do block, and you have to identify when blocking is useful. Yep.
Yeah. Now, in most fighting games that have counters or parries, you identify your opponent's patterns or weaknesses and you act accordingly. Am I wrong in saying that?
I don't think you're wrong. I don't think that's a hot take.
And as for vanish, that could just be whatever the gimmick is for whatever fighting game. Use heat or burst or whatever. He then says you can't spam God. Can someone translate that to me? Because that's hieroglyphics as far as I'm concerned. I don't know what you mean.
All right,
you can't spam God.
I come from. I'm the Rosetta Stone of arena fighters. All right, I got this. So when they say you can't spam block, that hatred comes from in 2D fighting games. You just can't sit there and block all day, bro. That's what they mean.
Okay,
that's
now
it.
These are the people. Huh?
I was about to say you can't do that in either game. I think it's actually easier in Sparking Zero, right? Because you can block and take throws.
Yes, that you can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can literally spam block and take a throw. Where in fighting games, you kind of have to choose to take the throw or block. Like that's why you get strike throw. No?
Yeah. These are the people, by the way. I want everyone to pay attention to what he's just said. They're spamming God. Harada saw that. And that is why Tekken 8 is in the state it's in, because he listened to motherfuckers like this. Spamming God. Do you know what? When the DOA community were cooking people yesterday for talking about DOA, I didn't agree with how they were attacking people, but I understood. I understood their anger because I was just like, yo, if we let these people in on our games, this was their sentiment. They're gonna ruin it, and they did ruin DOA with 6, right?
Mhm.
I don't feel like the way they treated Max was fair. I felt it was over the top, but I understood because the developers listened to nonsense. Like, what the fuck does spamming God mean? Do you know how infuriating that is to hear? Because that translates directly to Tekken. That is what Murray looked at, and he said, you know what? We need to make it so that these players that don't know how to defend the hardest part of the game are able to mash. So they're doing chip on everything, and now the opponent can't block properly. This is the nonsense that we deal with by not gatekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm not saying
that message he said normalize gatekeeping games. I used to be anti that, but the past 2 years with these anime games and a lot of other shit I like, we gotta start gatekeeping.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We do have to start gatekeeping. I'm not saying hold the tiki torches outside the gate. I'm saying, but we need to educate people on why this can't run. This is some nonsense. This is how games go down the drain, and this is likely why Sparking Zero is a toddler's version of Tenkaichi 3. Because they probably looked at Tenkaichi 3, saw the difficulty. They probably saw Grandmaster Hawk's games, and they were like, we can't expect people to learn that. So they made a TikTok version of Tenkaichi 3, and that's how you got Sparking Zero.
Real quick, I will say that was so telling that he's never even turned on Dragon Ball because you physically cannot spam block because there's no block button. You can't mash block. I would love to ask him is show me mashing block in Fighter Z. Show me. Because you're either going to hold down back, which is not spamming. You're continuously doing it, but you can't spam block. It's only in MK, Grand Blue, and Arena Fighters where you have a block button. So it's just like, you just show that you don't know what you're talking about. That's why I got mad at it.
You actually have time to. You actually have time. You actually have to time shit and pick the right type of defense. That's a skill of its own. People just hate because it's the popular thing to do. No one's hate. But I don't want you to get this wrong. I'm not hating on Sparking Zero. It's just you don't understand Sparking Zero's place in this conversation. And it's not beside Sparking. It's not beside Dragon Ball Fighters. That is almost insulting. To even put them in the same sentence is insulting. But Sparking Zero is a great game. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Like Sparking Zero is a fun game, and what I was getting mad at last week was I had said like, hey, if Fighters doesn't count as a true Dragon Ball simulator, then a lot of other games that y'all say don't count either. And I was thinking about it. I was thinking about myself. I was like, spam and block. There's no such thing as spam and block in any game because if you do spam block, the other player grabs. Some games have guard breaks. Some great. So then you have to also control which way you block. They don't know that concept because Arena Fighters, you just have a guard that decays, right? And then it just goes away. They don't know about the high, mid, the low, high. They don't know about that. A lot of people don't know about that. But literally, you thinking of the concept of spamming block is probably why you're losing because you're holding back, and then somebody just walks up and hits you with like a 2L, a 2M, and now you losing all your health in fighters. You know what I'm saying? And it's like there's no such thing as just holding back to block 24/7 in a situation if a player knows how to open you up. And that's how you know that he didn't touch fighters instantly from that tweet.
Now I don't know where the tweet is, but I know that C4 saw this. Moon, who I don't have a problem with Moon. I'm cool with him, but he tweeted out that someone put up a combo from Dragon Ball Fighters, and it was Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, and he was doing big bang attacks and looping it, right? And someone said this is actually a combo, and he said no, he's just spamming big bang attack. And I saw that, and I texted C4, and I was like, oh my god, bro, like what are we dealing with? So then Moon's response to that was this combo, which we're going to show people now. I'm gonna show you guys this.
Oh.
Try. Let me put
I'm
the
gonna
sound
close
down.
my eyes. I know what this is.
First of all, before I even let that finish, the combo ended there. Okay, the combo counter's gone away now. You see that over there? It's not a combo anymore. Everything that he just did is not a combo. Because even though it says 6 hits, at any point Goku could have just countered. Right? So a fresh combo starts there.
From my understanding, a lot of combos, there's some true combos, but they have to be backshot combos, right? If you're like front facing, most of the time they can get out. It has to be back turn.
However, if you can super counter, it doesn't matter either way.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. It's every situation that you just witnessed. The only time that you could maybe get something, and even then I think it can be vanished, is when I was playing, I would back turn them and then start shooting Cell's Ki Blast in their back. I don't know if they can vanish that, but it's not much damage. It was really a way for me to be like, to try and keep them away from me because I know they can super counter. But even then, I think they can actually vanish that. So everything you witnessed there is not a combo, okay? Mm-hmm. What Vegeta Blue was doing in Dragon Ball FighterZ is a combo, okay? Do you think that Kazuya doing Electric Wing God Fist 5 times in a row is just spam?
There's a lot of no. There's people like that. Like, all right, for example, and you could tell it's funny because Marvel Tokon was the funniest shit because there was a lot of Dragon Ball sparking people trying that game out. And like Kamala, if you played Tokon the beta, I love the character because I could just grab people full screen. And I just kept doing it because I was like, oh, people just not blocking. Some dude came in my stream, he was like, why you keep spamming that move? I'm like, it's a button and I'm doing it in different directions because you can move it like slightly a little bit. He's like, why are you doing it? And like I was like, bro, I'm not spamming the move. You just not stopping me or hitting me. Right? And like, I know he's in the chat. Shout out to I don't know how to say your name, but it's AKNN. He owns the Tenkaichi Budokai server.
Oh, I'm gonna bring him in here. Actually, I saw his message pop up, so I'll bring him in.
He's the one that I could probably have a conversation with. Most other people that play that game is insufferable. Like real rap. Like why y'all let him put up the clip of the combo? Like, come on, anybody could have put up something. That wasn't in the combo. That was like a knockdown.
I know that guy's friendless because a real friend would have said, it's not too late. It's not too late to delete. It's not too late to delete, bro. There ain't no way he's got friends that didn't tell him that. That's crazy. He's left it up.
Yeah.
He's left it up.
Well, I'm gonna start letting people come on now because we've been talking for an hour, and I want to hear what people have to say. Now, I know that a lot of people know that we're streaming right now, judging from the numbers on Twitter and YouTube. So, if you feel like we're being unfair to Sparking Zero, and if you feel like you have something to say, send me a message. I will send you the link, and I'll start bringing people on, and we'll have the conversation. Because I'm very curious to hear what people have to say. And obviously, C4 is a commentator for Dragon Ball FighterZ. So if you want to jump in when someone's saying something, feel free. Don't let me hold you up.
Yeah. I want to say one thing while he's doing this. What pisses me off about this community is that like a lot of people don't realize, and I bring up the idea, we could just do what Smash Bros did. Our series as strong as IP as that. Just because something's not at Evo doesn't mean we can't host our own tournaments, our own events, and show the world why we fucks with something, right? You can look at something and be like, that's not competitive, but people made Melee, Smash Bros competitive. I am a Smash person at heart. I quit because of the events of the summer, but I've been playing Smash since I was 5 years old.
My condolences.
Literally, Smash Bros, if you play the game normally, it's with the items and stuff on. The community went, yo, this is also sick. Let's turn the items off. Let's make rule sets to make it fair. Cool. You can make games yourself, the community, the players, the people, to make a competitive rule set that everybody agrees on and generally likes with. right? Same thing. You know, and then what's crazy is Pokemon was unbalanced as hell at the beginning, right? They got whole nationals in Honolulu every year having a ball. Wouldn't you like to have a tournament in Honolulu? I mean, don't be a tourist, but like the idea is that's a beautiful place. And they went from nothing, cultivated community. Pokemon saw that, made it a big thing that happens every year. They have an ecosystem just for sweats.
Yeah,
That's all I gotta say.
Like people, the thing is, if someone was saying to me that they host tournaments for Sparking Zero, and I was like, yeah, but they could host a tournament for me playing Connect Foot. It doesn't mean the game is competitive. Yeah. Like it can be competitive within its own sphere, but the reason this conversation came up is because Sparking Zero players are trying to put it up against a tried and tested seasoned fighting game at tournaments. That's the only reason this came up. Otherwise, this shouldn't have been a conversation. Right. Did you say you know AKNN? Avataryaya.
Yeah, AKNN, yes.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna bring him in here now. Oh, that's a lot of background noise.
It's a lot of background noise.
Yeah, you got a fan on.
I got my AC on. Sorry. Can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can hear you.
This is good. Hold on. Let me do something. I got you. I'm not stressing it. All right, what about now? How's this?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, cool. Shout out Yaya. How are you, man? Hope all is well. All right. First and foremost, obviously, Fighter Z is the harder game to play. It is a traditional fighter game. The element and rules of 2D in its strict, engagement rules are definitely harder than what Sparking Zero allows. And Hollow is right. It is a very watered down version of BT3, BT2. And a lot of people don't understand that because they've probably never actually played a BT2 game, let alone most of us were kids. And if you weren't going out with your older brother or a family relative who did that, you probably weren't getting that deep into the game anyways. You know what I mean? So I think in general, the whole argument is literally just apples to oranges because they're respectively two different types of games from their mechanics, let alone to even the characters, just everything about those games are just entirely different. So this entire debate is so crazy to me because even from the jump, like if people, and this is how I know people don't remember a lot of things that are going on. They're too busy being blinded by the hype. However to say his name, Jun Futsunari, whatever his name is, Funari Futsunani. Sorry if I butchered your name if you ever hear this. He himself literally said on YouTube live to the world at the Sparking reveal, this game has been dumbed down to keep up with modern mechanics. Those were his literal words, verbatim. Yep. Somebody can go get the clip. I'll pay you money. That's literally what he said.
Didn't they say that they were more interested in making the game lore accurate than actually making it a balanced fighting game? Like everybody was on board. Everyone was like, "Yeah, bring us chaos."
Yes, and I think another thing because and I want people to understand that when it comes down to the topics of Sparking Zero in its current state compared to its original state, there's a lot, and I mean a lot of nuance now. Like they've tried to change the game, they've tried to rectify the mistakes that they made from trying to get the crowd going and getting people into this game and being interested in this game, like you guys already said, considering how hard it is in the older games. It just don't work like that, bro.
All right, can I jump in?
Go ahead.
A lot of stuff I disagree with. It sounded like at first you were saying like Dragon Ball FighterZ is a harder game, more skill, whatever word. But then you said it's like comparing apples to oranges, but we're not doing that. There's no apples, then there's no oranges. We're saying one is harder, it's got more depth, more skill. And it kind of you made the point and then backtracked to be like,
well, sorry, I should specify it's not you guys making that point, but just like the people on Twitter, like Gojo specifically, he made that tweet for rage bait. He didn't make that tweet out of the sense like he knows what he's doing. That's what I really came out here to say, truthfully. He's only making that tweet so he can get your guys' attention to get his name out there. He knows Fighter Z is a harder game. He knows that. So the fact that he even made that tweet is ridiculous, bro. He did that simply just to get your attention, not even joking.
But I was already aware of Gojo because I dealt with him in the Sparking Twitter page when all that stuff with Six World and Makai was going on. This wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the fact that so many people agreed with him. And I went through the replies, and I was like, "Wow, this is," because I read Gojo's tweets. They pop up on my timeline every now and then, and I'm like, he's just talking shit like he usually does. But then I saw people being like, "Oh yeah," and it turned into a thing. I mean, like I said, it reached my girlfriend's Twitter page, where even she was like, "Is this a real conversation?" So then I was like, if there's enough people that feel like this, I don't want to invalidate everybody's voices. Even though I feel that they are completely wrong, let's platform the discussion. So that's why it happened. Gojo on his own, yeah, I've read his tweets. I know he talks out of his ass 9 times out of 10.
Talks out of his ass, man.
That's why it happened.
The other thing I was going to say is that last point you made about the developers who, I don't know the person, but you said the person said that this game was meant to be based more on the canon, the lore of Dragon Ball, not to be balanced. But Smash was also based on not being competitive, and it's competitive. So what does it matter what the devs say about the game?
So with that respective statement, I agree. I see where you're coming from, simply because at the end of the day, when it comes down to fighting games, like at the end of the day, it comes down to player engagement. The person behind that screen is choosing to do what they're doing, regardless if it's there or not. And that choice alone already can either dictate or set up a game for the future. And that's why we have the developers that we have. That's why we have these moments of patch notes. That's why we have these long terms and times of not getting things, so that way we can finally like really look at how we can navigate these mechanical shortcomings that we are getting, because we're trying to cater to a crowd that shouldn't be playing this game. You know what I mean? And I shouldn't say like that. I think everybody should take the time to learn to get better at the respective game. But this catering to the casual community to garner in more people to try to keep their attention isn't going to work when you have people that are consistently getting better at all of these games. Mechanics are getting easier and the skill gap is getting closed off of that alone. It doesn't make sense.
But you can still have a competitive game with a
small skill gap. Yes, 1000%. Yeah. And that's where I really get the whole like apples to oranges, because although I agree Sparking Zero doesn't have nearly as much, I don't want to say depth, because it has its own type of depth, if that makes sense.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It has its own unique style of depth, and that's where its skill gap comes in. It has a skill ceiling. It's just not the type of skill ceiling that Fighter Z has. It's a whole different world, and people aren't getting that. So yes, I'll be honest, Moonboy is cool. He's my boy. I hope he sees this, but that tweet's crazy. I love Sparking Zero to death. One of the best new gen anime series that we've gotten recently. My personal opinion, subjective.
It's a very fun game. It's
a very fun game. Like, it's a very fun game. It catches people attention. Like, there are people right now, I don't play that game. 2 months later, yeah, man, I started playing Sparking Zero because I kind of miss Sparking Zero. I know you do, because at the core of this game, there's so much to be offered, but them trying to cater to the casual community just didn't help. And they're trying to reverse that now. And you can see it with the patch notes.
I do want to just say, in regards to your comment about Smash Bros, it's a valid thing to bring up, but someone took the words out of my mouth. Smash Bros was a happy accident. And although the intention was to not make it competitive after what happened with Melee, it went down that road. And they also had to strip away a bunch of things from Smash to make it competitive, right? You turn off like 50% of the game just to make it tournament viable. So even though the developers set out to make a game that wasn't viable for a tournament, the game ended up that way. But in Sparking Zero's case, they set out to make a game that was not meant to be alongside fighters, and they accomplished that. So the sentiments were the same, but the outcomes were different.
I can use another. I'll go to there's competitive pencil sharpening. They didn't make pencils for them to be competitive. I can use another example. I just wanted to use a
Is there actually?
Google it.
I don't want to. Don't
pencil sharpening.
You're not.
No way! You're pulling my leg. Competitive.
If I see somebody making $1,000 for sharpening a pencil, I'm gonna crash out.
It's the first thing that came. No way.
Yes, sir. Now
they've got leaderboards.
Yeah. Then I agree with you. I was actually gonna make that kind of like comment earlier. As long as there's enough people to add I don't want to say a skill. I'm gonna say a skill floor just for now, so you can kind of catch my drift. As long as there's enough people doing a certain type of whatever it may be, a sport, certain type of thing, vibe, whatever. If they can create a skill floor, a set of rules, a set of boundaries to work within, create a skill gap in that alone, and then a skill ceiling, it has skill. It may not be the hardest thing to learn, but it has
no one's argued that though. The argument is should it be compared alongside Dragon Ball Fighters? This would be like This would be like he's brought up this skill sharpening. It says the longest length of pencil sharpened in 1 minute is 19 centimeters, right? I would say that's impressive. I imagine that's impressive. I don't think it's as impressive as getting in a cage with Brock Lesnar and going 5 rounds, right? So they can both be competitive, but they're different types of competition.
Yes, 1,000%. I agree with that. 1,000%. Should it be compared to Fighter Z? No, because A, it's a 3D arena fighter. B, Fighter Z is Fighter Z. Like, let's get that out the way.
Yeah, like I went to a Sparking Zero tournament in central London. The Red Bull Gaming Sphere.
I saw that.
Yeah, I competed there, so I know the game can be competitive. But if someone turned around to me and said, "Oh, I guess because I won the championship that day, would I glaze the game enough to say it's on the same level of Dragon Ball FighterZ just because this is the current game I'm playing?" No, and that's what I feel like these guys are doing. This is the game where they've gotten their high ranks, where people know them from, and instead of being objective about it and just being like, "No, like this is obviously easier to play, but it's a great game," they're doubling down and trying to make. And it's not Gojo in that, because I know he's a rage baiter, but it's the people that are seeing that and being like, "Actually, I agree with that."
Yeah, and that's so bad because I know for a fact, like just off of everything that I've been able to do within like the past couple months, I know for a fact a lot of people don't actually think that way, and a lot of it is misinformation. Especially when it comes down to BT3, there's so much misinformation on BT3. It's not even funny, man. And there are people that would genuinely argue that you could vanish into quick time event, the BT format where you vanish, and then it's whoever hits the button first. I actually had people try to argue that was a real mechanic. I cannot stress enough, like, people, do your research. We are in 2025. Most of you have a smartphone. I know you do. Do the research. It's right there.
No, I want to add to that because there's a lot of misinformation about the older games. Mind you, I wasn't a comp player. I'm very big on just being like the analysis and understand what's going on. And I was explaining to somebody, I was like, the amount of people when I was talking about Sparking Zero mechanics versus BT3, and people didn't know what emergency blaster wave was. People that don't know, they're essentially, if you're low on health or you just want to get out of a situation, you sacrifice health to get out of the situation. It's literally a burst. That's not in Sparking Zero. Take super counters out for that. At least.
Wait, hold on. I don't want to cut you off. I want to put you on something.
So okay.
And just hear me out on this, because this is gonna sound crazy, right? Emergency blaster takes health, right? And it's supposed to push back and reset neutral, correct?
Yes.
Sparking Zero said, and I don't want to ever do this. I normally don't do this, but Sparking Zero said they added the mechanic, which is revenge counter or whatever, which is supposed to reset neutral. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's literally, it's there, but it's not. They literally tried to reinvent the wheel for nothing. They took emergency blaster, changed it, made a revenge counter, quotation marks, fucked it up entirely, and tried to rehash it as something new, when they could have just left emergency blaster.
See. So let me debate. Like, I like that you said that, because that's a lot of modern games. They take some element from the old one and they try to repurpose it somewhere else. What I hate about revenge counter is that it uses up your skill count, right? And I think the problem with that is in the game like this, where like insta sparking, getting to the very max of your key fast was important. People didn't want to use that because it was right at the point of just getting it ready to obliterate somebody, right? And I felt like it made the game feel like the early Sparking Zero problem was that you have all this extra cool stuff in it, but why do this when this was just almost always the best solution for the first 3-4 months of the game? And that's bad game design. For people that don't understand or just watching this, it's like the thing. I didn't get it at first. I was held like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago with Mike, like about Heat, right? I hate Heat, low key. As cool as it is to look at, I hate dealing with it. Now that Armor King in the game, I don't want to touch that shit.
It's a free answer to shit you shouldn't have an answer to. It don't make sense.
And even in that case, like, that's my problem with. And I don't want to say it's arena fighter issue, because a lot of times they do that shit, but it's my problem with Spike. Spike pisses me off when they make new anime games. That is the company I get, like, and people think I'm just a hater, but like, yes, every animated game they've made in the last 5 to 6 years have been dog shit to me. From Jump Force to One Punch Man, and Sparking's pretty, but that's all I like. And it's cool to play for a little bit, but after like 30 minutes for me personally, let's set the initial launch. Once you get down to like the higher ranks, people know how to abuse the system. the game was only lasting like 30 minutes to an hour to me.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't play it at that point anymore.
I completely agree with you. Honest, because even I play the game, I make content on the game. So even from my perspective, like I make so many clip dumps. But even for me, having fun, like regardless if I'm winning or losing, just trying to have fun still isn't fun because people take this game so seriously to a whole new level. And it's like you're lag switching, you're doing this, you're abusing mechanics for a red letter. But this game is dead to you, apparently. It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense, yeah. It doesn't make sense.
Well, AK, I need to get the next caller in here, bro. Was there anything you want to finish up on?
Thank you.
To finish up, appreciate you for having me. Basically, I do want to say, for the argument itself, literally, guys, I mean, we are in a golden age right now of Dragon Ball. Like, regardless if you're enjoying how much content of it we're getting, we are getting content across the board. We're getting Dragon Ball updates in general. Fighter Z, Sparking Zero, I mean, fucking Toka, like whatever you want to play, like we're getting Toka, like we're getting things, you know what I mean? We gotta enjoy what we're getting planted right now, enjoy the forest and have fun. All this back and forth between whatever games, it's just pointless, man. It's so pointless.
That's
enjoy
funny.
it.
Fair enough.
It's funny though. I think it's funny.
It's funny.
It's funny. It's not productive, but it's funny.
Yeah.
I don't even like entertaining it. Like I like having a discussion. It's just when people start getting out of line with it.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because
like Mike made a harmless tweet today, and it's like hella replies like, "Y'all are idiots. This is the worst thing you will ever do in your whole entire YouTube career." Like is it that deep? He even cursed y'all out or nothing?
Yeah, bro. It's every time. I'll put a tweet up, and it's like I put up the DOA tweet yesterday. It was like, "Fuck you, go die." I was like. And the thing is, this is always an open platform. Anyone can come on, but I know full well that no one's gonna come in here and say none of that dumb shit. They'll stay on Twitter.
And that's another thing. Stop giving these guys a platform, especially Gojo, especially him. He thrives.
AK, let me tell you why we're not giving Gojo a platform. The guy was smart enough to call himself Gojo. So every time I say his name, for people that don't know who he is, they're going to go search, oh, who's this Gojo guy? They're going to go to Google and type in the name, and they're going to see JJK. If he had a unique name like Avataryaya or Nenga or Perfect Legend, then yeah, maybe we'd be platforming him. But the Smooth Brain called himself Gojo, one of the most popular anime characters in modern times. So I don't think anyone has to worry about us giving him a platform. He kind of like sunk himself.
Hey, you know what? I fuck with that. I'll take it, bro.
It's like some donut on Twitter called himself Goku, and he started coming at me, and I was like, "Why don't you jump on the podcast?" And they were like, "Why are you giving him a platform? He's gonna get his name out there." I was like, "His name's Goku, dummy. He's not going anywhere. Don't worry about it. You'll be okay."
Hey, I fuck with that response. You got it, bro. You got it.
Yeah.
All right, I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
In a bit, bro.
In a bit. All right, let me just read out some super chats before we bring in Nova.
Go ahead.
Mr. Jamie, your boy turned the big 3-7 today. Oh, happy birthday, bro!
October, baby.
Thank you for the $2, man. Save your money, bro. It's your birthday. Spend it on yourself.
Yeah. You ain't gotta spend it here, you know.
You ain't gotta spend it. Save you my happy birthday, bro. Toad, thank you for the membership, bro. Toad's one of my Bleach rivals. Good games on that. OJ, thank you for the $2. Is Rebirth of Souls worth it at this point at $30? What's $30 to pounds? Is that like
25?
25.
Yeah, it's worth £25. I wouldn't say pay full price for it, but like I just showed you, there are still very annoying glitches that can cost you the game. So I'm biased to Bleach. Don't take my word for it. You know, whatever state the game is in, I'll probably play it. I'm the same as C4 when it comes to Hunter x Hunter. So ask somebody else. I'm biased. Yeah. Do you think it's worth it?
I would say in terms of single player content, because the story is long as hell, that's perfect price for this. Like a lot of us have played 65 plus. The story is like 30 plus hours long. And if you never got into Bleach, it's not the perfect story, but it has supplements to get you caught up to, you know, at least around Fullbringer 1,000 Year Blood Award.
Yeah, I think the secret stories in it are better than the actual main story.
Yeah.
Virgil, thank you for the 199. Block spamming is an actual thing in Xenoverse 2.
No, it's not. Instantly, I was reading some of the comments about Xenoverse 2, and mind you, I'm gonna piss somebody off here, and y'all could clip this if y'all want to. Y'all could come at me specifically. Xenoverse 2 is the biggest piece of dog shit that I hate that got popular. Like, if you played PvP in the game, that is one of the worst arena fighter experiences I've ever had in my whole entire life. And as a content creator, right, when that shit was blowing up for me, I almost cried because I was like, bro, stop watching this shit. I'm just raving. Like, literally, the game itself is a beautiful game. It has so much content and so much stuff to do. It is, in my honest opinion, even though I don't like a lot about it, in terms of a modern package and everything you can do, it is the Dragon Ball game. But block spamming in Xenoverse 2, one thing I got to give credit to him is that the defense mechanics actually work. If somebody is block spamming, saying you blocking all day, you can also like perfect parry, right, in that game and just steal your turn back by just dropping the guard. And two, in a lot of times, and if you would have said Xenoverse 1, I would agree with you. And a lot of people know I used to play Xenoverse 1 competitively. Like, there's a whole video on Bandai's channel with me just hoeing people with Goku. But in Xenoverse 2, there's guard breaks. And then even if somebody's blocking all day, there's limit burst. You got options. And you could grab somebody from guard. They can't tech it, if I'm not mistaken. So you got a whole...
Jerome asked, can you chicken block in sparking? Why the hell would you need to chicken block in sparking?
He's trolling.
The concept of high-low mix-ups is almost alien to arena fighters. I almost guarantee you most people that play sparking will have no idea what chicken blocking is, which is just another layer of depth that is not going to be... It's not required in that game. You wouldn't need to do something like that. That term will go completely over people's heads.
Do you not have high and low block in Sparking Zero?
You do, but you can't chicken block in Sparking Zero.
Right.
Like,
okay.
It's not a thing that exists. And the high and low blocking in Sparking Zero is not like the way it is in like Guilty Gear or whatever.
Okay.
The concepts are completely different. Tom, thank you for the $5. Honestly, I haven't touched Sparking in almost 2 years. Just same meta characters in ranked. It got old fast. Has it even been out for 2 years?
No, has it?
No, it hasn't. Maybe the disappointment hit so hard that it feels like that, but it has. I don't think it's been out for 2 years.
I think it's only been one, isn't it?
Yeah, it's only been out for 1 year, I think, around that time. Nova, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, okay. First off, welcome, or thank y'all for having me. I appreciate it.
No problem.
But I just want to say mainly just about the main conversation with like sparking being better than fighters competitively. It is not like at all. Like the ceiling for fighters is way too high in comparison to Sparking Zero. Mainly I say this because I play both games, I haven't played fighters in like a long time because I kind of like, a game is kind of really old in comparison to Sparking because it's kind of new. But playing Sparking a lot more and being one of the I can more or less say I can fight like the top people in that game, and I know really like a decent amount of tech and like decent amount of like I guess competitive valuable skills that you would probably need in that game. And I can just say that it is nowhere near close to everything you can do in like a fighter's game like Fighter Z. And really, I don't understand how people can really say that fighters is not you can't really like say that Sparking Zero is more competitive because of all the things you have to deal with in fighters. Like you got like all the assist options that could be used to cover your spacing options. You got all the 50-50s, the high lows, the command grabs. I mean, I know it's a different game at its core. Like fighters is not, or no, Sparking Zero is not like fighters whatsoever. And there are two different types of games. One is a 3D arena fighter, one is a 2D fighter. But like fighting wise, like 1-to-1, it is not comparable to the like at all.
Yeah.
I had a question, but it's not going to really work on Nova. But I'll ask your opinion on it. I'm starting to get more annoyed at the skinwalkers that haven't played Dragon Ball Fighters and are saying that Dragon Ball Fighters is deeper than Sparking Zero. I don't know what they're working from, unless they're just trying to fit in with everyone else. But you've played both, so what do you think people that haven't played Fighters? What do you think they're working from when they're saying, "Oh yeah, Fighters is harder than Sparking Zero"?
So what I've noticed a little bit, especially with people like I believe Moon. I don't have no problem with you, Moon. You know, you're a pretty cool guy. Like when we saw that him doing that when he said the Vegeta loops that was going on in Fighters, and he said that's just some spamming, and it's also TODs and the Fighters, is people probably think that's kind of unfair as well. I think it's more of they don't really understand how complicated it is to like do some of these things in Fighters in comparison to Sparking, and they just see like a easy touch of death combo, and they think, oh well, we can just do that all the time. Then obviously compared to Sparking Zero, where I mean Sparking Zero combos is really easy. Like I'm not gonna lie, like you can literally just pick it up real quick and you'll be able to do it. But for Sparking Zero, people see all the quote unquote combos, and like you can do like stagger, you can do heavy punches and all of that. You can stagger your punches, and you can just add a lot more to Sparking Zero stuff in comparison. People think to Fighters, but Fighters, you just got so much. You can add the assist to your combos. You can do TODs. You can do sparking combos with your TOD. You can do so much. So I really don't understand why people would really think that it's not as or Sparking is just way more complicated than Fighters, right?
From what you're saying is that people see Fighters having more options, I guess, and then that makes it more competitive because it's more complicated. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I need to ask someone who hasn't played Fighter Z and has your opinion, because I want to be like, what? Even though you've come to the right answer, you've used ignorance to get there because you don't know. So yeah, but yeah, you've played both, so you've got like a template. You've got like a comparison. You got a comparison.
Yeah, I got a really like a key understanding to the two games, specifically like more now with Sparking, because back then I thought, like, I don't know why, but just in general with fighting games, I'd be thinking I'd be like really good, right? But whole time I'm ass. I'm ass at the game, and it'd be so funny because going like back then, I'm thinking like maybe I know all the things, like I know how to do these combos, or just because I know how to do combos in one game at a certain period of time. I don't really know like the all like all in all, like the 50-50s, the neutral game, the spacing. I didn't really peep that until like, you know, going on later on, like and as the years go by, right? But with Sparking, I kind of understand it a little more than the high level Fighters like competitive scene, because I played it probably way more than I did with Fighters. But it just even playing at a higher level, I would say I'm pretty decent at Sparking at a decent level. But even playing Sparking is just I can see in the top 100 players, and I would say probably across the board could be more. It's not like a game where I can just get on Sparking, not know anything at first, right? And then it take like probably like a week or two of just mainly like understanding the main defensive mechanics, like sidestepping, vanishing, super counters, and
no, you're being too generous, bro. A week on
Sparking. I mean, it's honestly like Sparking isn't a game that would take that long, really.
Sparking, listen, I invited my friend over and we played Sparking. I taught him how to do basically everything that you would need to navigate a game effectively, at least up until B rank in an hour.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
In 1 hour. Now this guy obviously has a lot of fighting game knowledge. So the minute I said to him, there's no motion inputs in this game, by the way, it's square and triangle, and then you'll do some other things here and there. Everything will just click straight away. I think people that are playing this game maybe exclusively play arena fighters where there's not motion inputs or anything to wrap your head around, because even though it's not a big deal, not having to do like a Hadoken or a Shoryuken motion is removing a layer of having to work in a game. And that's partly why I think a lot of these games, like the Invincible fighting game that's coming out, it's just a one-button game. That is extremely anyone can pick that up. I can learn a combo in 5 minutes. Whereas if you put me on Guilty Gear or Dragon Ball Fighters, I could do auto combos. Like I saw Moon doing auto combos. Like you just press square, square, square. It does a 3-hit combo for you and then flies. But if I actually want to learn a proper combo, I'm gonna have to start learning instant. I'm gonna not instant air dash for a combo, but it's one of the techniques I guess that you would have to use. Or what I don't know what the re-jump is called.
Yep, re-jumps.
Yeah, like I have to learn all these things just to get a basic combo out. And that's just one character. Like every character is going to handle differently. But in Sparking Zero, you have 200 characters. But once I have taught you one character, you can use every other character.
Yeah.
There's little nuances here and there where some characters change. Obviously, some characters are going to be way more powerful than others. So obviously, if you play UI Goku, you're going to have a much easier time than playing Chaozu. But if you learn to play Chaozu, you would have learned how to play UI Goku on a basic level. Because everything is the same as Sparking. It's one of the easiest, I would say, to learn out of all of the current arena fighters. Because even in Demon Slayer, if I teach you how to use Gyutaro, that doesn't mean you're going to know how to use Akaza. Yeah. If I teach you how to use Rengoku, it doesn't mean that you're going to know how to use Zenitsu. And even in Bleach, if I teach you how to use Renji, it does not mean that you're going to know how to use Byakuya. But Sparking Zero, once you learn one, you've learned everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the game characters and or just the whole like Sparking in general, like Sparking is a really easy game. And when I was talking about like like a week, maybe a week or two, I'm saying like getting up to like the high levels. Like it wouldn't really take you that long to really understand the game and get up to like the high ranks in the game. Like when I say ranks, like I mean like being like top 100 players. It really wouldn't take you that long. And that's how easy Sparking is in comparison to a game like Fighters. Like you said, re-jumps, the one character, like you learn one character combos, but every character is for the most part is pretty different. Like sure, like some characters in Fighters might have like a similar like combo, like you do like I'm pretty sure like a down 2 into a medium punch, then you launch them up into like the little standard like little launch ups you might see, but it's not as like every character is going to be basically you do that one combo and then you're good.
None of the Vegetas play the same.
Yeah,
I wanted to play all 3 Vegetas. I can't. They've got no synergy and there's no crossover combo. Like there's nothing I can do with SSJ that will work with Blue. It just doesn't work. They're completely different.
And in comparison to Sparking, each character got a type of like difference, but they're more or less basically the same.
I know you've got like androids that work kind of the same in terms of like key, right? And then I know you got stuff like that.
Yeah, and like with Vegeta and like Sparking Vegeta, they got different rest chains and everything, but they're basically the same as any other character, right? But I like Super Saiyan Blue Goku on Fighters, mainly because like he's not like everyone else, and he got like command grabs, high-low mixes just off his base kick, like the little overhead kick that he got. I really like that character. That character's pretty cool, but you can't do something like that. And speaking of like mixes and stuff with Sparking Zero mixes don't really have too much. You can do lows and highs, like flying kicks with the rest chains, and then you got the low kick, and you can block high, low, or mid. But it's not like a Fighters, like you got 50-50s, high lows, you got grabs, command grabs, you got empty jumps. Like you got all of that stuff you got to deal with in comparison to Sparking Zero, where
also
got unblockables.
Don't forget that
unblockables. What the fuck?
When you go for like a low in Sparking Zero, for example, let's say you actually successfully hit and you open your opponent up, they can just counter you straight away. So you've mixed them up, and then they just do the super counter, and it's like it's just it's one of the it's meant to like force interaction, but it's to the point of annoyance where it's just like you've just made a mistake, I've punished you for it, and we'll right back to square one. So it's just not. I respect the attempt, and it's for a first iteration of the new Sparking series. It's not a bad job, but to try and put in the same conversation as a game like Fighters, which I don't know, Seafool, maybe let me know if I'm miscategorizing Fighters here. But I would say Fighters is a generational fighting game. Like when that game came out, it sort of shook up the fighting game world, and I saw people from all different scenes migrating to Fighters, which I hadn't seen in a long time.
I've made the argument that it did more for the FGC than Street Fighter 4 did. So I agree. I think what Fighters
really?
did.
Oh wow.
I think Street Fighter 4 brought in more people, but what Dragon Ball did in revitalizing it, I don't think any game has come close to it.
Well, Street Fighter 4 did revive the FGC, right? It was basically dead.
It brought back people, and most of the third strike people didn't even like Street Fighter 4. It brought a new generation, kind of like on par with Strive, where it brought a new generation of players. But Dragon Ball gave us clashes of players that we would never, ever, ever, ever get in any other franchise.
I don't know if I can agree with that, but I would say if any game other than
when is that ever going to happen?
No, but because obviously we are old enough to remember what the FGC looked like before Street Fighter 4, and then there's everything after Street Fighter 4. I don't know if Dragon Ball FighterZ exists without Street Fighter 4.
I think it. Yeah, hell it does. I think it hella does.
Does it have the same impact without Street Fighter 4 though?
Yeah.
Because does the FGC exist without Street Fighter 4?
What do you mean by FGC?
Well, I mean,
like
they call it the Dark Ages, right? Yeah, we went through the dark. I mean, the FGC got so dark at one point that we were playing Mario Kart Evo. So there was a point where we needed something, and Street Fighter 4 came about and basically resurrected the FGC from the dead. It brought in all the old heads, even though they weren't completely happy with it. It brought in a new wave of players, and after Street Fighter 4 came out, then we got Marvel, then we got a new Tekken games, then we got Dragon Ball FighterZ later down the line. Does Dragon Ball FighterZ exist in the same capacity without Street Fighter 4?
I think if Dragon Ball FighterZ came out when Street Fighter 4 did, it would have done better. I think the reach that has globally, people don't understand. If you watched any like Spanish stream, it blew up. Street Fighter was not blowing up in Spain. There's other regions where the Dragon Ball IP reaches more than Ryu does.
No, I agree with that. I know Dragon Ball is way bigger than Street Fighter, but Street Fighter is like the foundation of fighting games, right? Like it's the thing that holds everything up.
I think that's what we want to think about Street Fighter.
Back in it, it was the first real competitive fighting game. So it ushered in. If not for Street Fighter, MK might not exist, right?
Yes, I get what you're saying about the paying homage. I understand with the homage part. I know it like paved the way, but sometimes it does. Street Fighter makes Street Fighter 5, and no one gave a fuck about that. Even though they are the pioneers, it doesn't mean that they are automatically on top. That's how I see it. I think
true. However, Street Fighter 5 came about, but so did MVCI. So maybe when Street Fighter's having a hard time, so is Marvel. So I'm just saying that it had to start somewhere. Like even though they're not the same type of fighting game, if it wasn't for Street Fighter 4, I don't know where fighting games would be right now. It would look completely different.
I think if it wasn't for Dragon Ball, competition wouldn't be where it is right now. I think Street Fighter 4, yes, legacy, blah, blah, blah. But what Dragon Ball did, bringing people from different communities that are like, oh, this is the level playing field. That's why you got like for Sonic Fox, Goichi, Wawa, all these big names. Most of them didn't even start with Dragon Ball. They all came to Dragon Ball because it's like, oh, it's not me going to your game. That's what Street Fighter is. That's why you don't see much like Tekken players start winning in Street Fighter. It's not that Tekken players can't play Street Fighter. They've got to play catch up. Dragon Ball,
I agree with that. With that. I would say that it's the second most impactful game that the FGC's ever seen. I wouldn't put it number one. Over Street Fighter 4, that's bold.
That could be another podcast. I'll defend it. It's taken me a while to get there, but I think it's way more influential. Honestly, right. I don't know.
No, but we've got to get the next caller on. Was there anything you want to finish on?
Nah, not really. I feel like I covered everything. Yeah, mainly like Sparking has a lot of different. Like he was talking about the low, like blocking the low, and then it's like basically like it's basically their turn. It's not their turn, but it resets neutral in a way. Basically, they can just super counter, and guess what? All your hard work after trying to get somebody open is basically just pointless. And there's just so many defensive options that people got in Sparking Zero, and like the revenge counter, the super counter, the vanishes, the explosive wave, not even like the skills too, like the explosive waves and the after image track, and all that stuff is just you can be used to just help you get out of stuff that you shouldn't be able to get out of. And there are also no like plus minus things too in that game. You would think doing something that's very punishable should be able to get punished without, you know, any like regard to being safe or not, but people are still safe in a game like that. So it's very forgiving, basically. Sparking Zero Systems is very forgiving in comparison to like a game like Fighters, which a lot of people don't really understand how difficult and how unforgiving that game can be at a very high level. So that's basically it. Thank you for having me up here, y'all. I appreciate it. Cool talking to y'all. Cool peoples.
Catch you in a bit, bro.
In a bit, bro. Mike, give me 2 seconds. I got something for Low Cheese. Give me 2 seconds, bro.
Low Cheese.
Keep going, though. I'll be back in like a minute.
This dude just don't like Street Fighter. Oh, now you've gone and done it, Low Cheese.
Oh my god.
Just because he doesn't agree with me doesn't mean he don't like Street Fighter. It's just a difference of
Y'all
opinion.
be lacking context, because like just because I say I don't like something don't mean like, oh, like I say something don't mean I at the moment don't mean I don't like it entirely, bro.
Yeah, it's I swear some people like, bro. This is what I was saying yesterday, man. Like people like misusing the word fan. Like if you say you're not a fan of something, they automatically, oh shit, you made him draw for all of it. These games are probably older than you.
He's got me tight. I'm gonna have to send you a picture, Mike. There's someone in chat that Low Cheese guy says I don't like Street Fighter. I probably own more Street Fighter games than you have fighting games. Full stop.
Oh,
Alpha, PSP.
Alpha.
Yeah, go ahead.
Street Fighter 2.
Oh,
Anthology collections.
Dang, you got the
EX3
PS2 version? Hold on.
EX Alpha.
I'm waiting to see if he's got one that I haven't got.
Alpha 2. I've got the manual for collections too. I don't know what I've got there. There's the disc. I've got. Don't know what I've got. KOF in there. Pocket Fighter.
I don't
Original
have
Alpha. And Puzzle Fighter. But the rest of the stuff is in my shrine. I'm gonna send a picture to Mike, and he will show you it.
See, this is the problem, guys. You shouldn't just say silly things. Like, so, you know, sometimes just because someone says that they like game A, it doesn't mean they hate game B. It's just a difference of opinions. We gotta get out of the brain rot, people.
You got a physical copy of Street Fighter 6 though. That's crazy.
Yeah, where's Street Fighter 6?
That's on my Steam. Wait, I've got something better though. Actually, I'll grab this out of the shrine. One sec.
All right. Let's see.
You made him go there again. To be fair, most people get stuff digitally now anyway.
I know. I'm that way too. You can't see it because it's blurred, but like all of like only thing I really buy physical is my Switch games.
Oh damn.
Damn. Okay. I wasn't familiar with your game. I wasn't familiar.
I'm gonna have to wipe it down. I put fingerprints on it, bruv. Original SNES Street Fighter 2.
Yo.
But I don't like Street Fighter. You're right.
That's crazy.
You got me, Low Cheese. You got me.
All right, let's get the next call in here, which is Grey Nebula. Great. Every time with these pictures, bro.
That's crazy.
That's disgusting.
Grandma Steve.
Steve after he let himself go.
Give me 1 second.
Oh my Lord. All right. No problem.
Is he changing the picture? I thought it was Bob until you said Steve, and I was like, oh yeah, no, it is Steve.
Yeah.
I had a question for Mr. Yaya.
Okay.
So I was wondering how you felt about a lot of fighting games coming out that didn't have lobbies.
As in which way? What game?
Like the My Hero All's Justice is, from what I can tell, and it
has lobbies. They confirmed it.
Oh, they did? Dang.
Yes. Yeah.
Then I will switch to the other part of my thing that would go along with it. Do you think that Jump Force would have lasted longer if it had lobbies?
I'm gonna be real honest with you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I can be real honest about Jump Force. Jump Force as a game is a game that, regardless of how people slander it, it did do really well because it's Jump Force with all those characters in it. As ugly as it is to some people, and
some people.
A lot of people think the game's really pretty. I'm not even trolling.
Really?
The biggest thing I heard about that is the teeth on Frieza, and then they never played it because of Frieza's
people will
teeth.
be
It's
like,
crazy.
people will be like, some characters look horrible, some look amazing. Like in the community, they'd be like, the JoJo characters look fucking raw, and then like there's Gon that looks bogus. Naruto characters look fucking raw, and then there's the Bleach characters that look raw, and then everybody else looks ugly.
I'm
people will
sorry,
stand
but if you think that if you think Jump Force is a pretty looking game, you need to get your
It's
eyes
ugly
checked.
as fuck.
That is an ugly fucking game.
My thing with Jump Force, and I tell people this all the time, with Jump Force, as much as I hate that game almost made me quit YouTube. Like everything, content creation, I ain't want to touch it no more. That's how much I hate that game. That's probably one of my top 10 most hated pieces of dog.
Didn't Globku get up on that or give up on that game?
Yes, because they added rematch to the game finally, but the gameplay was still trash. Like people be acting like yeah, I know how some people be like doom and gloom and about some games and shit, but that game is way worse than Sparking Zero on its worst day. Don't.
It's true. It had a bunch of bullcrap in it.
Yeah. But the thing with Jump Force is Jump Force as a game did good because of the characters, and you can't pass it up.
Yeah.
I bought it because Yugi's in it, and I had no Hunter representation. Like, come on.
I was sad we never got Ukiura or Kenpachi from the leaks.
That game wouldn't have done better. Simply because they fucked up on how it looked. There was no reason to do that realistic art style when anime was blowing up and everybody just wanted anime looking games.
I feel like it was partially a mistake to ask one that game first. I forgot how much people had feelings on that game because of the looks and other stuff. It was more or less about quite a few games not having lobbies in general. Like the new Bleach game didn't have lobbies, which it had other problems too. What was the other one? My Heroes, Once Justice 2. Because those are all games I played with my homies like quite a bit. The problem with that is like when there were 4 to 6 people in a lobby, we couldn't all hang out and play it together.
Hey, Grey Nebula, are you moving a dead body or something?
Sorry, I'm cleaning. My bad.
It's okay.
It sounds like you're scurrying, like the police are gonna get there.
Nah, I'm in my room cleaning.
It's cool. My take on that, so we get to the next caller. My huge take on arena fighters, where it pisses me off, and as a person who's been covering these shits, y'all don't know how long I've been on the internet. I've been covering arena fighters, at least messing around with them on just YouTube since about Storm 3, 2011, 2013. Right?
I came in on Storm 2. I did not have a PS3, unfortunately. I had a 360 during those days.
Yeah. So for me, it's hard to really think about like arena fight. Like it pisses me off when they don't have basic features. That is why a lot of people don't take arena fighters seriously, because they lack in some features. Bleach, if it had lobbies, I would have been running way more tournaments for it. But I'm tired of telling people that don't know how to read past a 3rd grade reading level, hey bro, send me the share play or screen share in Discord. But then but like it's hypocritical because I'm like, I am the owner of the AGC and I'm telling people like, all right, you can run your event. You could do this way. So like I still put up with it, but if I'm being honest, that is where I get annoyed with anime games primarily.
I did not get Storm Connections from the get-go, like until 3 to 4 months afterwards, because it didn't have lobbies. And it was like it went on sale by a lot.
Yes, unfortunately, I am a Naruto person, so I'll bad.
I'm an every fighting game person. I will for the most part give every single fighting game a try, and a lot of the friends that I hang out with are PlayStation to PC buddies, so I will try to play with them. But when we have a bunch of people that want to play it together, a lot of fighting games that we wanted to play didn't have lobbies, and that kind of brought it down a little bit of our enjoyment of it. But I'm really happy to hear that Once Justice 2 has lobbies. All's Justice has lobbies. Because that was a game I was really, really looking forward to. And I'll be honest, I was really, really looking forward to Bleach and all that, but it had a lot of issues with it, which I barely put any time into it.
Did you have a question? Another question for Yaya, or I don't know why C4 is.
Yeah, he was the world. I come to you guys for Tekken questions, and Yaya, from what I know, is a lot of other fighting games that I could ask him about. So yeah, sorry, it's no offense to you, Mike.
No,
Just
that's all
wanted to ask
good.
about
All
that.
good.
All right, I think that's pretty much everything I had to ask. But yeah, thanks for your time, guys. Later. I'm off.
Take care, man. No, he was definitely up to no good. Bro. He was up to no good.
I was trying like
He was cleaning something up.
the way he was doing.
He sounded like he was in a rush. Like I need to get this call in before they lock me up.
It's either that or his parents was like, "Hey, I gotta beat your ass. Like if you don't clean up by the time I get home."
Bro, I put his mic on 11% and I couldn't get him to be quiet. It just wasn't working.
Oh my
man.
god, that was the funniest call in a minute, man.
Right, let me get Shao Bonk in here.
Okay.
Shao Bonk, can you hear us? Your mic is muted. All right, never mind. We'll get Toad in here. Toad, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can. Is my mic good?
Yeah, can hear you.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay. All right. Let me get my notes up. Okay. So bit of a different perspective from some of the people that've been on here a bit, because I think a lot of the people that came on so far were like big Sparking Zero heads by comparison. Like they played a lot of the anime games, like they were into that kind of thing. I barely played Sparking Zero. I like hated that game. I've not played it in a really long time. I've heard it's in a better place now, but I was not a fan of it at all. I played DBFZ for years. I played that game since release. I played it in bracket a bit. I wasn't great, but I tried. And I played a lot of fighting games in bracket more. Like that's definitely my scene a little more so. I kind of think DBFZ is in a really bad place right now. Like I think it's in a like compared to what I'm not okay for this discussion. I'm not interested in talking about like, oh, but DBFZ used to be so good, or it had those high moments, blah blah blah. Because I agree 100%. That's why I was into it for so long. But right now, in its current state, especially at like higher level, it's a shit show. Like it's not doing so hot. I kind of agree with some I will say I'm not nothing I say is like addressing the Twitter goons who like say stupid shit for bait. I don't care. Like if they're gonna say like some crazy shit like, oh, DBFZ, just no neutral, you just TOD them, even though I might say that if I'm like raging. Like I'm not using that perspective. But from like a higher level point of view where like people can do combos, people aren't like using their brain a little bit. It is still not in a great place right now as a like fighting game, in my opinion. I think it's a bit of a mess. With that being said, compared to like any anime game, it's still not really a competition at like a surface level, because this is with every like 2D fighter for the most part versus any anime game. It's that just the skill floor difference is insane. Because mainly just from like an input point of view for like combos, for anything really, having what DBFZ doesn't even have like complex motion inputs, but the barrier for
It does.
doing well, it just has quarter circles now.
Oh right, sorry, yeah, sorry. I see what you're saying. I thought you meant in compare.
No.
Zero. Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah, no, compared to anime game. No, I meant compared to like Blaze Blue, where you gotta like break your hands to do a super. No, I meant something like that. But yeah, no, but DBFZ, like it still has like to do a lot of its hardest combos. You still gotta lock in. Like you gotta practice. It's not consistent in bracket. There are things in DBFZ that are just not consistent in bracket. Like you're not going to be doing some of characters optimals consistently in tournament. No top player is doing some characters optimals consistently in tournament because it doesn't happen. The skill barrier is hard enough for that for a few characters. That's not really the case in most anime games for the like most of the cast. You can do anything. The games aren't hard enough for that. The inputs are not. So I don't think the comparison is that fair, even for anime games like Demon Slayer, which do have like a bit more to them. Like I know that game has some more sauce that takes a bit more, but I don't think it's a even comparison in that sense. So even though DBFZ I think I consider it as a fighting game a stinker right in its current state, I still on a competitive side of things it's still beautiful. It's like a gorgeous game. But
I don't think you care about that though, because if you played fighting games, have you played Grand Blue?
Yeah, I played Grand Blue.
That game has to be easier than Sparking Zero, right?
Is it? I don't think so.
Execution wise.
I'm a Eustace player in Grand Blue, and from my knowledge, he might be the only character with stuff like that. But he has some really tight links. He has some really, really, really tight stuff. Input wise, like yeah, but timing, same as DBFZ to me. It's like it's timing wise. He has some tight links, some tight stuff.
So,
If that's like only him, then sure. But I don't think it was.
Do you not have links in Sparking Zero?
Are
In
there like
Sparking Zero? No.
a few for like 1 frame link, 2 frame link, like stuff like that? Really?
No,
I
there's
don't
no-
know.
there's-
I don't know. I don't play.
no, there's none.
No, I don't either. Yeah.
Jack, Mike's saying there isn't any. I assume that the game must have links.
No, I
Sparking
don't think
Zero.
that's tight.
Sparking Zero does not have 1, 2, 3. Wager probably has 4 or 5 frame links.
I don't think so.
It's just
It
square,
could.
square, square, triangle, square, square, dash, square, square, triangle. Like,
I mean, Grand Blue is the same.
I don't know anything about Grand Blue.
I don't think it.
Grand Blue's got easy inputs. You don't have to do cool circles and stuff. You can do. It's like the modern way where they've got a button and a direction, and a lot of the combos are that because the specials have cooldowns, so you can't even do the same special like multiple times. Your combo is like ABC one special, ABC another special, ABC another special.
So what's the appeal? Is it around movement?
Yeah, it's neutral. Largely, I'd say.
Or
For Grand Blue?
yeah, I would say neutral, but movement. Most anime players don't
Oh
like
no
it
no no
because
no
you
no
can't
no
like
no.
jump block.
Yeah, hold
You
on.
don't have dash in. You don't have like wave dash in. You don't have air block. It's like Street Fighter. It's more Street Fighter than anything.
Yeah. It's like if
Sure.
DNF Duel didn't have full screen buttons that TOD do.
Yeah.
It's like that's my comparison.
And defense is the exact same. The defense is probably, I don't know. I won't say worse because I don't play enough. But the defense is the same. You can watch any top level Grand Blue and it will be Brave Counter, which is basically a move that you do on block that pushes them away. It just like knocks them down.
So
Everyone
we're
will do it like 3 times.
So the bar is basically on the floor then. Grand Blue's skill ceiling, there's no ceiling. And that's what we're talking about Sparking Zero in the same breath.
Yeah, because what is cool about Grand Blue is because it's so bare bones, the neutral is more important because the combos aren't impressive. Anyone can do the combos.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Toad really cares about execution in terms of competitive nature because there's some easy games where that's not the impressive part. The impressive part is the neutral or some other aspect of fighting games. Defense, I guess.
I mean, you can have...
everything's reactable in that game as well. So defense is super easy. There's the tech window is so big that there's 2 different types of techs. There's a tech that you kind of have to guess. I think it's like 16 to 18 frames, which is barely reactable. And then there's another like 10 frames where if you tech it, you take a little bit of damage and you get like pushed back. But it's the window's so big, they don't want mix in that game. All the overheads are reactable. The throws are meant to be reactable, and it's just a 1-button tech. They don't want mix.
I should clarify. When I mentioned that kind of comparison for Sparking Zero and DBFZ, I wasn't 100% using it for which like I prefer. I was trying to go through that on like the difficulty side of things because I think that's what people on Twitter were. I thought that was like kind of the premise of that debate was like, oh, which is harder, which is more competitive, blah blah blah. I don't play DBFZ right now because I don't like it right now either. I don't play Grand Blue either. I'm not a Grand Blue player. I play Strive mostly, if anything. That's the game I've played in bracket the most. I guess Bleach is the game I've had the most success with, but that game's hot garbanzo, and I'm not saying it's not. But no, I definitely say that more so for that, like, which is more competitive, which is more difficult specifically for me, I'm more interested in higher level play. Because at lower level, it's totally just a surface level execution thing. Like for low level play, or mid level play, that's what matters is can you do the basic combos or not? Can you do your flowcharts or not? Because at higher level, it's not just repeating that same flowchart. People know counterplay, people know what they're doing a little more. But at low, mid level, that's not how these games work. It's just can you do the flowchart? Can you do that basic rhythm? Can you do your stupid combo? But
yeah,
so
but
like I don't
think
really
a lot of games are like that. Like Street Fighter 4 is that.
Yeah, everything.
So, most things. Like a flowchart is basically going, I get my hit, you block a 50-50, I get another hit, you block like that's what a vortex is. And most people, well, it's not as popular as it was in like Street Fighter 4. Street Fighter 4 had like the most stupid vortex with like Ibuki and stuff or Akuma. Akuma just had a vortex. But so my question was basically trying to get you to say what makes something competitive for you.
That's low key. I think that most things can be again. I'm gonna bring up Bleach here. Bleach, like I like playing it when I played it in bracket. Okay, well a few patches ago, but I had a lot of fun with it because again I think that game is pretty bare bones compared to like some other fighting games. But that again very similar to what you said in Grand Blue is how I feel about Bleach. When you strip it down to there's not that many kind of options in neutral or the offense is a little less layered, that makes you really focus on like the ins and outs of in Bleach's case the neutral, and I have a lot of fun with that. I really enjoyed doing that because I enjoy that game, which frankly I'm gonna be real, what a game I enjoy is probably based on the characters, like if I can care or not. Like I think I can like a dog shit game if the characters are like cool. Like I think,
Amen.
and I think some people are low-key full of shit when they say that's not the case. Because if you can't get into a game, if you think everyone's an uggo bum, but if you really like a character, you'll play a bad game 100%, and that'll influence your opinion on it.
If Fire Z didn't come out, I would be playing Sparking Zero just so I can pick Vegeta. 100% agree.
Yeah, exactly,
100% agree.
No, I gotta disagree. I can't.
You're not a loyalist, bro.
Yeah, I'm not a loyalist. Definitely.
Yeah,
there's games where my favorite characters are in them, and I'm like, I can't. I'm not playing that. I'm just not
if
interested.
it's bad enough, yeah. I mean,
yeah. Like I like Bleach. I acknowledge Bleach is there's a lot that they need to fix with this game, but at its core, I really like the battle system. That's why I play it. But I don't even play my favorite character in the game. Huh?
Respectfully, that game is I wouldn't even call it a fighting game. That is RPS simulator.
Let's not do this.
It is RPS simulator, right? You have to admit that.
I don't want to do
really. No. Okay, so no. Okay, no. For Bleach, because there's a bit more there. Because okay, for reference, I'm trying to host. I'm still trying to host a tournament for Bleach on Saturday, probably.
I'm trying to stay on the podcast, so I didn't go in too hard because Mike's here. But it is RPS simulator.
No. Okay, I'd say on offense, absolutely 100%. It is like pure strike throw, and if you're gonna guard break or not, like there's nothing there on offense. 100%. I think where Bleach's depth comes from is like almost entirely the neutral and meter management, which I think is fine. And I think there is a bit there, in part because Bleach's movement has a bit more than some 2D fighters just because of the axis mechanic, just because of things like that. You just have a little more you can do than how you mix up your movement. If you, especially certain characters that can cancel more of the movement options, you can just mix up a bit more. You have a bit more options. You can be pretty precise with your spacing and try to get certain things to happen. That's where kind of the depth comes from. Again, I'm not saying it's a super deep game, but I'm saying there's more there than like pure RPS because of the neutral being better.
That sounds like what I was saying about Sparking Zero with the movement. Just saying.
Yeah, but I'm not out here telling people that Bleach should be played alongside Tekken. Like,
okay. You're staying in your lane.
I know where Bleach belongs. I sit in the Discord of the guys, or I post in the Bleach community. But I ain't out here. Other than that spat that I got into with Tyrant and what's his name?
Oh yeah, I know.
Margin Obama,
Margin Obama,
yeah. Margin Obama's always saying something to wham me up. I don't know why, but other than that, I really, huh?
I be cooking him, bro. He tried to get on me on this trans, like run it in Fate Unlimited code.
Yeah, he's always saying something. I'm just like, I never go to his post to say anything. He comes to my post, says something dumb, and I'm just like, why are you here? Just go away. I don't have a problem with Tyrant personally. Marginal Obama gets on my nerves.
No, I want to say though, because Nenger's point on Sparking Zero's movement being like it potentially you could see it of having more kind of competitive depth. Like if that's the focus more, then if Sparking Zero has movement like that, which again I didn't learn that game that heavily, I don't care. I don't like it, but if it has like a lot of movement options like that, if you can do a lot there, then yeah, it could probably have a competitive scene. Like if people care enough, like it could form one. It could have interesting stuff, 100%. Because at the end of the day, like that can be enough. Even if the offense is really bare bones or the combo system is bare bones, that can make a game fun. But I wouldn't know. So if you think that that's what it's got, then 100% I agree. It could have that.
Again, what is chat going on about? What are these guys?
Someone said Nengar so cleanly, didn't even hesitate. I respect it. I respect it. That is username. He literally just said this.
I'm not falling from the rage bit. Get out of here.
No, I rate you. You're the first person to say it. You're the first person to say it.
Tell where are you from?
I'm American.
No, I mean, Where you from?
You know
I'm
me, stop.
I'm a cracker. What do you want from me? Damn.
Good stuff,
Hey,
bro.
you see,
outta
Grandmaster
here.
Hawk put a comment in the thing, by the way.
Good stuff.
Oh,
Toads,
It's
you said
bad.
it flawlessly.
Bro, I'm
I'll rate it.
not falling for this.
right. Let me just put Grandma because I know I asked him to jump on, but I know he's busy.
Okay.
Coming in to drop my. So for anyone who doesn't know, Grandmaster Hawk is like I think he's like top 3 best Tenkaichi 3 players ever. It said coming in to drop my 2 cents before I begin my workout. Anyone who says Sparking Zero takes more skill than fighters doesn't know how to play traditional fighters. The only way that statement makes any sense is if where's his other comment? Damn, did he not leave another comment? The person meant the amount of skills, but even then, yeah, no. Oh, because in Sparking Zero they have like skills that you can use, like what he was mentioning earlier, like Gallagher and Karma, all that. Yeah, no, I mean, again, it's just people being smooth brains. I think I don't know why anyone would say that, but yeah, shout out to Hawk. Glad to see him. Sorry, I didn't mean to break up the conversation. You guys can continue.
Oh,
I wanted to address something because the elephant's staring at me right now, and it's been for a while since I clicked on the stream. I gotta address it. And it's the play 2x KO and All's Justice, because I've played All's Justice. I played it pretty recently at Comic-Con. I don't know if that game's gonna turn out great. 2xk 100%. That game's gas, by the way. I was literally playing it before I joined the call. That game's amazing.
I've also my thing is here's the thing, Rose. I'm
You
gonna
got
be
your
100%.
heated now.
No, you're not.
what's your back on
'Cause
real quick?
I'm not gonna lie, he made me put my crackers down. I was like, hold on, wait.
Oh boy.
All right, I will be completely 100% honest. I am a My Hero Academia glazer. Okay.
Same.
So in that case, I also have friends, the comp players in the Discord, and some people in overseas that I've already played it. They like it. Some like it. Some hate All's Justice because they turned it into like a Stormish clone. But I think overall, like this will probably be the biggest it's ever been out of the 3 games, regardless if I don't like the final product.
That's true.
I'm still gonna play it because it's my hero. But
No, same. Yeah.
in this case, I will say Viking did things in that game from a game design standpoint that pisses me off in Naruto, and they already killed it literally in the reveal trailer gameplay. And then hearing people that been winning the tournaments and going to the like actual online events for My Hero. Like, by the way, not to plug, but there's tournaments for One Justice 2 still every Saturday. They've played it at Comic-Con. Some people played it at PAX in August or September. The reception towards it is like it's pretty, it's fun. I'm gonna just ball out and go crazy with it. I'm not looking for like the craziest depth in that game. My dream anime game would be a My Hero Fighters. That would literally all I need is Todoroki. Y'all can have all the other characters. We can.
Wouldn't you want like an anime that isn't mid to get a fighters? You know, wouldn't you rather it's like One Piece or?
I would actually be upset if it's One Piece.
Why would you be upset if it's One Piece? You
I
could do so much of the power system.
I like One Piece, but I don't want to play with them in a fighting game in that type of setting. I'm really attached to One Piece characters like that. Like I think I will only play. They already did.
Where is it? Is it good?
No.
Oh, okay.
It might be one of the worst. Like you need to just try it on the emulator. I would love to see your thoughts about it. That shit would be so funny. You playing it.
A fighter's version of JoJo's, that would be amazing.
Now you got that. They've got a good fighting.
They got a good fighting game though.
It's so old, and the new one don't work.
Okay, the netcode sucks, but the game is good.
The game is good, but I can't play it. If we tried to play it right now, we ain't getting it.
You're right. To be honest, if it's not My Hero, I would do JJK because I'm just gonna play no bar and throw nails at people. That's literally what I'm gonna do. Y'all know what type of characters I like. I literally said Todoroki the first. I like making sure you don't get to play me full screen. I play Jinx in 2SKO and Teemo.
Yeah, you're evil as shit.
So you told go on?
No, he's evil as fuck for that, but that's all right. I get it.
I don't care. I like seeing you cry full screen. And the back dashes is broken. This a game. They made that shit for me.
Yeah, I play Warwick Darius. You're on demon time. It's okay.
Don't worry, Mike. The game's shit. Don't play it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
Yeah, don't play it.
All right,
I
Todd,
like you. Lucky I like Nen
to
in fact.
Sorry.
was there anything you wanted to finish on? Because we're gonna get the next caller in here.
Yeah, Yaya kind of alluded to it a while back when someone else was on, but when people say stuff like, "Oh, this game's more competitive," blah blah blah, this game's it got more depth, blah blah blah, this game's got more attention, this game's getting updated more, blah 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 blah. If you like the game, whether it be because of the characters, whether it be because of the systems, because you just played it for a while, because you met your friends through it a million years ago when the previous entries in the series comes out, you can play the game and have fun with it, and you could like it. Because there are always going to be servers, tournaments, things you can enter to interact with the community, to have fun with these games. You don't need to go on Twitter and bitch about how your game's worse or this other game's better, or how blah 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 blah. You can have fun with it. It doesn't matter if it's a Discord fighter. That's stuff like that. Again, it is obviously everyone would prefer if their game was the biggest, if it got the most updates, the best patches. But you can have fun with it even if that's not the case. Don't let JungleFuck29 on Twitter tell you that you can't have fun with your game just because his game's better, or his game's more balanced, blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Have fun with what you want to have fun with. It's video games for crying out loud. That's the point.
That's facts. That's big facts. If I didn't have that mentality, I wouldn't be playing Bleach anymore.
Okay, well,
can we talk about something, Mike? Okay. Can we talk about? Can I have a real moment? I've been on here a couple of times. Why is it with Tekken? They some fucking animals. But when we ain't talk about anime games, everybody's like, actually, like, what's going on? Like, y'all that angry at Tekken? I get it now. Like, I just had to get that off.
No, wait. I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean? What animals?
Yo, chat is toxic as shit when y'all talk about Tekken or anything 3D related. But when we talk about anime games, outside of the Gojo guy and so far, and the dude that came up before him, like, everybody's like, you know what? You might be right. But when
I'll tell you why.
Tekken, they be crazy. They be on demon time.
I'll tell you why. Because they probably don't care as much about these anime games. My community is obviously predominantly going to be Tekken and less so Mortal Kombat. So when we bring up those games, there's gonna be more of a vested interest in there. But let's say you go over to like Biscuit's channel or your channel. If we talk about Tekken, they're probably gonna be, oh, whatever, blah, blah, blah. But if I start talking about My Hero or Naruto, there's gonna be a bit more passion there because you guys have invested a bit more into those games. Also, the scene that plays Tekken tends to be a bit older than like the anime scene. And I feel like we're a bit grouchy, old and grouchy men. That feel hard done by Bandai Namco for turning our game into Sparking Zero almost, with just constant mashing and lack of skill or whatever. So that's probably why I feel a bit more grouchy about it. My chat's not toxic about Tekken. They're just upset. They're not toxic, guys.
He said that out loud. Shameless.
Do you know what? Yeah, I spoke to Shibblade the other day. I was like, Mike, what's going on with your chat the other day? I was like, oh, what did you say? And he was like, I just defended Tekken 8. I was like, there's your problem. There's your, you said it openly.
Crazy. That Shibblade video was good though.
Yeah. Shimblade's a class act. All right, Todd, we're gonna get the next person on, bro.
Have a go on.
Take care, man.
Bro.
All right, next person is Football Breakdown. Hey, man.
Thank you. What's good?
How you doing?
Yo.
Man, tired, just getting off of work here. You know what it is. The grind. I know you're talking about anime fires. I want to quickly say, first of all, because I want to talk about Tekken the last thing you had. First of all, C4, you're completely wrong. I don't know what you were doing in that conversation. You were gaslighting. You were acting like this grounded conversation you want to have about Tekken as if Tekken 8 didn't jump the shark is completely disingenuous, and you know it. But I respect.
Wait. What did I say?
I respect the contrarian take.
What did I say? I never talked about Tekken's neutral. What did I say?
No, you were acting like Tekken didn't jump the shark, and you're like, "Oh, I can't understand why people are mad about the changes and on these characters. How is Tekken It's always been crazy. It's always been, fantasy. Cut it out.
Oh, you're talking about the Roger thing. Oh yeah, you cooked.
No. You didn't cook at all.
Martial art dinosaurs. Martial art dinosaurs are real. It's good.
No. It's not that, because you don't even have to use those characters. And I'm gonna get to the anime thing. Just compare what Raven looks like in Tekken 8 versus what he looked like in Tekken 7. Compare the animation. No. How many shadow clones did Raven have in Tekken 7?
I don't care. He's not a dinosaur.
No, Yoshimitsu's in Tekken.
Yeah, but again, back to Mike's point, even Yoshimitsu compared to himself wasn't as crazy as he was in Tekken.
Bro, he's been spinning since the 90s. He been doing
Okay. We're gonna pretend like we're gonna pretend the Yoshimitsu you saw in Tekken 4 and 5 and 6 is the same the one you see in Tekken 7, right?
They would have been did it. They not even admit they would have been did it. They
Avatar, don't worry about it. It's all good, bro. Like
no. Yoshimitsu plays the same way. Raven looks like the same character like he did when he was first introduced. You're completely right. Yeah, we went from a character. Can I ask you a question, C4? How many characters had installs in Tekken 7? How many?
Probably none.
Okay, how many characters have installs in Tekken 8?
Probably like 5.
5 characters have installs in Tekken 8. Only 5.
I said probably 5. I don't know. What's installs got to do with anything?
The point I'm trying to relate to you is they literally, like, if you go from each Tekken and we talk about the added system mechanics in terms of gameplay, there hasn't been a more significant jump in things that have been added than from Tekken 7 to Tekken 8. It's ludicrous.
I've never disputed about the mechanics.
So what are you disputing about?
Can we stay on anime topic and do?
All right, anime topic. All right, forget Tekken because he's still gaslighting. I appreciate it. It's a masterclass. 3D fighters and anime arena fighters are always gonna be inherently less technically proficient because you have to play on a 3D axis and there's going to be less precise movement. I've always personally liked anime fighters when it's still on the 2D plane. My first real system I had was an N64. Then obviously I went to the PS2. So I remember Budokai 1, Budokai 2, and one of my favorite Naruto games, which I don't hear people mentioning as much. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier this podcast, is the Ultimate Ninja series. The 2D Ultimate Ninja. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
I really wish they would make games more in that vein because those are gas. Like, obviously they weren't the most. I don't know how much of you guys have played Ultimate Ninja. Went to Ultimate Ninja 4, but those games had huge rosters. The battle systems, they kept adding things on. They had weapons, so it was a little bit like a fusion of Smash, Naruto, and like whatever battle system they tried to create. But Fighters is definitely far more technical and a better game than whatever the fuck Sparking Zero is. Like, that shit was never gonna get past a certain threshold of being taken seriously in a competitive venue. Like, let's be honest. When you have to fly and take into account flying mechanics in like a complete 3D plane, it's hard to create a tight core gameplay loop where people will be excited about getting better at the game. It's always going to lend itself to being a spammy fighter, given the nature of Dragon Ball itself and the fact that you have to fly and create a move set for that many characters on a 3D plane. I could tell you from launch that it was never going to be a true competitive fighter. I don't know why anyone thought otherwise.
But Tekken's on a 3D plane.
Yeah, but you're not flying. Like, comparing.
I was about to say, like, Bleach, you don't really fly. I mean, you're in the air, but you never work on the axis. Like, I don't understand it might be just me not understand what you're saying.
Like Budokai Tenkaichi, to me, like those type of games would never, or those games where you have to fly. Like, you can't create a tight technical game around that, or it's harder to than on a 2D plane where there's very precise motion inputs and you only have to worry about X and Y axis. Like, when you add in the Z, and not just the Z axis when you're moving into the floor in the background, when you're flying, bursting, doing teleports, it's far harder to create a tight technical game than when you're just worrying about people sidestepping. Like, sidestepping is like, yeah, it's 3D, but it's not flying. You're not like zooming in and out. Like, it was always meant to be a casual party game. I don't know why people ever thought sparking was ever meant to be taken seriously at a competitive level to the degree of a Fighter Z. It was never going to get there.
I think the reason people had that idea is because of the lasting impact that Tenkaichi 3 had. Because after people left Tenkaichi 3, it was mainly just the competitive players left, and they were constantly posting on YouTube. Obviously, a lot of us were watching Grandmaster Hawk, so we saw what the game became. Kind of like Melee, where it was a happy accident. The kind of stuff that's in Tenkaichi 3, I don't think was intended, but it turned out to be a very, very high level game, probably the most high level arena fighter. So when Sparking Zero got announced, I was excited because I was like, oh my god, like this is Tenkaichi 4. They're gonna do what they did at Tenkaichi 3. Obviously, given the day and age, I should have known better that they were gonna dumb it down. But that's why people had that expectation, because I had that expectation. I really thought this is gonna be the tournament standard arena fighter game, and then it came out and it shit the bed. So
how many how many tournament standard arena fighters prior to Sparking Zero existed in your opinion?
If you asking me, or are you asking like?
And no, everyone.
Zero. I'm gonna say zero. I mean, there were Ninja Storm tournaments, but
I will say there's Gundam Extreme Versus.
If
you count those,
that's fair. That's fair.
But
fair.
I think in a lot of arena fighters, see, one thing I'm annoyed by is like out the gate, some games are not balanced the same way as traditional 2D or 3D fighters are. But like I brought up earlier, a lot of the community makes the rule set anyway, right? You know how every time a new fighting game comes out nowadays, we argue it should be first to 3 or first to 2. We dictate how the game is played regardless of what the developers even intend a lot of times. And I think that's forgotten when it's brought up to arena fighter conversation, because we just inherently see them as these goofy, type of games. But I would argue, if you had to ask me right now, I can argue maybe like 4 plausible arena fighters that could be competitive. And the only competitive arena fighter that's been in multiple tournaments, to be honest, in the last decade.
What are those 4, by the way? What are those 4, by the way?
I'm gonna say them. I will say, I would argue, My Heroes Wins Justice. The balancing is really well done in those games. Maybe not the later patch. That's one. Demon Slayer would probably be one of the ones that I think should be. I feel like the FGC kind of throwing, if the popularity is a thing they want, Demon Slayer right now should have been at least tested at a couple events. The game itself has rehauled its mechanics outside of just the burst surge bullshit. The game is really well sounded. I can see it. It's just arena fighter tech in it.
Has it still got that RNG hit stun?
No.
They took it out.
Had RNG hit stun? What is?
If I'm not mistaken, you can cancel from the hits now, and they made a lot of strings way tighter, so things don't just drop 24/7. Like if you drop something, that's just your fucking fault. You just being an ass.
And that's the other thing with on a 3D plane, especially when you're flying. When it comes to Sparking Zero, it's like it's harder to initiate a system of consistency. Like another thing about these, especially the crazy ones, not the more grounded ones like Bleach. I really haven't played Bleach Rebirth of Souls, but what is the core RPS mechanic? Like this beats this, but this beats this, and this beats this in these arena fighters. Like to me, that is a core foundation of fighting games. To have like, mids beat people who are, hit people who are ducking, and just the stuff we talk about.
Bleach has that, and that's one thing that Bleach has that RPS layered around it. That like the core of Bleach I like. The system mechanics pisses me off, but I would actually put it into like the GOATs, to be honest.
Right.
The last game I didn't say yet, and the last game that's actually been at tournaments since it came out here and there, I have to give it to Kill I Kill If. Kill I Kill If personally is my favorite arena fighter that I've ever played. And I think it's because the game emulates very similar to arena fighter old Arxis and Melty Blood, because you have the low high hits, you have the guard crush, you even have the controversial Bloody Valor system in the game where like you pop this RPS thing, but if you win it, you get a buff, properties change, or you get health back. It's like Injustice's clash system. But that's the one I would probably argue primarily. That's the one I would put it.
And the other thing about arena fighters is the variety of inputs, right? Especially with Fighter Z, right? I feel like you're almost relegated to the buttons, or like a button plus O, or plus the four like symbol buttons, because motion inputs, given how crazy the movement is and where the people are always being consistent. Like if we were trying to create, if we were, can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, it's come back now.
Okay, if you guys were if we were here, we're trying to create like a move list for Sparking Zero, and we had to use motion inputs or try to create. Would it not be more difficult given the fact that it's inherently, because it's on a 3D plane and how the movement is? Like I almost feel like the DBZ games, like the best version of DBZ games, has to be 2D to account for the crazy combos you want to do, to apply consistency to those combos. And if you want to like introduce like beam clashes or like beam struggles, which are not in, that's a core thing of DBZ, which is not in Fighter Z. But I feel like the perfect DBZ game for people who don't like Fighter Z would be like a Budokai game that's still like on a 2D plane, but with core RPS fundamentals, and maybe not necessarily a tag fighter. You know what I mean? But includes beam struggles.
Let me answer that. So I've came to realization that, and as much as I don't agree with the whole ordeal, I do think to some degree that I know what people want in a Dragon Ball fighting game, right? Like Fighters is obviously the best package. I don't think they're gonna get better than that. I'm gonna be real honest. However, when it comes to Dragon Ball games, why some people feel slighted by it and why this whole conversation is even happening in the first place is a lot of the elements, the way they want to use them, are not interactive, right? Like, for example, Budokai was great because you can transform and install. You have that in Fighters. You have Frieza. I can't think of the other character, but you can transform. But people want those like Dragon Ball elements into the gameplay, right? And that is why like the Sparking Defense Force is out tenfold right now, simply because you can do all that and still fight, right? So you might think I'm crazy, but there's even a whole like threaded years ago, right? Where somebody was like, somebody hated fighting games so much they was categorizing everything that had punching in it that could be sub genre fighting. Like somebody tried to compare Street Fighter to Uncharted 4. I will never forget that whole thing on Twitter. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
somebody was trying to do that on Twitter. And a lot of people, but the thing of it is there's a beautiful video on YouTube where, like, as a fighting game fan, we get how it works, but for some people, it don't make sense, right?
Wait, what's the comparison?
Yeah. The comparison idea is that people like it didn't even make sense, but he's thinking like anything with fighting can be this, anything with shooting can be that, and it didn't help. And the problem why I say this is a lot of people don't understand the core design of games, which obviously, and some people just playing shit and just saying shit. And I think the big importance is when it comes to Dragon Ball games, like I like your idea a lot because Budokai is pretty much what you're asking for, especially Infinite World, right?
Yeah.
Burst Limit to me is the peak of all of that. Like Burst Limit nailed everything what you just said to the T.
As long as they remove the cutscenes in the fights.
Okay.
Those cutscenes were obnoxious in Burst Limit. I remember watching that and just being like, this is ridiculous.
They gotta keep the round intros though. They gotta keep that. I'm sorry. That's the rawest part about that game. No other Dragon Ball game has done that. And that's a 360 PS3 era game.
What was the Naruto game that was a 2D fighter? I forget.
You're talking about Ultimate Ninja.
No. The other one.
Clash of the Ninja?
That's 3D.
Maybe it was the Clash of the Ninja.
Clash of the Ninja was like Budokai though.
Oh yeah, on GameCube. So like I like Budokai as a base, but I almost wish they could like fuse Budokai and Tekken and hear me out, right? Tekken
Ninja.
Yeah, basically. And the reason I say that is because as cool as Fighters is, like a lot of the beam attacks, they don't interact with each other, right? Even like in the Street Fighter, right? When people both do the what's the thing at the same time? the
Level
charge.
threes.
Drive impact.
Yeah, guard impact, where like the
yeah.
person who does it second wins, right?
You can clash them, but it's very rare. But yeah, I see
Right.
what you're saying.
Yeah, but if you implemented a system like that where it was like the Tekken movement was the foundation. So imagine how like crazy Tekken is now, but you made it the movement a little bit more fluid, right? You don't make it where they can fly and go all the way up into the sky, but there's some upward mobility, right? There's the ability to move into the forearm and background, ability to jump and like glide on the ground like Alyssa does. It's not like Tekken doesn't have the foundation for gliding and levitating above the ground, but adding an element to Street Fighter where it's like if you start a beam attack and I start a beam attack at the same time, it's going to initiate a clash, and then depending on who goes first and second, it's like the beam where the beam clash happens 75% towards the other player or in the middle or closer to the other player. You know what I mean?
Are you saying you want that? Are you saying you want that mechanic?
Yeah, I do. But bro, how can you not have beam clashes in the DBZ game?
I think if they add beam clashes to a tournament standard fighting game like Dragon Ball Fighters, I think they should act in the same way the grabs do. You know, when you grab at the same time, they do an animation where they're all punching, then they reset neutral. I don't want this thing where like you clash and then you're mashing, because then I'm like, this is shit you get in arena fighters, which is fine because it's fun, but I don't think it fighting game is a good idea.
The thing is, it could be a different system. It could be a system like Injustice, where you put your meter up for
the wager system.
The wager.
No.
No. I'm not saying it has to be like that, but it could be something, or RPS where it's like, okay, we beam clash, and then like if I press the right button and you don't, or something, right? If there's a rock paper system, you know what I'm saying, a quick one where it's like.
Let me jump in. I'm actually not against that. I'm. Like you're kind of right, Dragon Ball, because of the angle of beams, only horizontal beams hit each other and then they disappear. Nothing happens. There's no like Dragon Ball moment where they're fucking like, oh, I'm stronger than you. And I'm not against, like I know Mike was saying about fucking churning the analog stick, but in Marvel games, you do mash to do more damage. So they have that element already in like Marvel 2, Marvel 3.
Right.
In 2XKO's got it with Vice Super. You mash and you get more hits.
That's different though.
Is it?
Yeah,
why is it different?
You've already landed the hit. Like in MK, when you land the super, you can do certain inputs during the super to do more damage. But what he's saying is that you have both initiated a beam, and now you've entered this mini game, which is you're not playing a mini game when you're doing more damage of a super where you've already got the hit.
Yeah, you're not playing the mini game.
It doesn't matter what the mini game around the beam counter is, but there's a way they can invent a way that hasn't been done before, or like create a hybrid to where that is a core element, because that's a core element in Dragon Ball. All I'm saying is I just don't think the 3D games will ever be tournament viable, because they won't ever be tight enough control. They won't ever be precise enough to where people will really take the game, or hardcore fighting games that want to put in time to get better. It's not going to be fun to get better. It's always going to lend itself to some level of spam, just given the nature of Sparking Zero. At least that was always me.
Can I ask you about the consistency thing, right, real quick?
Yeah.
Why is it important to you personally? Like, why is the consistent thing tied to competitive? Something being competitive?
Because I want to be sure if I employ a certain strategy, and if I know you're employing a certain strategy, that I can counter that. And if I do something, that it's going to lead to certain results. Consistency is always important to everything, especially in video games. You want to be sure. Everyone's going crazy about the Gosane wall nonsense thing, right? That's a consistency conversation. So he was expecting something to happen, and it didn't happen based on his experience, and that inconsistency, whether anyone agrees with it or not, lost him the tournament or that round. So consistency is important in fighting games. You want to be sure that what you do, what you practice, happens every time, or 99% of the time when you employ that strategy.
So do you think anything with random in it couldn't be competitive?
Yeah, no, there's randomness to every game, but you should try to eliminate the randomness like as much as you can. I'm not saying like randomness is going to be a part of stuff, but like there shouldn't be things where I'm in a scenario and then something happens I didn't intend. Like even like Smash is seen as a party game, right? There's not much randomness in Smash. Like you know what's going to happen on most interactions. Most people are not surprised when certain interactions happen in Smash, and that's a quote unquote party game.
I get it, but I think maybe it's just me. I don't think you can say this needs to be consistent and it's okay to have randomness in the same thing. You kind of have to pick a side because I know you're talking about randomness in terms of unexpected, but there's some games with hard-coded random stuff. Street Fighter 2,
no.
One is random. That's random. There
No,
is
no,
no
I don't-
number when you hit someone. So
I
you're
don't
saying
like-
Street Fighter 2 can't be competitive because it's random. You can't be consistent.
No. Dude, you're trying to get me to. I don't want like you're trying to. I don't want hardcore randomness coded into stuff. I was talking about randomness and literally the very essence of randomness, where it's like random shit. Like no, I guess I don't want randomness in my fighting games. Like you should be if something is -5 on hit, it should be always -5 on hit. It should be unless it's a specific scenario. And that specific scenario happens, then it should always be that change of whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like
I know we started off heated. I'm not trying to fucking get you in the gotcha. I'm trying to get the symmetry breaker because now if I say to you, oh, is Street Fighter 2 competitive? What are you gonna say?
well, I don't know. I didn't ever play Street Fighter 2. I can't speak on a game. I don't have much experience. Like you're gonna give me your idea of randomness in Street Fighter 2, and I'm gonna be like, sure. You know what I'm saying? Like I didn't play it enough to know.
Well, I'm just saying it's got random stun. So one day, if I jump in, hit you with Bison, jump fist, stand fist, Psycho Crusher, one day it's gonna stun you. The next day it won't.
Yeah, that's whack. To me, that's whack.
Okay, cool. So to you, consistency means that if I practice something, every time I implement it, I should get the same result.
Yeah, absolutely. Not, bro. A move that does stun or has a stun like number next to it should have the same stun every single time. There shouldn't be a scenario where it's like, oh, this move has stun counter. The power is 1, and then out of 10, it's now 9. That's weird.
And this again, I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha. This will be my last question, Your Honor. In your mind, would it be better if Tekken was played on one stage all the time then, for consistency's sake? Do you think having random stages is an element of randomness that breaks your consistency rule?
That's not randomness because you know every stage in the game and you've played every stage. So once you play on that stage, you know exactly the parameters of that stage. Your thing would work is if we play the same stage and that stage acted differently every time we play on that same stage. It's not a good.
Okay. It is random. If I'm playing you and I pick random stage and it chooses my stage, we got a random stage. But
no, that's not a random. No, those are choices. But if we pick the same stage and the stage interacted differently, like a stage that let's say we picked the Mishima Dojo, and now all of a sudden the floor breaks and it didn't break before. That's randomness.
I get what you're saying, but they're both random at different levels. You're talking about randomness as in factors of mechanics. I'm talking about randomness as in the choice. Because if I pick the random stage before we fight and my one gets picked, you have been put into a random stage. I didn't pick that stage. I picked random.
That's not.
But you can work around it. It's still random, dude. Like
it's not randomness because I'm talking about randomness within the context of the game as soon as the round starts. I'm not talking about randomness prior to you picking a stage.
What's it called when I pick random select?
That's you picking a stage.
I'll rest my case. Okay.
What are you talking about? If I pick true randomness is if I do a move and the damage that the move gives changes each time. That's random. Me going to a stage and knowing the stage, like you're trying to get me in a gotcha that you don't have to. We don't have to.
I'll give up. All right, cool. With the stun thing, I just want to say this and I'll stop talking to him. The stun thing is in a value. So the jump heavy is going to be a value of stun between like 33 and 36. It's random between those three, but it's not a completely random number. It's not going to do one stun one day and 100 stun the other day. The same way is in the stages being picked. Yes, you've seen all the stages if you're a competitor, you've played them all, but the one that's getting brought to you in that battle is
that's not true randomness. That's not true randomness because I know the
randomness.
No. It's not true randomness because before we start the game, I'm aware of the values this move could be between. The scenario that you introduced to me is it could be literally any number, and like a move that I know would kill, right? Doesn't kill now because it was out of 10. The move one time hits 9, and now it hits 1. Like that's a level of randomness that's way too much. Yeah, there's varying degrees. Like I don't mind moves having a damage range. That's like there's levels of randomness. But when you talk about a move that can stun one move that can stun at one point and then does one stun at another, that's a level of randomness I can't cope with, and doesn't lend itself to a competitive fighter.
I think you guys are using the wrong words. I think the word you're looking for is inconsistency. So random select will consistently choose a random stage.
Exactly.
But I think what Football Breakdown is saying is that in the actual game, he wants consistency in terms of like his 5-frame punish. He doesn't want it to be a 7-frame punish one day, or he doesn't want the stage to act inconsistently, like what we saw the other day with Gosane and the John, where the stage randomly just did something odd that we hadn't seen before, and everyone went, "What the fuck?" So I think what you guys are arguing is inconsistency.
Right, like there's degree. Like for instance, what's more triggering? Someone doing random select and picking a random stage, or a stage that you've played a million times, right? That has no floor break. All of a sudden, floor breaks.
Yeah.
Or doesn't floor break. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that would be random as fuck. Like, oh, this combo floor breaks every time in practice, and all of a sudden now it doesn't floor break.
Yeah, an element of like true inconsistency. The best example in gameplay that I can think of is Smash Brawl. You'll randomly trip over. There doesn't seem to be any real pattern to the tripping over mechanic. It's just sometimes you'll be playing and you'll just trip. And for me, I could never take the game seriously because of that. Because I could be literally on the cusp of winning and Marth trips over, and it's over. That's the kind of nonsense that I don't want to see in my fighting game. You know. And they put that in because of Melee. They didn't want Melee to be competitive. So like, how do we fuck it up for them? Just make them randomly fall over when they're playing, which is such a fucked up thing to do. By the way, just the thought process. These guys sat around in the office and they were like, how do we fuck up the competitive sphere for the Smash players? Just make the characters fall over.
Like for me, if everyone's aware of the randomness, it's written down like, oh, this move goes from 30. It can either hit from 33 to 36. To me, that's not true randomness, because at least if I make a decision, I'm aware that this move could hit this damage or at the high end. But if all of a sudden, if they say this move is this, and then all of a sudden the move hits for something that we're not expected, that's true randomness, and that feels unfair. Maybe the randomness is the incorrect word, but you want things to be like predictable based on the information that was provided to the player and the past experiences. That's all I'm saying. And I feel like the 3D aspect, the flying aspect, the craziness and movement, the inconsistent movement, and the lack of tight controls around a 3D fighter, especially Sparking Zero, will never lend itself to a competitive fighter. I don't know why people were gassing themselves. And then especially when you consider the roster size, be honest. Come on, dog. That shit was never going to be balanced and never going to be a competitive fighter. It just wasn't. Like, no chance.
No, that's fair. Was there anything you wanted to end on, bro, before we get the next caller on?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, until Heat is. I know we talking about anime. Until Heat is removed, this game Tekken is cooked. So I said the first time I was on here, Heat is the single worst mechanic added to a top flagship fighting game in like the last 15 years. It literally ruined this franchise. That's all I gotta say.
Fair play, man. Thanks for being on. I'll catch you soon.
Peace.
A little heat between you two. A little tension.
I was cool. Maybe not at the start. But when I wanted to understand what he was talking about, but as soon as he said, I'm trying to get in the gotcha, I thought, that's no point. He's just going to be defensive and I'm not going to get anywhere. I wasn't trying to get him. I was trying to figure out what he meant by consistent.
Yeah. No, fair enough. All right, let's get Shah. I think Shah Bunk is back now. Can you hear us, bro?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh.
Cool. You don't hear my fan or nothing?
We can hear it
now.
Oh, all right. Here, I'll turn it down. It's been hot and we're in the process of moving, so I'm sweating.
Nice. It's all good, bro.
Yeah, I mean, just between like, you know, fighters and sparking and stuff. I mean, you can't say that sparking is more competitive when we're talking about a game that's already been dumbed down. I mean, fighters has gotten, you could argue, either more complex or more casual with the patches. I mean, just with the sheer like volatility of everything, you know, with like limit break just keeps getting buffed, and now you have level 4 supers, level 7 supers, or whatever the hell's going on. But I mean, sparking just doesn't have the ability to be competitive. So, you know, I don't understand that.
Can I jump in real quick? If you can, in like 3 sentences, I'm gonna take a leaf out of the last book. What do you mean by competitive? What makes the game competitive?
So, I mean, when you talk about competitive, I mean, for me personally, there's not an element of like let's take ranked, for example, right? For Sparking Zero, when it first launched, there's not some overwhelming disadvantage where you're going to win because your values are way overtuned compared to mine. Like if I picked Yajirobe and you picked UI Goku, I'm going to get stomped.
Are you just talking about matchups?
I mean, matchups to a degree.
They changed that in Sparking Zero, by the way.
Yeah. Right. But just like on launch, right? Like ranked on launch.
Yeah. Okay.
But I mean, like competitive, it should be an even playing field for both players. The person who wins should be the more skilled player in that set.
I don't think you watched Dragon Ball Fighters then, because when Lab Coat 21 was out, everyone had to pick her. If you didn't pick her, you would not get in top 8.
Well, right. Obviously, there's instances of like crazy DLC. In Tekken 7, I mean, Leroy, right? Leroy fought Realm on launch when they released. But I mean, like outside of insane instances in overtuned DLC.
No. It doesn't matter about the DLC part, because Street Fighter 4 had Vanilla Sagat. He was basically base, and he was broken.
Yeah. He was a mess.
Right, but wouldn't you call that an exception rather than because the baseline?
I wouldn't, because I think 99% of fighting games we could all go through and go, yeah, that character was broken, and you had to play that character to be at the top. I think you can do that in most games.
Yeah, I think the argument here is which one requires more skill. Not that Sparking Zero can't be competitive, because it can be, just like a lot of arena fighters can. It's just the ceiling that exists in Sparking Zero it's way down here compared to where it is in Dragon Ball Fighters. Just like we were saying earlier, there's competitive pencil sharpening, but you wouldn't put a pencil sharpener in the same conversation as the UFC champion. Like, it would be stupid to do that, even though they both have a level of competition. So that's all the argument is. It's not that Sparking Zero can't be competitive. It can, but it's clearly designed for literally anyone to play it. You can learn almost everything that is important in the game in an hour, and then you can fine tune things over the days when you're playing it, which is obviously not the case with most competitive fighting games.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess like for me and like my personal, like I don't think in order for Sparking to be, you know, competitive, however you want to look at it, they would have to kill too many of the elements in Sparking to make it so. Like you would have to remove, like like with fighters, right? I mean, you can't balance 200 something characters in the same way that you could do a balance patch for fighters, or like a balance patch for Street Fighter or Tekken or whatnot.
Yeah, it's not going to be a meaningful balance patch because there's just too many things to go over. But because Sparking Zero follows like the characters will follow the same like logic, I guess, whatever word you want to use, like the same pattern of play. You could in Sparking in some sense, because it's very simple. It's not like I think that maybe rebalancing Dragon Ball Fighters might be more difficult because the characters play uniquely, and then you have to match characters up with people that they're going to like synergize with properly. In Sparking, it's a square and triangle game. with some nuances here and there. So if anything, the balance would be more focused around the system mechanics rather than the individual characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I just and I played a lot of BT3, so like I know what BT3 was compared to sparking. So like I know like the differences. Like for example, we talk about high and low block and sparking. BT3, you also had a left and a right guard on top of that. So when you have dragon smashes from the side, you had an option to do something about that. Now you just kind of get your guard broke. You just kind of have to hold it. So, and there's, you talk about like, Plink Text 2 with BT3, you talk about something like Super Saiyan 4 Goku had Oki after Dragon Fists where you could get OTG thrown. Like there's a lot of elements there that just got removed. So like I have a really hard time looking at sparking and saying like, oh, this could be a competitive game. It just, I don't know. I just don't think that. I think it's just better off being a casual game. And the most fun that anyone has on sparking is with your friends. You play your mates, and that's the most fun you're going to have.
I think that sparking is better off going down the competitive route and trying to make it more tournament viable. I don't think it will ever get to the point where it's accepted amongst traditional fighting games, but I think sparking is a better product today than it was when it came out because they have tried to make it more competitive and because they've fixed single battle. I think DP battle is still a mess, but you can play single battle now against characters that in the lore are much weaker. That's a better product because now I can actually go and play a different character and I can maybe use Krillin and maybe I want to use a bit of Solar Flare or whatever to beat UI Goku. Whereas before, fat chance of that happening. Like one mistake and UI Goku has depleted a whole life bar in a second. It was just irritating. So I think going down the competitive route is better for the game. I still think that you put the like replicating a Dragon Ball fight ahead of the competition, but when this game launched initially, they went way over the top. And then they put in an actual competition, which we all saw, and it was one of the most embarrassing things that we've ever seen out of a tournament. Like the androids just going up and down and up and down and up and down. And that's because the game was not designed to be a competitive fighter.
I forgot. I've never said this. Y'all getting an exclusive here. All right. I might get in trouble. I don't care no more though. I went into the TNS chat and I was like, do not allow Andrew, like literally 2 days before, because I got hit with it. Right. And I was like, I literally sat there, like, if I show y'all my notes, I wish I could pull it up. But the notes, I was like, how do I fight Android 18? Like, I'm literally trying to figure it out. And I'm like, I don't get it. Then I go to the other player, Heliaster. If you know Heliaster, he is like cracked at these arena fighters. Like, he's always at least top 1% of them. Yeah. And I'm like, literally asking around, yada, yada. I'm like, how do you get past this? He's like, wait. He's like, that's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. It's the first time I'm telling you, Yaya, you don't. And TNS announced it. I was like, I went in TNS Discord. I was like, I'm telling y'all right now, you're gonna kill this game if y'all let Android 18 and them fly because you can't do anything to it. At the time, they didn't know who I was, so I can't get mad at them about it. And me coming out of nowhere and being like, "Hey, change your rules" is crazy. Like, let's be real. But I knew the future, right? And I'm watching TNS, and I saw who picked Android 18. And I was like, "Oh Lord!" And then my homie clipped it. Put it on Twitter. I think that was one of the first few Sparking Zero clips from gameplay. Mind you, most people not talking about the gameplay for Sparking Zero when it dropped. People are talking about the characters and how pretty it looks. That was the first gameplay clip that got 1 million views and it got slandered. At that point, that was the same day I released. I was like, "What? Let's talk about Sparking in a competitive way," and I got hooked. Because I was like, oh my God, I just made this video. Like I literally uploaded it an hour before it happened. I was like, fuck it, bro. It's cakes. But once that happened,
I made a video about it as well.
Yeah.
I think that video I made, I watched it and I was like, damn, I might have also done irreparable damage to this game because I put it up thinking, oh, this is really embarrassing. And it got 72,000 views. By the time I'd woken up in the morning, I was like, shit. But I was also like, the developers need to see this because this is stupid. Like, what were you thinking? Did you not test your game? But
no,
they did say before the game came out that this is not supposed to be a competitive fighting game, and so that's why the androids are doing that. But to be fair to them, we also lent into that. We were all saying, yeah, give us the chaos, which was the dumbest thing ever. We don't. There's a level of chaos, and obviously Dragon Ball Fighters. I watched the matches. It can be chaotic, but not to the point where we can't even play the game because the androids don't run out of health.
I disagree.
Yeah. Well, and part of that.
Yes. If you watch early Snap meta.
Yeah, Snap meta was rough.
It was worse
what was
than
that?
the
Was that
Android
season
stuff.
2?
But it's going to be up to the eye of the beholder. I think the Snap meta that was non-interactive. At least with the Android stuff, it's a boring interaction. Snap meta is no interaction.
Yeah, once you got snapped out, it was a wrap.
Yeah, but there's no interaction on either. I mean, on one side there is an interaction for one player. He's basically playing a one-player game. But on the Sparking side, they're just going up and down. So either way, they're both bad. They're as bad as each other.
I think the both going up and down, we both have autonomy. The Snap meta, you have no autonomy. You block, and then you flip a coin. That's literally it. There's no burst. There's no get off me in the air. There was no you come in and do an air reversal move. One or two characters could. But for
you couldn't delay your snap either.
What's that?
You couldn't delay your snap at that point either.
Yep, you couldn't delay your snap. Yeah, they solved the problem. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying there was a point when Dragon Ball was watchable, but it was literally borderline an impact. Instead of an unblockable, you flipped a coin.
Yeah, but what did you say you don't agree with though? Because I'm not saying that's a good thing. I remember the snapback. It was painful to watch.
Yeah, I think that's worse than the Android stuff. I watched the Android stuff, and I was like, yeah, it's boring, but at least both players are being able to do something.
No, I'll tell you why it wasn't worse than the Android stuff. Dragon Ball FighterZ had already established itself, and people were going to be there. There was a level of being able to forgive it for doing that, and we already knew the developers were locked in, and we knew it was a tournament fighting game, so this wasn't going to last. But Dragon Ball Sparking Zero was trying to establish itself, and this was its first outing, and they shit the bed. So maybe on paper, like if you look at them, the Dragon Ball FighterZ one is worse, but Dragon Ball FighterZ had already built itself up. Everyone already respected it. Even the people that didn't play it were like, oh, Dragon Ball FighterZ is what I'm going to watch. Sparking Zero didn't have that. Sparking Zero was trying to make headway, and that was first impressions count, right? And what was the percentage of players that left Sparking Zero in the first month? 90% of its player base left. Now, Sparking Zero launched, and on Steam alone, they peaked at 120,000. That's just Steam. On PlayStation, I'm willing to bet it was like 300,000. Insane for a fighting game. It eclipsed everything, including Street Fighter 6. And in the same month, it was struggling to keep up with Mortal Kombat 1. I remember
that video.
That is a drop off of biblical proportions, and it never recovered. It got better. It never recovered its player base. It's still hovering around 1,000 players from 120,000. So the damage was far worse.
From a PR perspective, I agree with you. I was just talking about on paper. On paper, I would look at both of them. I'll be like, that's a 1v1. That is fucking that's a side scroller. Like
just for anyone that doesn't believe me, Sparking Zero lost 90% of its players. Do you know how fucking insane that is for a Dragon Ball game? Dragon Ball games, they usually have a lot of staying power.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how much disappointment was caused? And it wasn't just a tournament. People got their hands on it and they were like, this is dog shit. And when it launched, it was not a good on launch. It disappointed a lot of people. And one thing that I want to make this point because people always talk about this on Twitter, and they're stuck in an era that they're not even from. We grew up playing Tenkaichi 1, 2, and 3, right? And those games were trying to replicate the power fantasy of Dragon Ball. But back in those days, we did not have online. We would sit in the living room with the same people and play the same games, right? You'd sit with your dad or your cousins or your friends, and you'd all play the same stuff. We don't live in that age anymore. We live in the age of playing online. Everything is online now. Now you're playing against strangers. I don't know about you, but I am more tolerant of my friend picking UI Goku and spamming some shit on me than some stranger getting W's on me and then sending me hate mail. So in that environment, I need you to balance the game so I don't feel like I'm being cheated constantly. I can get cheated by my friend who is doing dumb shit when we're playing at home. I don't want to get cheated by some idiot online. And these people are like, oh, well, Tenkaichi 3 didn't have online, or Tenkaichi 2 didn't have online, and it was fine. So you should focus on single player content and just make the game lore accurate. We don't live in those times anymore. We're in 2025 now. Everybody's playing these games online. No one's playing Sparking Zero offline. I've never even seen Bleach played offline. When you're playing online, that people are much, much more prone to frustrations when they're losing to strangers. And what's the easiest way to frustrate somebody? Have one of the most unbalanced games and then go up against a completely broken character. That's why it doesn't work in the modern age. And it's not going to work. And all the people that keep on saying, focus on single player content in a fighting game, you guys are elite level smooth brains. There's a game called Kakarot. It goes through the whole Dragon Ball story and then some. Go over there and play that game, okay? Sparking Zero is a fighting game. They should continue to treat it like a fighting game, not like Kakarot. They are two separate games, okay? Xenoverse serves a crowd, Kakarot serves a crowd, and Sparking Zero is a fighting game. All of the focus should be on the fighting. No one even... What was it? Yaya? I think Yaya's the one that told me.
Yeah, put your camera back on, bro.
Yeah, when he checked the Steam... when he checked the Steam, is my mic popping?
Yeah. You was on a roll, so I didn't want to stop it. But yeah, chat's been
my
talking
bad.
about
Yeah,
the past 10 minutes.
Don't want to interrupt you there. You were
my
killing
bad.
it.
Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
he was spitting hot fire.
Yeah,
Charlie
last
Sloth
thing
stuff.
the last thing I wanted to say, I'll fix my mic after, sorry, is that everyone's complaining about, we want more single player content. I'm pretty sure Yaya was the one that told me that when he looked at the Steam trophies or whatever they're called, achievements, and he looked at PlayStation achievements,
I know it.
nobody had completed anything. Like 30% of people had completed story mode. And I was like, I thought you guys wanted single player content.
No.
Here's
the thing. Now, I am in the boat that I like small contained rosters. That's just me, right? Mind you,
play Tekken.
Yeah, okay, that's Tekken, right? That solidifies it now. I also play Smash Bros. I hated it. Okay, point stands. I'm okay with like 15 at launch. I'm cool. That's why the 2SKO stuff didn't bother me like that, because I'm like, they're gonna come and they're gonna be free from me. Just playing the game. Now, Sparking Zero, I was getting slandered for like a year. I was like, we do not need all these characters, bro. I know y'all want them in here. Y'all not even finna play half these characters. People will argue with me, call me a hater for it. The game comes out, and mind you, I checked this in January, right? And it said less than 25% of players have unlocked 40 characters out of 180. Meaning, you turned that shit on and you turned the game off. You literally get 40 characters by playing it for like 10 minutes. So that means y'all didn't even try y'all single player content. Y'all turn the game on and y'all pick what says the usage rate, UI Goku, Vegeta, Jiren, and called it a day. Y'all don't really care about all that extra content.
Yeah. Do you know, there's people on Twitter think that the community only exists on Twitter when it doesn't. Mm-hmm. There's communities all over the place that have different sentiments. And at the end of the day, the stats don't lie. And the developers have access to which modes are most populated. So if developers and companies want to maximize profits, they're going to invest in the modes that people are populating. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So all of these people are online going, oh, we want single player content. No one agrees with you. Neither do the developers. And that's why they're focusing on the fighting portion. If they did agree with you, then we would see it. But they don't. The same goes, I even had this argument with people that are playing Bleach. Oh, give us 1,000-Year Blood War. Give us this. No one cares about the Bleach story and Rebirth of Souls. You know why? Because the developers can see what is going on. They can see where the game is being populated. That's why we got a balance patch. So I keep on hearing this. It's a fucking fighting game, guys. I'm not saying single player content don't matter. Obviously, Mortal Kombat changed the game. Story modes and standards in fighting games have changed. But that's not the focus. There's a primary focus on a fighting game, and there is a secondary focus. And if your primary focus is single player content, there is a single player game for that, and its name is Kakarot. Okay, so just go and play that. They're not listening to you anyways, okay? So you're wasting your time. I'm just telling you for free. They ain't listening. They're listening to me. They're listening to me.
Well, and the funny thing too about like just talking about like single player stuff like that. If you look at Kakarot, I'm looking at my trophies right now. Less than 40% of people finish the Sand Saga in Kakarot. It's 36.7 on PS5.
That only took 2 hours.
And that's like and even like, you know how, and I'm gonna take a shot at the Souls community. You know how they like gas these games up, they're incredible. You look at the trophies and you'll see like the second boss, it's like 30% people beat it or like less. Like I don't understand how games are so hyped up when majority of the players aren't even doing the fucking content in the game.
It's just
It
people
blows
on
my mind.
Twitter yapping away, bro. Yapping and yapping. I obviously I play Yakuza. It's my favorite single player game. But I know for a fact that most people skip the side quests. And there was a time where I did as well when I was much younger. But obviously now I've gone back and I've played stuff. And when I argue with people, they're like, oh, the side quests don't matter. I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? But I start to lose the argument because then when you look at how many people are actually completing these side quests, you're like, there might come a time where we lose it. Like people are talking about things that they don't even play. I already knew this about Sparking Zero. I knew most people jumped online. Most people did not go into single player. The only time you're going to get people to go into single player is if there's a boss character locked behind it. Like Bleach locked Dangai Ichigo behind it. I haven't even unlocked him yet. Yeah, I haven't even unlocked him because I can't sit through the story. So, and I want to use him. He looks cool, but I'm not playing through that story to unlock him. But that is the only way you're going to get people to do that. And by the numbers that Yaya gave, they're still not doing it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, like even too with like Bleach's story, I didn't watch the cutscenes. I just rewatched the show not that long ago. I'm not gonna sit there and watch the cutscenes. It still took me like 15 hours to get through it. It's insane.
Yeah, it's boring. The way it's done is extremely boring. Kakarot's is done well. I can't bother to sit and play another Dragon Ball story unless it's an original story. I played through Xenoverse, but Kakarot's is done really well. The cutscenes are really cool. It's fun to look at, but Bleach's was just a pain. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm never going to use Dangai Ichigo then because I can't sit through that. What is it, 20 hours long?
The story
30,
it was
40.
yeah 30 35
40. Oh, no,
if you're watching everything, it's like it's fucking rough.
Yeah.
Well, like Ninja Storm did it really, really well. Like Ninja Storm
I did
4
like Ninja
was
Storm.
excellent. But this is still not the primary focus. The primary focus of a fighting game is the PvP. It's always going to be that people can scream to the rafters as much as they want. Developers are not listening to people that don't even play the mode. They're going to go where ranked is. That's where people go. That's just the facts of the matter.
Right, yeah. I just kind of want to sidetrack real quick. AC4, do you remember when Season 2 started? When we got Snap Meta for fighters?
What was that?
Do you remember when Snap Meta came into fighters?
Yep, I remember.
What year was that?
Was it season 2? Because I remember it used to happen a lot at Fighting Tuesdays. Because what's his name? Vidane played 2 big bodies, and then people found out how to make it universal so it works on everyone. So yeah, it must have been year 2. So
Yeah,
2020.
2020, dude. We went from 2019's Red Bull with Goichi and who was it? Was it Fenrich? We went from their set to Snap Meta. Doesn't that feel fucking bad?
The storylines were the best thing about Dragon Ball.
Yeah, dude, the back-to-back perfects in that event for grand finals.
The game's always been pretty mediocre
went from that
mechanically.
To Snap Meta. That fucking hurt.
Yeah.
You know, all these games go through their rough patches. I mean, look at Tekken right now.
Oh yeah, I stopped playing Tekken 8 towards the end of season 1, and I'm just watching it.
Do you know what? Yeah, that reminds me. Are you guys familiar with a guy called Perfection: The Natural Selection?
Yes, I go way back.
Yep.
Never heard that name. Sounds pretty sick though.
I'm sure people in the chat know who he is. Now, Perfection, I know that you're in my stream chat, and I know you watch my videos. I don't appreciate you talking shit in your video about me lying. So if you're listening, since you've got a big mouth, you're more than welcome to jump on here so that we can talk about this. It's not anime related, but I'm sure we'll talk about anime anyway. but it's his not nonsense that he put in his video about me about Mierizo. I'd love for you to jump on here because you were doing a lot of yapping, much like that Gojo fellow. So if you're here, please let yourself be known.
Let me tell you, Super Itachi, and I've known him forever. Like, this goes back to Storm generations. Actually, one of my first YouTube videos is calling him a pussy for not accepting my match on ranked in Storm. Like, I still got that video up. And literally, I'm like, bro, why are you like this? It's been a decade plus, bro. Let it go, man. Just talk to people. And then when Sparking Zero's coming out, I was literally telling people, like, hey, right now, this ain't the best thing in the world that people think it's gonna be. But then I'm hearing people, I hear people keep saying I said a certain thing. I go to his channel, I found a video with me in it. I didn't say that.
He just makes shit up, man. He just started making shit up. And the worst thing is when I told him this is not what I said, because he spoke to me on Twitter before he made the video. And I said, no, you've misunderstood. That's not what I'm saying. I clarified for him. He responded. Then he made the video anyway. And I was like, I just told you what I said, dummy. So when I see you, don't come in my chat acting buddy, okay? When I see you, we're gonna have a little chat.
What's his name? I'm gonna check out his channel real quick.
Perfection, the Natural Selection, or Super Itachi, something like that.
Okay, cool.
I mean, I've seen his Twitter, and that was enough for me. So.
Oh yeah, his Twitter is. I'm surprised the FBI ain't come knocking. But
it's interesting.
Xiaobong, was anything you wanted to end on?
No, I don't think so. Thanks for having me on. Hope you guys, take care, enjoy the rest of the show, whatnot. Chat, enjoy the rest of the show. Go play Ninja Gaiden 4, man. That game's fucking.
Yeah,
dude. This might be Platinum's like magnum opus in gameplay. I'll be completely honest.
Damn, but better than Bayonetta, yeah.
I mean,
3? Hell yeah.
No, I never played 3. I played 1 and 2.
I mean, there's a lot that you can go into just between like what Ninja Gaiden was and what Platinum did, but that's a whole 2-hour podcast because they've really cranked it to 11. It's mad fun. But yeah, take care, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
No worries, man. Take care.
Peace.
All right, so we got Umi Bozu, and then I think we've pretty much covered everything after that. So let me bring in Umi Bozu.
Hey,
Umi, can you hear us?
I can you hear me just fine?
Your mic is a little low.
Let me turn that down. You hear me now? Just whoa.
I know.
Y'all still don't hear me?
Are you with Perfect Legend?
Yeah, probably so. So we might get us together.
Yeah, it's a little bit drowned out, but we can hear you a little bit better now.
Okay, get a bit better now.
Yeah.
All right. So this is about like who was a more competitive game, Sparking Zero or Fighters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Fighters definitely. But it's just what the community thinks are willing to put up with in terms of competitiveness, or what the people are just willing to put up with. Like even if like Sparking is just complete garbage, if the community itself is willing to make rules and like the making just a rule set just satisfies them, like banning the androids back when they were just flying up and down, if that's enough to settle it and more people thinks that's more competitive, then it could be more competitive than Fighters.
Real quick, do you play Pokemon VGC by any chance?
No, not at all.
Okay, it's not going to work, the comparison. I've got another question then. What would you have to add to Sparking Zero to make it competitive?
To make it, what's that add? Honestly, yeah, I don't think you really have to add anything. It's just if two people are just together and willing to pull up with the rule, like willing to pull up with the game's like cheese, I guess. Would you like that? That's competitive enough.
So the game's competitive then?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like Fighters is more competitive based on just that is more popular, and like more people are just willing to play it competitively.
So the amount of players makes the
For
game
me,
competitive.
yeah, like how many people are willing to play it competitively, or which game is more competitive?
Okay. Mike, hate to break it to you, but I think there's more competitive pencil sharpeners than beach players.
That's not good. Hey,
So,
wait,
like,
hold on. You play
Mortal
Men Impact.
Kombat
Okay,
9
let's not do
competitively.
this. Okay,
I'm
my
okay
game
being a
might be,
WhatsApp fighter.
no, my game might be down in the dumps, but your game is in the abyss.
It was evil though, and you all watched it.
That's fair. It was that evil. We watched it because you were playing.
I
But
appreciate that.
you were commentating, but I would not have watched it if you weren't commentating.
That was the funniest. I'm not gonna lie to you because it was you and Jay. I was like, that was the perfect combo. I was like, oh my god.
Bro,
She's
they
like,
were
wait.
top 8 immediately. What kind of that wouldn't happen in Bleach? We would be at least top 32. We would at least have that.
We had, what did we have? Like 83? I think it was like 83 players. We had a bunch.
I think it was like 100 more, but people DQ'd.
Yeah,
100 something. Yeah.
I definitely lowballed it.
Wait,
Yeah.
how many DQs were
there? Don't worry about the DQs. We just talk about the players that entered.
How many DQs were there?
I'm not giving you that answer.
There was a lot of players in Hunter Hunter's defense. There was a lot of players that ended Hunter Hunter. Then 2XKO got announced, so they ended up playing that. Like Hikari was one of them.
Hear me?
Hikari's name was in Hunter Hunter, but then he went, "Nah, fuck it, I'm
Can't
just gonna
hear
win
anybody.
Dragon Ball instead."
Yeah, we can hear you, Umi Bozu. Yeah, how many players do they have signed up to Bleach for Ultimate Burst?
Oh, we are. I think we're at like for EU right now because of the EU thing. I think like it's either somewhere from between 35 or 56.
How many DQs do you? Has there been any drop?
They're all gonna play.
They're all gonna play. Okay, awesome. Are we doing an impact?
I'm doing an impact, but I'm doing that for Ultimate Burst. Open.
How
I meant to
many-
hit up C4 actually. I'm doing it.
How many entrants are there for an impact?
I'm not here, man.
Anyway,
I was just asking.
Umi
I
Bozo.
was asking the
That's
question.
what to say, right? You're neglecting your cooler, Mike.
I think Umi Bozo is enjoying this.
I am enjoying this.
Evo France, we had 135 names in the bracket.
Oh, names. How many entrants did you have? Actual participants.
It's not letting me look.
Oh, damn.
Oh boy.
Let him learn.
We had Evo names though. There ain't no important people playing your game. So
Damn, I took that personally.
I mean, bar you want some stuff offline. We had Cane Bloom River in our game.
What, the Marvel player?
Yeah.
He saw top 8 immediately and he thought I could make a quick bag.
Oh, this is slander.
We all know.
Broski played it. Broski. There you go.
Hey, Broski's a bro, innit? It's in his name. He's just out there looking after the game. Looking after
He did us a solid.
Sorry, Umi Bozo, what was your question?
Oh, I didn't really have a question out there, but I was like, would you play Mortal Kombat 9 competitively now? Based on like how
I mean I did play it competitively. I wouldn't go back to it.
because I find that game competitive even despite the Johnny Cage's random frame data or Cabal being Cabal.
Yeah, I mean, I played MK9 competitively. But I was in a grand finals with Problem X. I've been in a grand finals with Foxy before. I've played MK9 and MKX and all of them at a pretty decent level. Wouldn't go back to MK9 just because I don't like the way the game evolved. But outside of competition, it's a fun game. It's just my character was so... The tiers in that game are so like slanted. Like you play Cabal, Kenshi, or Johnny Cage, and you go up against Scorpion. The Scorpion player's got to have like a 10,000 IQ to win that match. It's so painful, and I can't bother to deal with that.
Yeah, old school, like especially like old school fighting games that have more of that, like infinites and stuff. Like
Mike's still popping.
Had that old school like sort of
Yeah.
But it doesn't at the same time. It has like the modern, like, I don't know how to describe it, like easiness. Like, you know how Tekken they have like auto correcting and all that. It has like the easiness of like modern fighting games, but it still has like the jank of old school fighting games. So it is that's what makes sparking like less competitive, especially with all the characters. Like Yajirobe launch with team battles, how that dude can heal. Nah.
Yeah, no.
Wait,
So, I
what's wrong
mean,
with
listen,
healing?
did you see what he did, bro?
No, I didn't see. I'm just saying. What is it? Was it a lot of health?
Yeah, it
Oh,
was.
he healed bars and health. Like,
It
oh
was
my.
extremely bad. And the thing is, the way it works is that like you could build teams, but some characters had low DP. So Yajirobe had like what 1 or 2 or something like that. So you could like tack him into the end of your team. So you could have like 2 very powerful characters and then Yajirobe, or like a bunch of weak characters. They weren't really weak, and Yajirobe at the end. So you've worked your way through a whole team, and then Yajirobe pops up and he has Senzu Bean. And he gets back a whole chunk of health. And back then, I believe getting the skill points back was much easier than what it is now. So
Right.
he would like run away from you as well. And you'd be like, shit, I need to get to him. And by the time you got to him, he's got green health again. And you're like, fuck. And it was just
I'm bugging. I saw that on you when you did the fucking Sparking Zero stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember seeing that now. Yeah.
It was horrible.
Yeah, especially Image Strike, where you couldn't be hit for like, I think it was like 20 seconds. No, it wasn't 20 seconds. It was like 10 seconds or 5 seconds. After like some characters had moves where you just couldn't get hit until like 5 seconds. It was like Sparking Zero on launch was a different breed of stupid. But yeah, fighters, even though like, because current fighters players, the patch now, I think patch like season 1 fighters and now are 2 different games. Whether old players are willing to deal with those 2 games, but I still think fighters still has that level of like you can compete, and like both players still can play any character and still play just fine.
You know what? Sorry to interrupt you real quick. I'm
Yeah.
so mad I didn't think about this. I should have asked one of the pro players, because the pro players of Dragon Ball would totally disagree. They do not think this game is competitive, most of them.
They don't? That's crazy.
Nope.
True, I think the game is bullshit too, but I ain't gonna lie. But
They think it's a joke. Kusege. They think it's as bad as Hunter x Hunter. They call it Mugen. They're doing that battle of like legends and stuff. I don't know how much they're paying Goichi to come play this game again.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I was like,
They're
yo, how
paying
you
him
going?
mad money.
That man on Fatal Fury and
Exactly.
whatchamacallit. Why he
I don't
playing
know.
this?
Tekken fans feel like that about Tekken 8 as well, but obviously they are competitive fighting games. They're just in a bad way right now.
They couldn't even get Fenrich back. Fenrich turned that. I know it was a bag. They didn't even get Fenrich. Said, "I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'm not playing this game, bro." And he's a goat.
2 completely different games. Season 1 as compared to now, they're entirely different games. Like, the power level has jumped to like, early like Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Super. Like it's gargantuan.
And you know what the thing is? It's because it's more balanced. It's more balanced, and more people say it's non-competitive. Let that sink in. Everyone's viable now, and everyone thinks the game is shit.
Yeah, more ways to die.
So how can it be more balanced and less competitive?
Because everyone can kill you the same way. You know, when we were having this conversation about Tekken, everyone's got full screen into TO. I say everyone. 98% of the team.
It's not more balanced. It's just the bullshit has been spread across the roster.
Exactly.
Literally
that's exactly it.
Yeah, it's more balanced. The hate, it's like spreading hate everywhere. Like everyone's now hateful, but we're all dickheads basically.
Like one thing is strong in one season, they gave it to everybody. Like Bardock was strong in one season. He had a lariat that went full screen. Give it to everybody.
That's unfortunate. But a lot of these games seem to be going down that road. But having said that, it's still going to be a better competitive fighting game than Sparking Zero. I know Sparking Zero has come up like this. It definitely has. And Dragon Ball FighterZ might have gone like this. But the gap that existed in between is still too big. It's way too big.
Bro, you know what I gotta say? Hold on. The Sparking Zero, we gotta talk. If a dev see this, whoever designed blowback Insta Spark in the beginning of that game,
Oh my
I
god!
hope you never work in the industry again. Like
Wow,
that mechanic,
crazy.
that
That's
mechanic has
crazy.
raised my blood pressure max when Sparking Zero was out. That was pissing me off. Right? I'm happy they toned it down, but that was so Kefla, the cheater, that character, that don't even make sense.
Yeah,
Like it
no,
didn't.
it
Like
was,
why
it
is
was
she?
dumb.
Yeah, like who designed that?
Yeah, it was. There
I just had
wasn't
to get
much
off the
thought
chest.
that
That's all I
went
had to say.
into it.
Yeah.
Also, sorry guys, I apologize about the mic popping. I don't know what's going on with it. I'll have to check after the stream's done. I don't know what is going on with my mic. But Umi Bozu, was there anything else you wanted to add, bro?
Nah, I'm good. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay.
All right, cool, man. Well, thanks for being on.
No problem.
In a bit.
All right. Well, I think we got through everyone. Now, is there anything that you two want to say before I quickly? I do want to address the chat one more time.
Go ahead, address the chat. Are we here? We here?
Yeah,
I just want to say that I got a lot of your DMs today about some of the people that are causing problems in your communities, and I know I won't say any names because I don't want you guys to get attacked because I know what these people are like. But there's already been enough fighting in the Sparking Zero communities as it is. Enough of like trying to kick people out of communities just for having controversial takes and then allowing other people who are making insane racist comments in their discords. And there's a lot of like selective there's a lot of bias in my opinion. I don't think that you should let these rage baiters destroy your community. The people that we mentioned today, some of them anyway, not all of them, they're just there to sow the seeds of chaos. They're not good for your communities. They're only there to rage bait. They're going to continue to rage bait because of the numbers. The reason that this podcast was done today is because of the amount of people that interacted with it. But beyond this, there's not really much to talk about. I mean, most of them, actually, no, sorry, all of them wouldn't show up to this. We've been here for 4 hours. I spoke to some of them. They said, oh, they'd be off work. I let them know where the channel was going to be. I guarantee you, as soon as this podcast ends, they'll be in my mentions yapping away. Not a single one of them had a salient thought. And all they're going to do is they're going to continue to try and get the fighters community and the Sparking community and Xenoverse and whoever else to fight. Because they have nothing else to offer. Yeah, they're good at pressing square and triangle over and over again, but that's about it. So don't let them wind you up. Let this be an eye-opener to anyone that had any doubts. These people cannot articulate themselves outside of Twitter. They are keyboard warriors. They don't know what they're talking about. Sparking Zeros, they're probably their first fighting game, so I understand and I can be sympathetic. But these are not the intellectual types. So don't let them ruin your communities. And don't get rage baited. As much as we might have done this podcast, I wasn't baited into rage. I saw it and I was like, wow, this is really dumb. We should talk about this. And so we've spoken about it, and they'll come out of their holes once this podcast ends, and they'll start yapping and talking about how apparently I destroyed the Sparking community on Twitter. Imagine that. You know that they were trying to like kick this YouTuber called Six World out of the Sparking Zero community. They were trying to ostracize him because he doesn't like Sparking Zero. Yeah, he had controversial takes on the game. And I've got a lot of DMs that have been sent to me. I've got a lot of pictures that have been, as you know, C4, people have sent me stuff multiple times of people saying homophobic, racist, Nazi adjacent, crazy shit that were in that Discord call, saying that, or on Twitter saying that Six World shouldn't be here. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't it seem fair for a Sparking Zero player to sit in his own community and talk shit about his game versus people that are saying racist things to other people when they don't get their way? Which one would you kick out of the community?
Probably the racist.
Probably the racist, right? But they wanted to dogpile this guy. So obviously I came to his defense because I like Six World, regardless of his opinions. And they didn't like that. And I sat in a call for 5 hours. And I even told Makai Sayin, who was on the call, treat these guys with respect, let them come up and speak. I was not in control of the call, so he didn't let everybody up to speak. I stayed on for as long as I could because of American time zones, and then I went to bed. I don't know what happened in that call when I fell asleep. But I've tried to open up discourse with these people. It's very clear to me that they don't know left from right or up from down. And beyond this, maybe I'll get into a Twitter spat with them, but there's no need to do any more podcasts. They're not about it. They don't believe the things that they've said. And I could walk into a room with 500 of them on a Twitter call on my own and defend my points. They can't do the same. They're just yappers. So that's all I want to say.
Wait, Mike, someone wants to jump in the call? Just
Who?
Solid?
Oh, he's been trying to get in all day.
Oh, has he?
Mm-hmm.
Did he not read the bottom?
I mean, no. I mean, he had work. That's why.
Oh, did he get in here late? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't even see his name. Just Solid.
Yeah, he's got a Solid Snake profile pic.
What, has he messaged me?
I don't know. I'm scrolling up.
You got to message Mike Harlow.
I didn't say that you can't disagree. I'm saying that you won't disagree.
Don't bring him in here. That's 4GB. He a tourist. He just played Budokai 1 this year.
Wow.
That's him. He a tourist, bro.
Bro, that comment made me die. When you put on Twitter, I was fucking dying.
He just played Budokai 1, bro.
Personally,
if you want to jump in, send me a message on Twitter or Discord. Also, again, I apologize for the mic popping. I don't know what's going on with my mic. But no, I'm not saying that you can't disagree. I'm saying that you won't. I'm saying that like when we have discussions for you to come on here and talk about what you disagree with, you won't. It will only be done on Twitter behind the keyboard, and I just can't respect that. I think that's pathetic.
You know, different than Chat GPT.
Yeah. Where's Just Solid? I haven't seen his message. What's your name on Twitter, bro? Also, I do want to say that I don't mean it in an antagonistic way or anything. I know it might come across that way, but it's just the facts of the matter. There's so many times when like people are trying to have discourse, and Twitter is just a cesspool where people just say and retweet random shit that there's no like line of logic or train of thought. So then when you're like, let's have a conversation about it, let's try to find some middle ground, let's try to stop the fighting amongst the communities, just turns into trolling, saying random stupid shit. And then in the off chance that people actually do jump on to try and make their points, how many times does this happen where they jump on and they're like, yes, I don't like what you said. Okay. And
Fifi's got hurt, bro.
I still haven't gotten this message. Did you say he was in chat?
Yeah, he just said he's jumping on his PC. Or she.
Are you saying people won't stand by what they did? Do you mean what they've said online, and or they'll be persuaded otherwise? Yeah, I'm saying that under scrutiny from people in a live debate, I don't think people stand on what they're saying. I think when you're actually challenged in a conversation away from Twitter, where you can go and like get ChatGPT to answer the questions for you, I don't think most people stand on what they're saying. I also think people have a habit of copying and pasting what other people are saying. And that's why C4 was like asking people, what do you mean by competitive? Because even if you're on the Dragon Ball Fighter side of the conversation, you might just be saying that because that's the side that you want to take when you don't actually know what you're on about.
Yep. 100%.
Right,
Skinwalkers, I'm telling you, so many skinwalkers. You can just tell by the replies on Twitter. Like, they just want to join a faction. That's what they want to do.
Yeah, don't join a faction for the sake of it. Join it because you actually know what's up. Let me send. I hope the people coming on are like they're sparking zero, guys, because we've been waiting.
Patiently waiting, bro. All right, but Yeah. I mean, this is kind of what happens in it. 98% of the time they just don't want to hear it, or they make excuses that, oh, we're just going to get attacked or jumped or something. It's like, nope. If you want to see someone get jumped, you should see me here when they're talking about Tekken.
Yeah. No, I respect it. You jump into the lion's cage.
Yeah. And I'll come out unscathed. I'll come out unscathed. Like, you guys can do it.
Yeah, even shit. Yaya, you sleeping? He fully passed out.
I'm not asleep. I'm looking at something on Twitter that just pissed me off. My bad. If I was asleep, I'd have
That's got his blanket and everything.
put on my Legend of Korra blanket. You feel me?
Yo, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we
my
can.
God, the
All right,
Taurus,
bet.
Hey, yo, chill, man. Let him talk.
I mean, you guys said I wouldn't pull up. I had to pull up, man. I had to defend my position. So
I rate it. I fucking.
I'm not like these random Twitter guys, but yeah,
be a real one.
Yeah. So let me just say this: the reason why I view Sparking Zero as more competitive than Dragon Ball Fighter Z, first off, is because I've seen so many sweaty players and so many comp players, so many techniques and new things found inside the game, way more than Dragon Ball Fighter Z. I think there's way more tech than Dragon Ball Fighter Z. There's way more techniques that you could use against other people. I think that's just more overall advanced. So that's why I would take the very rare opinion of picking Sparking Zero over Dragon Ball Fighter Z.
Okay, so based on what you've seen or based on what you know for a fact?
Based on what I've seen, I mean, I talked to pros. There's this guy named Akin. He's like a really sweaty guy. He like has lots of tech and stuff and frame glitching. It's like crazy, but like I've never seen a really good Dragon Ball Z Fighter Z match where it's like super like competitive, like it's like super like crazy. Like I've watched Sonic Fox play, and I'm gonna be honest, man, like it looks like a kid's game when it comes to just combos and stuff. Like it doesn't seem as hard as Sparking Zero. Now, obviously, I know I'm biased, but
but you think the game that you press square and triangles to do combos with exclusively is more complex than the game with motion inputs, instant air dashes, re-jumps, and a team that you have to synergize.
A team that you have to synergize. Okay, I know that you're like a Tekken player. I think you have a little bit of bias towards like little team games, but bro,
Tekken's not a team game.
Okay, like still, man, like I know you have bias like the fighting 2D type of games.
I'm a 3D game. I play 3D fighters. I don't play 2D fighters.
Bro, like
bias, bro.
I understand that you guys are like all glazed at each other. But like, bro, like let's be honest, man, like I understand that sure on paper Dragon Ball Fighters
See, why did you make those accusations of me? I don't play 2D fighters. I play 3D fighters.
Missing twice and then double down is crazy.
See, like this is what you guys do. You guys like all like to laugh at each other. You guys all be
you lied.
People. No, but you're scared to hop on. Okay, but like, bro, like you can't like just say that someone can't defend their opinion, and then when I say something, you all laugh.
No, but they're not laughing at your opinion. They're laughing that you called me a 2D Glazer and a tag team Glazer, and you referred to Tekken. Tekken's a 1v1 game, and I play 3D fighting games. So both of those things are untrue.
Yeah, that's what I was laughing at. Not your opinion.
Okay, but you like certain. Okay, but you like certain games. So like you like Tekken, you like playing other games like that. Like obviously, Sparking Zero is a little bit different from the average fighting game.
I explained to these guys on here. I got 3 characters to Z rank. I went to 2 tournaments in Central London. I won both of them. So I played the game. We were streaming it here last week. I like Sparking Zero. I have nothing against it. I'm just saying it's not as competitive as Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah, once Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, you have a team too. You can switch and use team synergy as well. But you know, like I just feel like not necessarily feeling, but like I know that like there's so many moves that I can't particularly name inside the game that it's not official tech. Like it's not a name tour like Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Obviously, Dragon Ball Fighter Z, there's dash canceling, reflecting, stuff like that. But
can we just go back to something you just said? You said that there's that you can synergize teams in Sparking Zero.
Yeah.
How do you synergize teams in Sparking Zero?
Most people like to pick like the weaker characters at the end, the strong characters at the beginning. Like it's always techniques. So specifically, what I used to do was I used to pick Krillin, just pick like Yajirobe at the very end, and then the sweaty OP characters, so that when I switch, I have the max amount of teams. So when I switch out with another person, I get my health back, and like
But you
kind
know,
of a
you know
cheesy
when
way.
when we're talking about synergizing a team, we're talking about like building a team so the team can actually interact together. So like on Dragon Ball Fighters, if you have like I used to play Goku Black, Vegeta Blue, and Broly because I worked out how to extend my combos with them. But in Sparking Zero, you don't do that. All you're doing is trying to fill out the slots for the DP.
Right. You're trying to fill up the slots for the DP, but there's also tech that comes with that, though. Like you can't just say that all the characters are the same and that you just pick whatever character. Like they all do something different. Like the reason why Yajirobe is at the end is so that he can heal himself, and that's your last resort. Like certain characters with different health bars and different measures, you pick last or pick first.
Yeah. But
like overall, yeah.
Would you agree that if like let's say for example I pick Goku and I learn his basic combo routes, it's easier for me to transfer that skill to every other character in the game than it is if I pick Goku in Dragon Ball Fighters and then try to play Goku the same way you would Broly or Goku Black or Baby Vegeta.
I would actually disagree with that because, like, if you were to launch a Kamehameha with Goku and you were to do a special Ki Blast with Baby, it's all the same button inputs. They all basically almost do the same thing, like when it comes to Sparking Zero. So, and Fighter Z, like, it's the same button outputs. It's not difficult to land a combo, especially in Fighter Z, because you could just do the auto combo, and then at the very end, the hard knockdown, you do level 3 or level 1. Like that's.
Do you
like
think
basically everyone does?
He's wrong. He's wrong.
Yeah, I know. But do you think people that are playing like at a tournament level are using the auto combos to get them through?
I mean, not really, but there's not much change into like different from the auto combo. Is what I'm saying. Like typically from the game, the high competitive gameplay that I watch, like they do a combo, then they reset with the what's it called, skill C assist, and then they do another combo and they like loop that inside a corner. Like that's majority of what I've seen from the competitive scene for Fighter Z.
How's that different to Zero? You do a combo, you reset them, and you do another combo. How's that different to Sparking Zero?
It's different because of the vanish mechanic. Like if I time the vanish when you approach me or when you do a Ki Blast, I at least have a chance to like kind of get out of that, kind of maneuver out of that. Instead of Fighter Z, if you get in a corner, it's like dang near almost impossible to get out if he's a really good player.
So you think Sparking Zero is more competitive because you can get out of combos?
Yeah, well, that's a part of it, but yes, I think that the vanish mechanic, it makes it to where there's like it's not all skill. It's more of like are you gonna press this button to get out of this combo? Like I feel like that takes
Why would you not? Why would you not press the button to get out of the combo? When would you ever want to stay in a combo?
I'm talking about Vanish War, not necessarily talking about like that, because like a Vanish War leads to a combo.
So yeah, but you was talking about in Dragon Ball, you get hit, you go in the corner, then you're probably gonna get hit again. So
yeah, that's for Fighter Z.
Yeah, so I'll say, in Sparking Zero, you think it's better because if you put me in a combo, I have the ability to escape the combo, right?
Yeah, I do think that's better. Yeah,
that's better. I'm saying you were saying there's like some depth to it, but when would I ever not want to get out of the combo? What strategy am I implying when I'm like, oh, I want you to kill my character?
No, what I meant by that was like instead of sitting there and pressing a button to get out of the Vanish War, that's what I meant by combo. I meant like a Vanish War combo. So like instead of sitting there wasting your ki, you rather let them hit you so that you can have another chance to, instead of wasting your ki with a vanish.
I don't know if you was here at the beginning of the stream. I was defending that, by the way. So just before you think I'm attacking you, I said that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, like that's just my opinion. I mean, obviously I'm not like a super sweaty player. I don't know a lot, but this is just my personal opinion, and I'm willing to share it. I'm not just gonna sit on Twitter and rage bait.
Have you played much Fighter Z?
I have played much Fighter Z back in the day. Did.
I don't know if either you guys want to ask a question. I've got questions, but I don't want to like choke hold.
No, I mean, obviously, like we were speaking about the vanishing and super counter stuff and how it's really poorly implemented in the game and it destroys interaction. But we already went over that, and I think me and Yaya are both against it. It's just poor, sloppy game design, and you can actually end up getting trapped in a loop. But yeah, you can ask him other questions if you want.
Yaya, did you want to jump in?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Huh?
4GB.
Damn, I thought we're all going quiet when someone came in to argue with us. What's going on?
No, I mean,
this is what he does, man. This is what he does.
My God, you tourist, shut up, man.
When I actually come in here,
I'm giving you a chance to cook. All right, I'm letting you speak.
It's only here instead of y'all calling me like I don't want to. I can tell you why it's terrible, and we can go over it again. It's terrible because you are stuck in a loop. You're stuck in a situation where if you get into a vanish war, whoever has the most meat is going to win. Now you have to gamble with your life bar and take a bunch of follow-up hits or super counter them, and then get into a super counter war, which we established is not difficult at all. In most of these games that we play, they have 1 frame links. I think super counters like 6 or 7. So anyone that is, halfway competent after playing the game for a week is going to be pretty efficient with it. So then you get into a situation where you're like, well, I've got a super counter now. And if I don't super counter, I've got to vanish. And if I vanish, he might vanish, but then he might super counter. And you get into this terrible situation where nobody wants to watch it and nobody wants to be involved in it. In Budokai Tenkaichi 3, they handled it differently. It was obviously much more sped up as well. In this game, it is piss easy. It requires no skill. It's adjacent to Guitar Hero at an infinite level. And I think it's very sloppy game design. I think they overlooked it completely. And I think that's why Dragon Ball FighterZ only allows you to vanish a vanish. And then the vanish war ends. Because if that continued going, you get the same thing. You just have these 2 characters vanishing over and over again until someone loses their meter, and then we reset again until we have to repeat this action all over again. But
right, I think you're right.
If you want to ask him a question, you can.
Yeah, I was going to ask. You said you're not super sweaty, but did you mean at both games, Sparking Zero and FighterZ, right?
Well, yeah. Obviously, I know more about Sparking Zero because I have friends that play at competitive level Sparking Zero. But when it comes to Dragon Ball Fighter Z, I didn't really get into the competitive scene like that. I watched a lot of it though. I watched a lot of Sonic Fox and playing and stuff like that. But I don't really know too much. I'm be honest.
That's cool. If I started saying like frame data and asked you questions about frame data in Sparking Zero, could you tell me?
I'm keeping it honest, man. I'm a tourist when it comes to frame data. I'm a tourist. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a tourist when it comes to that.
That's fine. I would say because you don't know stuff like frame data, I think it's quite weird to say this game looks more complicated because I can explain why something in Fire Z is complicated or like skillful in terms of like, oh, this move is 6 M's are like 24 frames. Base human reaction is like 18, and that's when you know what you're looking for. If there's mental stack where you're looking for like 4 options, that normally goes up to 28-ish. So if someone blocks something like a 6M or they take a Dragon Rush, that shows real skill to react to that. But I'm cool to do that if someone else knows the frame data and stuff in chat. That's what I would say gives the game its skill because not many people can do it. And before I jumped on it, I don't know if you saw the thing when Hikari played Sparking Zero and he got whacked up.
I don't think Hikari's a good gamer, but okay.
No, sorry, the player. So there's the person who's won Dragon Ball twice, World Tour and Evo. His name's Hikari. He played Sparking Zero like in the first like month or so of the game. He won a TNS tournament, but obviously TNS is big for fighting games, but it probably didn't get too many actual arena fire players in there. I'm assuming. I haven't looked in there. But then he had a money match with someone and he got whacked up. It's on Mike's channel. You should go see it. Basically, he went in there thinking, well, I'm so good at fighting games, traditional fighting games. Surely I can beat someone in Sparking Zero. And yeah, he could react to stuff because his reactions are good, but he didn't know what to react to because he didn't know the fundamentals of the game. And the same way he underestimated what to look for in Sparking Zero, do you think you could be underestimating the skill it takes to be good at fighters?
Honestly, I would say no. I definitely did play fighters a lot. I played fighters for like 4 years straight, and I think the highest level I got at the time was like Super Saiyan Blue or something like that. Obviously, it's not the highest level, but I've seen Xeno players play, and I'm like they just cheese. Like it's not nothing crazy. Like when I saw a Xeno player fight me, like it wasn't
Did you do it?
It wasn't
Did
advanced
what a player
techniques.
didn't get there.
Yeah, because like all he was doing was literally like hitting me with 2M, doing a basic combo, and then resetting with like his C assist, and then he got me inside a corner, and then he saved all his meter, and he's using Gogeta, and he just keeps spamming that exact same pattern. I mean,
So
to
why
me,
didn't you get to Zeno then? If it was that easy, why couldn't you get to Zeno?
because I just didn't have enough time to learn the combos. Like I didn't really understand how to put everything together.
So there was a skill difference, right? It wasn't that
Yeah.
easy. If you couldn't learn the easy thing, you're either saying that you're stupid or it actually was not easy to do, right?
No, I'm just saying like I didn't spend enough time on it. Is what I'm saying.
So you could have done it.
Yeah, I think
If you
I can do anything though.
If you go, I'll give you what, 2 weeks? I'll give you 100 of your currency, wherever you got, if you can get to Zeno.
Hey man, that'd be fire if I can get Zeno, man. I think it'll be pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie.
That'd be a fire video.
I think it's gonna be easy.
Okay. Do you do YouTube and stuff?
Yeah, but like, bro, like, I can't get Zeno in 2 weeks, man. Like that's crazy.
I
mean, like,
wait,
bro,
hold on.
Right there, you said it was easy.
Yeah, you could get to B
easy
rank
in,
in a
like,
few days.
I mean, easy like if you use cheesy stuff, you just like spam the C assist like after a
Do it.
combo, it just resets.
Do it. Use whatever you need to get to Zeno.
I'm good for the money, bro. I've done Evo. I've got the money.
Trust me, bro. I'm not saying that, but I'm just telling you guys. Like when it comes to Sparking Zero, I think it's a lot easier to hit Zeno than rank Z in Sparking Zero.
You know, you said earlier when you just now you're talking to C4, you said you didn't have time to learn the combos and the team combos and whatever.
Yeah.
So would you admit then that learning combos in fighters is more difficult and time consuming than sparking? Because I mean, you play Sparking Zero. It takes you like 5-10 minutes to learn combo routes in that game.
I mean, like we can't act like Fighter Z is like this complicated game. Like it's really not. It's really not. It's really not, bro.
I'm saying that you said that you needed time and you didn't have it to learn the combos. I'm saying in Sparking Zero that you don't need time to learn combos in it. At the most basic level, you can learn have very, very high damaging combos, not just random auto combos by mashing square in 5 to 10 minutes.
You can mash square in 5-10 minutes and get to like Super Saiyan Blue in Fighter Z2. Like it doesn't really take much skill at all. I'm being honest, man.
You can mash square in Sparking Zero, but you're probably not going to get anywhere once you go online. You get beyond B rank. I'm saying that in Sparking Zero. Okay, I'll just make the question more simple. What game is going to consume more of your time learning combos? Sparking Zero or Fighters?
Sparking Zero.
Mike, I've got another proposal before you. I can see the side. All right, you know what? Clayton's in chat. I'll make this even easier for you. I will ask Clayton if he's down to make a combo with a character. You can pick the character. I believe in Clayton that much. You pick a character. Clayton comes up with a combo if he's got the time and he can be bothered, and I'll give you $100. I'm guessing if you can do that combo within an hour.
Bro, like you keep like setting these like crazy challenges, bro. I'm not gonna do a challenge, man. I'm being honest.
You can't do it. Just hold the L. Then you can't do it. It's not that easy.
Get that shit
Wait,
to
hold
me.
on. Actually,
give me 0. I'll buy 0 right now. Give me a combo. I'll do it within an hour. Easy.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Light work.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me ask you, 4GB. If he offered you that same bet, but for Sparking Zero, learn a combo within an hour, would you take it for $100?
I mean, it depends how complicated combo is. Yeah.
You've played Sparking Zero. If I offered it to you right now and I said to you, do this combo within an hour, do you feel confident enough that you could do it in an hour?
Depends, like how easy the combo is. Like you can't just say a combo and it's crazy. Like I'm not gonna be able to do that.
You can give me any combo in Sparking Zero. I can do it in an hour.
Yeah, as a matter of fact,
you can do the same thing in Fighter Z too, though.
Well, I'm trying to prove your point, but you don't
let's
want to pay
take
the
the
money.
bet. You got an hour of 4GB. Come on,
bro. Like, guys, like I'm not a good player. Like I'm just being honest. I'm not a good player, guys. Thinking like
I don't want you to be a good player. I want you to prove your point by saying it's easy that anyone can do it. That's the whole point.
I can do, bro. I can easily do an auto combo with Fighter Z. You want me to do auto combo? I'll do it. I'll press.
No, I want you to do a combo, not auto combo.
No. This is what you do. Hey, Clayton, this is what you do. If it's an hour, give him Blue Cool. See if he can do it in an hour.
Bro, it don't matter what character you get.
You know what?
No, it's a reason why I picked Blue Cool.
I'll listen. I'll raise that. I'll add $100 to that. If you can do one of Clayton's combos in an hour, I will also give you $100. 1
What
hour.
would count as a
1
combo,
hour. He's gonna
Like-
create a combo for you to
Okay.
replicate, and if you can do it within an hour's time to a T, the way Clayton does it, then we'll both give you $100 each.
Bro, this is role play. Like I'm not gonna do it like a sweaty
Bro,
combo.
you're refusing
Bro, this is
$200.
role play. This is bait and switch. Like, dude, I'm not a
How is
pro
it
player.
bait
I'm
and
not gonna be able to
You
do
don't
that,
need
man.
to be a pro
This is
player
crazy.
to do a combo. A dog did a Hadoken on Twitter. You can do a combo.
Okay, man. All right, sure. Let's do it then. It's a normal combo, sure.
It's Clayton doing it. It's not going to be normal. I'm not going to lie to you, but it's going to be easy because you said all combos in Fighter Z are easy.
Compared to Sparking Zero, yes. Compared to Sparking Zero, absolutely.
So wait, hold on.
All the
What
combos
do
are
you
easy
think?
then, right?
Are you saying that you if I said to you right now again that me and C4 are both going to give you $100 to do a Sparking Zero combo of our choice, you wouldn't accept it?
Like I'm not good at the game. You guys could like do something crazy. You could be like an 80 hit combo. Like I mean, so, like if it's easy, sure. If it's auto combo, sure. If it's square, triangle, sure. Other than that, man, like I'm being honest, I'm not gonna be able to do like some crazy wild stuff.
See, I was trying to make it easy for you to collect the 200. All I had to do is learn two dive kicks and a fucking. You get to use the auto combo and Bluetooth shit. Like I tried to make it easy for you. Not give his ass Vegito. Now he gotta go. You gotta learn how to catch people in there. You got an hour.
I don't know, bro. I think your
The fact that
hesitation speaks volumes. I think you
it
deep
pisses me
down,
off.
you know that.
I've
I'll
I'll just
learned
post it on Twitter. I'll just post a clip on Twitter of me doing a combo, and I'll add you guys.
You're gonna do an auto combo.
I'm gonna do auto combo, super dash, hit, hard knockdown, level 3. Yeah, I'm nice,
Bro, but like, look, like you can't just give me an hour though. Like I have to like
You said
learn
it's
it.
easy.
Yeah.
Bro, it literally is easy compared to Sparking Zero.
Wait, do you think I could learn? Do you think I could do one of your combos within an hour on Sparking Zero?
Do I think that you can do one of my combos? Sure, but do I think you can do like Sonic Fox combo in Sparking Zero? No.
Does Sonic Fox play Sparking Zero?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like a pro player.
Who's your top guy? Who does like sick combo videos on Sparking Zero?
I watch Akin. He's like a little Android abuser. That's why I watch my free time.
Akin, isn't he the guy that was in here earlier?
He was in here, yes.
Yeah, he was in there earlier.
Okay. If C4 challenges you to this, will you give him $100 if he does it in an hour?
Hell no. I'm not giving $100, man.
Because you know
what?
do
You don't have to give me money. I just want you to send a tweet saying I was wrong. How about that?
Bro,
that's worth more than 100 to me. Trust me, bro. Just tweet say I was wrong. Quote tweet as well. Would you do that?
Sure, man. Sure. Anything you want, bro. I'll do it. I'll actually
How
do
much
it.
is Sparking Zero?
If you tweet at me.
I
Hold on,
think
let me see how much the game
It has to
is.
be
full price.
It has to be a pro con. It
You
can't
know
be
what's
like
crazy?
swear,
Hold
man.
on. Wait. Before you buy it, let me know how much it is. I'll just give it to you.
I mean, from what everyone said, I was probably gonna buy it, do the combo, refund it because I'll do it within an hour. Trust me, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
That was the plan. I didn't want to expose it like that, but I'll probably refund it.
Yeah.
Just out of interest for GB, do you play any other fighting games at all?
I actually like playing Sporking, like playing Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Let me see. Let me think. I like playing Tekken sometimes.
Okay, just out of interest, what do you think is harder to combo in, Tekken or Sparking Zero?
Low key, I think Sparking Zero is harder, man. I played Tekken. I'm not gonna lie. I just win in Tekken more than Sparking
Wait,
Zero.
hold on.
I'm being honest.
Okay, let me get more specific.
Let
me get more specific. Hold on. Let me get more specific. What do you think's harder to? Who do you think's harder to combo with? The hardest character to combo with in Sparking Zero, or an electric combo with a Mishima?
Probably Street Fighter at the highest level. Obviously, Street Fighter.
I said
whatever.
I said an electric combo with a Mishima, not Street Fighter.
Missioner, sure, Missioner.
I didn't think he was trolling until he said that. I didn't think he was
Are
trolling.
you trolling me? Are you taking the piss, man?
Bro, guys, I promise you I'm not trolling. This is simply my take. I'm not a pro player. I don't know too much. This is just simply my opinion. I just wanted to come here because you guys said I was scared to talk to you guys. So I just want to come here and tell you what I thought.
That's
fair. That's fair.
I've got another. I had a question. What was it? Oh yeah. What would it take for us to change your mind about Sparking Zero being harder than Fighter Z? What would we need to show or say to you about Fighter Z for you to go, actually, you know what? Fighter Z is probably harder.
I would just say one simple thing. Literally show me a pro player in both Sparking Zero and in Dragon Ball Fighter Z and show a combo comparison or what buttons he pressed for a combo compared to Sparking versus Dragon Ball Fighter Z. And that's simply it.
I think I can do that.
Yeah.
I'll get that Akari match because Akari won TNS. I think there was 85 plays in it, and he's won Dragon Ball Fighter Z for Evo. So,
okay.
It's on Mike's channel. Let's get it from Mike's channel. Cool. Give me 2 seconds then. Oh, actually, no. That was. I have to find another footage because in your video, Mike, that's when he got perfected. I have to find another video.
Oh yeah. Just out of interest, do you think that Sparking Zero is harder to combo? For the hardest character in Sparking Zero, do you think it's harder to combo in that game than Guilty Gear, Stripe?
What? What game is it?
Strive.
You said Guilty Gear Strive? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I played that a bit. I'm not gonna lie, man. Guilty Gear Strive is hard, dude. I would say Guilty Gear Strive.
What about Street Fighter 6?
I've played Street Fighter 6 and I press triangle, and then square, and that's my combo. So I would say low key Sparking Zero, man. My personal opinion, I think it's harder.
All right, GB, I got a question. So we're gonna keep it on arena fighters. just to help you all here. Let me see. I got to see where your head's at. All right.
Yeah.
Which game you think is harder to play? Naruto Storm Connections or Sparking Zero?
Sparking Zero for sure. Storm, you just spam 3 buttons. It's combo. Come on, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you the match, Mike.
All right, cool. I'm gonna bring Just Solid in here as well whilst we're doing this.
Yes, please.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, so sorry if I sound weird. Got braces and stuff. It hurts right now.
That's all good, man.
For context, I played Tekken, Tag 2, 5DR, 7. I like Bird Strike a lot. Those games I lab out a lot. What's it called? Damn. nearly 300 people. Okay, so at how I feel about like comparing the depth between them, I'm gonna be honest. Fighter Z will take the cake in terms of like inputs, everything, the motion inputs. I feel like comparing an arena fighter to a 2D fighter is kind of dumb. Uh, movement arena fighter should be about movement first and foremost. Like Tenkaichi 2 and 3. 2 has wave dashing, etc. Really nice key poking gesturing tech with melee cancels. Sparking Zero lacks a lot of depth. There's barely any depth. I think there's some new tech that came out with the patch, but overall it's gonna be worse than fighters, of course. Uh, I just think the whole thing that I saw on Twitter was really stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, like I don't understand why are people comparing those two games. Sparking
Well,
Zero.
it comes across a bit like insecurity. Like, just enjoy your game.
The
Yeah,
issue that
it's
Sparking
a dumbed
Zero.
down version of an old Dragon Ball game, yes, but it's still fun. Like Sparking Zero is a fun game. It's just not. It's not a technically sound game. It's not
Yeah.
difficult to play. I like I said, I had my friend come over. I basically taught him how to play the whole game in an hour. You ain't doing that at Dragon Ball Fighters.
What's it called? Yeah. The launch day was really horrible. The main issue is that I'd say Tenkaichi games, yes, they were designed as a Dragon Ball simulator, but they were also designed just a fine fighting game, not super competitive, but have good mechanics and stuff. Sparking Zero lacks a lot of them. They half-assed implemented, let's say, the super counter mechanic from Tenkaichi 3. For example, like you said before, it is dumbed down. It lacks nuance. So, like, you can just super counter a lot of things that you couldn't back on Tenkaichi 3.
Mm-hmm.
Tenkaichi 2 super counters were much more like KI's combo breaker. It was literally just a simple combo breaker. And I think that honestly would work well for Sparking Zero. Sparking Zero, Tenkaichi 2 had a lot of mechanics like melee canceling, combo breakers, and unintended mechanics like wave dashing. And Sparking Zero, now you can see some of that tech, even though it's very, very bare bones. It is there. But yeah, also, I was hearing for Gigabyte, is that how you say it? The whole fighters thingy, the combo stuff.
All right, well, let's check out this clip. So, what are we watching here exactly, C4?
If you skip to grand finals, it's Hikari, Evo guy for Dragon Ball, versus Sexy Red. I don't know if it's probably the actual Sexy Red, but I don't know if this is like an arena fire player. I don't know.
Okay.
But I would like, if possible, all of you guys to show me when something really sick happens. When a really hard thing that maybe someone like me who's never played the game couldn't do.
Okay.
When was this? Oh, the TNS. Oh, hell nah.
Yeah, this was like week
Oh, hell
one,
no.
week 2.
This is such an embarrassment.
Yeah, it was week. I think it was week 2.
Worst arena fighter.
Yeah, so far, I mean, for those of you that don't know how Sparking Zero works, there's a lot of just pressing square right now. Square, 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 dashing.
Bro, this is such a
Bro.
bait and switch clip, dude. This is like debate. This is, dude, come on, man.
All right, well,
This
give
is
us a clip. Give us a
This
clip.
is a real clip. It's the first 2 weeks of the game, man.
Okay,
How to play.
The worst
This
thing
is
about-
crazy.
You said get a fighters player. This is our Evo champion. This is the fighters player.
Bro, he doesn't know how to play the game. It's very obvious, dude. He's pressing like one button, dude. He's
He's in
horrible
grand
player.
finals, so he must know enough. But on the flip side, you can find it the other way around, right? You can find a Sparking Zero player playing Fighter Z anywhere near top 8, probably not even in pools.
Okay, so find me a clip of someone playing a tournament the first week of the game coming out, Fighter Z, and we'll see how like cool and advanced it'll be, man. First week,
cool.
dude. Like,
Cool, I'll do that. 1 sec.
I will understand this like a recent tournament or like the first month, but like, bro, this is 2 weeks out. You said, man.
But 4GB, can't you give us a clip of like high level play?
I mean, yeah, but I have to
Let me
find
see
it.
the difference.
So he's pressing triangle and then vanish.
No, look what Clayton put. Put that on the screen if you can.
It's not disingenuous to say he's pressing one button, but then you say you do the auto combos in Dragon Ball Fighters.
Oh wait, what's it called? I watched playing for that fighter stuff since like what near launch. Would you be interested in learning seeing Tenkaichi 2 tech?
Yeah, no, these guys will not be able to play Tenkaichi 2. I can almost guarantee you.
Sad days.
I just don't like Tenkaichi, but okay.
Brett.
It's Sparking Zero, but like an actual competitive fighting game, like with actual risk, reward, consequences, timing. This is just a watered down version. I mean, what you're seeing here is key blast spam. He's vanishing. There's no motion inputs for anyone that is wondering here. This is just single button presses.
Actually, they're aiming up with the analog stick while they press square. It's not just square.
So my mistake.
It's a little bit different,
counter,
man.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just being honest. Like you're just saying, they're just pressing one button and it does all that.
Yeah, sorry guys. They're holding up when
So,
they're doing
Avatar, how's it going?
I'm chilling, man.
And
I tried to prevent this, y'all. I tried to prevent it.
The thing is that Sparking Zero is fun. It's just I don't understand why people are being disingenuous. To say that this game is more technically sound and difficult to play than Tenkaichi 2 or 3 is absolutely insane. And I can only imagine people saying that have never played those games. To compare this game or speak about it in the same light as a game that is considered by a lot of people to be one of the greatest tournament standard games ever in Dragon Ball FighterZ is insane. It's just it's mad that we even had to have this conversation.
I'm sorry that like I don't want to play like a trash game that was so old, man. Like
no, that's
like,
fine. If you
like
don't
you have
play
to
it.
understand, bro. But you have to understand, bro. Like the older games, it was like more of a 2D style of like fighting.
They're not 2D style, bro. They have way more movement in Sparking Zero, bro. I'm sorry.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they
Can
do.
you fly all the way up in the map in Budokai 3? Just fly all the way up, fly around, fly away from your opponent. You do that.
You're describing what the team
Hold on. Let me say this. You do realize in both Sparking Zero and Tenkaichi, there is an obvious skill ceiling. That's a thing in fighting games.
I mean, yeah. I never said it wasn't.
But you said you couldn't fly up to the top in the old games. It's the same thing in both games.
No, but like you just feel more. Well, I personally feel more limited in Budokai 3 than Sparking Zero. Like I can do whatever I want.
Sparking Zero, you can't even free dash, dude.
I can do whatever I want in Sparking Zero, man. I can snap. I can play a certain way. I don't have to like do a combo to like activate a move. I can like, it's just way better.
And I think it's kind of sad.
Do you acknowledge that they dumbed down Sparking Zero from Tenkaichi 3? They literally removed mechanics.
Yeah, they did.
Right, so you can do more things in those games.
Yeah, when it comes to fighting, yeah, but like, what if you just want to do cool stuff? Like, what if you just want to just run around and like
that's what I'm talking
a different
about.
way?
Like, you can do way more cool shit in Tenkaichi. Like you have way more options.
I disagree, man. I'm not gonna lie, but
that's you can't disagree. That's a fact. Like you can disagree with liking the game. That's fine. Like you said, you don't want to play these old games. That's cool. Like what your taste is, what your taste is. But the fact is that Tenkaichi 3 and Tenkaichi 2 do offer more options. That's not an opinion. That's just a fact.
So doesn't OBS allow you to use your virtual camera to show off a game? Something like that.
I don't know if you could.
They're gonna show off Tenkaichi 2.
It should be if you could fix it.
So C4, wait, what are we watching here? What was the premise of this video? I know obviously to show the level of skill, but
yeah, this is Evo 2018. This is the year the game came out. This is the best players, I guess at the time. Goichi, Sonic Fox for Evo. So this is when the game was not very developed, but that cell combo alone would probably take 4GB about 2 hours. Maybe. So there's not one. I don't think he presses the same button more than 3 times. I'm just looking at
there's
the combo.
multiple
So that's
combos.
medium, medium, jump, light, jump, light. Then he'll go into a special. So I don't think he presses a single button 3 times in that whole sequence.
Okay. Like that doesn't mean that you can't press square,
You mind if
and
I-
triangle, and Sparking Zero and do a combo too. Like this is kind of crazy, man.
But
like
so you just have to-
wow, he pressed one button, dude. He's jumping around, so much skill. Like
wait,
press one
did
button.
you hear what
dude.
I said? He had to do in the whole sequence of attacks. I'll look at this one. So in this whole combo, he never presses the same button more than twice. Like,
Well, that's not true. Well, that's not true because you have to do triangle to do the roll around. He did that twice, so he did press triangle twice.
Yeah, but that comes with a
he did-
motion input. That's a
he did
different
triangle
move.
into quarter circle forward triangle. Yes, but he never did triangle,
Yeah, but that's
triangle,
twice.
triangle.
Oh, okay, sure. Two versus 3, man. But like, bro, like we can't act like these guys are pressing the same button twice or 3 times too. Like it's not.
But
this game is not that crazy, man. I'm telling you.
Wait. No, you're right. It's not that crazy. So why didn't you do the combo in an hour and get this money?
Bro, I can't because I don't really play the game like I used to, man.
You don't need to play the game. I'm not saying fight someone. I'm saying go team modes. We'll put a timer up. Let the clock go down, and you do the triangle, quarter circle, full triangle because it's so easy, and you get £200. Why would you not want to do that? That's
Bro,
the easiest money, surely, that anyone's ever got in their life.
You said triangle, quarter circle forward, and that's all I gotta do.
No, you got to do the combo. The combo that we're seeing. Any one of these combos.
Bro, like this is bro. Like I told you, I'm a competitive player.
Okay.
If you were to pick up any guy from Walmart and say, "Hey, man, do this combo in an hour," he wouldn't do it, bro.
In Sparking Zero, yes, 100%. I could pull someone from the street, have it on my Steam Deck, and they'll be able to do it.
Pull it to the street.
Okay, man.
Yeah,
we're just
I
gonna have to
literally
just
taught my
disagree, bro.
sister-in-law how to do combos in this, and she don't play fighting games at all.
Bro, I could teach my mom how to play this game too in like a day, dude. Just not that
You
hard.
can't
So
even do a combo
wait,
for
your mom's better than you
$200.
at fighting games.
That's crazy.
No, I'm just saying, man. Like it's not
Your
that
mom's a
hard.
beast. You have to sign up to Evo.
Bet.
If your mom can do it and you can't,
Bet.
what's going on? Okay, now I think you're a troll.
The thing is,
bro, guys, I just
it's not
disagree.
for
And
DB to have his disagreements. That's fine. If he doesn't like
That's all.
fighting,
Right.
that's completely fine. All that we're arguing here is that I don't know. I didn't see your name on Twitter, but there are plenty of players that are trying to make out that what these players are doing, Goichi and Sonic Fox, 2 of the greatest fighting game players of all time, they're trying to make out that what they're doing on Sparking Zero is more difficult, and that is a straight up lie. But if you don't like fighters, that's fine. No one cares if someone doesn't like fighters. If you don't want to play an older game, or if you want that, if you want the more lore feel of Sparking Zero, that's all good. What we're arguing is that there are Sparking Zero players on Twitter saying that this game is easier to play at the highest level than Sparking Zero, and that is absolute bullshit. And everyone knows it.
And to add on to what Mike said, these 2 players playing right now, if you ask them if they think this game is good right now, they'll say no. I would put money on Sonic Fox and Goichi saying, yeah, this game is trash. Right now. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, again, like I believe Akin is way more skillful when it comes to the game than this match right here, man. I think it takes way more skill what he's doing.
Bro,
this was 2018,
that combo,
right?
Mike, can you pause it and show that TOD again?
Yeah, one sec.
I need you to see this combo and tell me how, on a scale of 1 to 10, how easy is this to do?
Man, you gotta do a triple air dash and combos. People can't even do that shit in 2x KO. Like, I've been teaching people how to like do Aria loops for the past 2 weeks. That shit's harder in this game.
You think that this is easy to do?
Bro, obviously it's hard to do, but in comparison to Sparking Zero, it's easier to do than the most advanced Sparking Zero combo. That's
okay. What's the most advanced Sparking Zero combo that you can do?
Even you, anyone. I want the hardest combo in Sparking Zero, please. I need to see
the hardest combo.
Hmm?
I think the hardest combo would be implementing the Ghost Dash with it. Combos in both, I think. So, like I said before, in an ideal situation, Sparking Zero in quote unquote competitive state shouldn't focus on too much complex combos, more on the movement linked with it. So I think right now the current thing you can do is send someone in the basic rush set, send them with a knock, what's it called, a full smash, then follow it up, cancel the Dragon Dash with a Ghost Dash tech to flank around them, then finish the combo with around flying kicks or so.
Have you got a link to it? So
No. Sadly, I've just done it on training mode by myself. But that's pretty much the easiest.
I just need footage to copy it because I'm ready to put my mortgage on. There's no way that's harder than what he just did. And this
are
is
you talking about like relative fighters?
8 years old, by the way.
Yeah, relative to fighters, how difficult is that to the Bardock combo we just saw?
Way easier.
Say less.
There you have it. And wait, you're quite well known for like combos, right?
Me?
He's one of the best BT2 players. Yeah,
Alright.
look. He look. Here you go. Just watch the work.
So being able to show BT2 on the big screen is kind of cool, not gonna lie. But so first with the movement, one thing I like.
Hold on, let me move this over. There we go.
Kind of rusty because honestly, I've been playing a little bit of Sparking Zero quite a bit. But for the frame data on the wave dashing is adjust frame, 1 or 2 frames. Pretty cool. The whole Sparking Zero stuff, I don't have it pulled up, but it is pretty easy for the fighters. Pretty easy actually.
But before you, okay, I was gonna say before you go into the combo, isn't like step in like 8 frames
on Sparking Zero or Tenkaichi 2?
Tenkaichi 2.
Let me check. I don't have that memorized.
But we're not arguing Tenkaichi 2's difficulty here. We all understand.
Yeah, we know that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like literally, because he's just talking about it.
Yeah. So, for example, this is a tech, the free will. Basically, what's it called? It depends on the character. For Piccolo's 4 frames, from what I remember. So normally, what's it called? You can't dash freely in the barrier, right? So with the game how it's coded, if you throw a key blast, you have 4 frames to dash around or do anything really. So what you usually do that around. You can't really do it normally, of course, so or to dash, can't dash. Sparking Zero lacks most tech regarding movement. Not most, a lot.
Yeah.
And the combo I was talking about, as I said for like 100 times, it is easy compared to fighters.
I
don't know
what
what
4G what 4G thinks is like technical or hard about fire games in general. Because maybe we're looking at like he might be saying it's just single buttons, and that could be the case. But if you have to link the buttons, then it's difficult. We would understand like, oh,
you
if
can't
it's
do
like
this type of thing with Sparking, sadly. Just
no
keep
chance.
poking.
I try to send a lifeline. I don't know. Then I can't see. I want to know what 4GB sees in difficulty because it might just be different to what we see.
Wait,
Bro.
Explain out real quick.
No way, we want 4GB to answer.
Oh, okay.
What do I see as difficulty? I see like doing a combo on Sparking Zero and then flying to your opponent in a rare special way, like little flash step flying. I think that takes more skill and actually pulling off combos that way and different techniques, stuff like that. Like doing that is a lot harder than just hopping on Fighter Z, pressing square, triangle, Kamehameha, assist, and doing level 3 when it gets hit on the ground or in the corner. Like that's just it's a lot harder. I'm be honest, in my personal opinion.
So it's the bit after the combo. So after you've done the combo, it's getting back, like I'm guessing, like in range to do another attack. That's the difficult, the impressive bit, right?
Right, the neutral. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Then we just forget about the combo stuff. We can forget about combo stuff.
Can you talk us through what goes into that though? That what you're referring to?
I mean, like you have way more freedom and doing that with freedom means more options to approach someone.
No, but
like
just
you could
that
just
specific option that you're talking about, like what are the like particular inputs or the way that you go about it?
so you can either just fly to someone, you can either dash fly to someone, you can either like just sit there and wait. Like it's crazy. Like you do way more, I think, in just the 2D fighting game when it comes to technicality and fighting.
Bro, why is that? Why is dashing towards someone harder?
I think dashing towards someone harder in that game is because like the range is way farther. Like you could be really close to someone, you could be extremely far from someone, and it differs how you play. But in Fighter Z, the maps are extremely small. You kind of know what you're gonna do in neutral. Everyone just jumps around, waits to try to get a hit, or they, for the Goku players, typically the ones that I fought, they use the little down kick to try to, it's one of the fast moves in the game. They use that.
Wait. You said that was so much base, and you're so wrong. That is not a fast move. Goku's
Okay.
2M is not that fast.
Okay.
It's got a lot of range.
Saying, like,
it's got a lot of range,
yeah.
but it's not fast. Okay.
Would you say it's a good move?
Yeah, it's a good move. It's a good move.
Okay, that's what I meant, man. I'm not saying it's the best thing in the game, but I'm just saying, like, people when it comes to Fighter Z, like, it's very easy to just do that and jump around in the neutral and wait and see if you get lucky with a hit. Like that's what majority of comp players that I've seen.
Do you know how many different jumps there are in Dragon Ball FighterZ?
I'm guessing like 3. I remember 3. Like there's one short dash, short jump. There's one long jump, and I think there's one just normal jump. But yeah.
Okay, but isn't that more options than you said about the getting back into your opponent in Sparking Zero? You said like 3, right? For Sparking Zero after you do a combo.
Well, yeah. Like you can fly to someone, and then you could flash fly to someone, and then in sparking mode specifically, you could vanish to someone. It's like crazy. You have like so many more options.
Can you just explain how you do that? How do you vanish fly to someone?
Like, do you mean with sparking mode, or do you mean like with just not?
Yeah. So I mean, I know what you're referring to, but basically, this vanished fly thing that they're talking about is when you go into sparking, you can dash towards somebody whilst also like teleporting, but you're pressing one button again. You're just pressing circle, for example, and they're just basically hopping all over the place. It's not like what you're watching here where the movement in this game is really intricate and nuanced. In Sparking Zero, you go into Sparking, you start dashing towards someone, you press circle, and the character does the work for you. So it's not difficult. It might be replicating that Dragon Ball Z fantasy, but it's not difficult. Anyone can do it.
I mean, anyone can literally like flick the analog stick and jump too. Like we can't act like that's crazy either. Like that's super simple. Anyone can jump, man.
But anyone can jump. But you're saying that it's crazy, but it's not. It's just.
Let me ask the question.
It's harder to do. It's harder to do than just flick an analog stick.
It's not. You're pressing one button.
You're pressing, bro. You're flying and you're pressing 0 and X on PlayStation to like kind of flash fly.
Yeah, let me ask. No. I got a question.
That's 3 buttons compared to just flicking the analog stick. The jump.
So let me ask a question for GB because you played this game. I think you played Nin Impact, and the reason why I'm asking is because I know you. I think you played it. All right, now watch this. All right, so when it comes to Nin Impact, right, you only use the auto combo. Why is that?
Well, bro, like, dude, it's not a good argument, man. Like, you can do 80%.
No, I'm asking you a question. I'm just asking you a question.
Because it's no point in learning a combo and stressing out doing a combo for 100% if you could do 90% damage just pressing one button and like you just hit them, man. It's very easy. Like with the 100% combos and then impact, it's way harder to do, but then at the same time it's random. You're not, what if a person finds a little area to block, or what if a person blocks down? Like with the auto combo, you're just set. Like no matter what the frames drop, it's gonna hit. It's like guaranteed. It's guaranteed damage. Like if you mess up on your controller one time, it's like you messed up. With auto combo, you just spam it. It's guaranteed. What's the point of learning?
So what if? So okay. Sorry. Here's the thing. So let's say you only had an auto combo, and you're going against somebody that has TODs, 100% combos. wouldn't you want to learn the 100% at that point afterwards if you keep dying because you're only doing 70?
I mean, sure, yeah, if you want to, but like it's not required to win if you're doing 80%. You just touch them 2 more times and that. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, but if you're dead with one combo and you have to hit me again, you're gonna lose more often. You
That's
can't
true.
maximize the damage to kill me.
Yeah, that's true. But the risk reward ratio of like hitting that last hit isn't that great to me.
Why is that?
Bro, come on. Dude.
I'm
Because it
generally
doesn't matter
asking.
though. Because it doesn't matter.
No. Okay,
If-
okay. My reason why I'm asking you this is because it matters.
Okay, man.
Because
Okay.
no, hear me out. Because
Am I the bring something up?
I understand where you're coming from with this mindset because it's like, why do all this when I still get this equal amount or somewhat similar, right? It's like the store tactic. You see like a bottle of like Sunny D for like $1, and they give you 3 of them for like 2, right? You probably like, I don't need that much. I get the small one, or you either pay up. But in fighting games, right? If you can maximize your damage and kill somebody, wouldn't you rather have somebody dead versus them living on like 30%?
Yes, I want somebody dead, man. But at the same time, like I'm just a bro, like I would still win majority of my games if I
How
just
would
press
you?
one button.
Okay, so look, in theory, right? Let's talk about neutral exchanges. Okay, let's say you hit me with everybody does it. Let's say when it came out, let's say you hit me with the 70% Crollo combo. You don't kill me. I am on Uvojin, right? I know at that point I can kill you with 100%. Who if I kill you with 100%, it made more requirement for me to learn the 100% damage combo because I killed your Crollo while you left me alive with another chance to play neutral because I had 30% of health.
Right, I agree with you with that. But me personally, like majority of people don't even know 100% combos and then impact, man. To be honest,
Most
I
people
would
that
win,
see, that's what I was. That's what I was going.
bro. Bro,
That's what I
you don't
was
even
going.
have the game. You don't even have the
Yes,
game.
I
You
do. I
can't
do
even,
have the
like.
game.
Can I
do
show
have the
you
game.
the game?
So why did you tell me you didn't buy the game day one?
I didn't buy the game. I got the game last week for free.
Okay, well then, bro, like,
I can
like
still do the
I played the
100%.
game. How are
I
you gonna
could do.
tell me everyone knows 100% combos just because
Bro,
you
I
know 100%
literally
combos?
posted the
Everyone
first
knows.
100% combo in the demo a month before it came out with
Okay,
3 characters.
you know. Not everybody knows 100% combo, man.
I'm not saying everybody
Yeah.
knows 100% combos, but if you're playing a game and if it came down to winning and you know you're losing because you're not maximizing your damage, you're not gonna learn it.
I'm gonna learn it, man. I'm gonna learn it if I'm actually losing.
Am I bring something up?
So you feel like you don't have to learn this stuff until you feel pressured to do so.
Yes, I'm not like a practice player. I'll just hop on ranked and I just get better that way. I'm not. Sorry, I'm not one of those people. Again, I'm not a comp player. I don't play like that. I just
It
hop
ain't
on,
about
play
being
the
a
game.
comp player. You just want to do the cool shit.
I just want to win. That's what I do. I win. So,
But don't you think that by not practicing and not understanding these games, maybe you lack the understanding to even have this conversation?
bro, if I'm winning games against people who are practicing, then I'm pretty sure I know the game. These games aren't that hard. Okay, I'm
Who
not
are
gonna
you
lie.
winning
They're
against?
anime
Though?
games.
What rank are you on Sparky Zero, for example?
I was Z rank when the first rank came out on PC.
Okay, so you got to Z rank without even practicing the Sparking Zero, but you couldn't get to Xeno on Dragon Ball Fighters.
Yeah, I didn't try like that.
Do you reckon if you play Dragon Ball Fighters now, you could get to Xeno without practicing?
Probably, honestly.
So, can I bring in something about the development of Tenkaichi and Sparking Zero real quick?
Yeah, sure.
So, leading up to Tenkaichi 2 development, one of the interview questions on a website called Gamer Node, I was just researching about this. One of the biggest things they were talking about is how simple the first Tenkaichi game was. And the interviewee said, "Hey, the first game was too simplistic. How do you want to attract more traditional fighting game players with better mechanics?" And the employee, the Spike dev, said, "Yeah." They talk about how the aerial combos, they added the melee stuff. And fast forward to Sparking Zero, one of it was, is this an esports game or a party game? Now, Jun Furutani, the producer of Sparking Zero at that time, I don't know if he is still, he pretty much said the game is not esports, but it also isn't tailor made to be a party fighter either. It's just, it can be played as a party fighter, but the intent is to be just a decent fighter without, you know, just a decent fighting game, decent design.
Yeah.
Just like Tenkaichi 2 and 3. That's where they failed at, and I think that's probably the worst things that happened, because what was supposed to be a game that supports both just a bit high level and also party, not supposed to be Elo, but just supports regular grassroots tournaments and party game enjoyers, can't. Now it's just purely, right now, and last season 2 fixes stuff. It is very flawed.
Yeah, the design was all over the place. And to be fair, it was the community's fault as well. We asked for chaos, they gave us chaos, and it was an absolute mess. It's gotten better over time, but it was clearly a game that is designed for, anyone can play it. Anyone can pick up Sparking Zero and do well. I mean, just like 4GB said, he didn't practice at all. He got to Z rank, and it's not like some of these other games where maybe they've been dumbed down a bit and you can not go into practice when they still get to the highest rank, but it still takes a long time. With Sparking Zero, I mean, I did the same thing. I never practiced. I got 3 characters to Z rank, won a tournament.
Yeah,
and that's just how it's designed. It's designed for anybody to be able to play them and do well.
Yeah, the game has kind of identity issue because they want to do that, but also because like the one the same interview on the Sparking Zero, the Jun Furutani said that, hey, if you want to be hardcore, you can be, but we also want to tailor made it just for also not tailor made, also help new players get into it just as fun, I guess. So they were trying to do just like T2 and Tenkaichi 3, but failed miserably at launch, and it caused a huge shit show with the fan base, and now we have this.
Yeah, the game's a mess. But we got Laws on the call as well. Laws, can you hear us?
He's a Sparking Zero player, I know him.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey man, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Yeah, all good, man. What was your question?
Question.
He launched the Sparking Zero stuff because he saw me talk about it. He's like, yo, you gotta show us this stuff.
Wait, did you not have a question?
He might want to show off Sparking Zero. Like,
I wanted to explain what makes Sparking Zero like a difficult game, and yeah.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
So basically, the thing that makes Sparking a very difficult game is vanishing, super countering, and just neutral. And so basically it's all just timing based, and since the net code is so bad in the game, the timings are different. Like if you play somebody on the West Coast versus East Coast, the timing is going to be insanely different.
But does that make the game difficult? Or does it just mean it's the online is bad? That the game is
I'm more
not
like bad netcode.
Yeah, like the netcode increasing the difficulty. I don't think that's a good
But
argument.
I get that because
That's true for all fighting games, though, right? I mean, we suffered Tekken 7. Good luck doing the electrics on Tekken 7 consistently, but it doesn't necessarily mean the game is harder.
Mm-hmm. Man, reminded me of old early Tekken 7 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As for super counters, ain't they like 6 or 7 frames?
No.
Yeah.
Because in the code it's 2 frames, but the issue is here. So the netcode in Sparking Zero takes a similar route to Tenkaichi 3's netcode back on the Wii. So what it does, if you compare offline and online, they are what's it called? No matter how fast the connection is, or wired up, etc., it is slowed down. And I've noticed there's more leniency. So compared to super counters on offline to online, you're landing a lot more super counters online. Now, in my opinion, I don't base and fight my bad. I don't base a fighting game on online, offline, of course, because there's too many variables online, and it doesn't show the true game's potential.
Yeah.
Super counters, they are the same frames as Tenkaichi 3, but one thing they lack is the vanishing system.
What was?
I'll be back.
Okay.
I had to go for a bit, but what's it called?
All right.
There's a lot of nuance lost from Tenkaichi 3 to Sparking Zero. I just know Laws knows some Sparking Zero stuff that I don't, but I don't know his fighting game experience. So
Yeah. Okay. Laws, have you been listening to the whole conversation?
Yeah, I started listening like an hour ago.
So where do you sit firstly on the Dragon Ball Fighters versus Sparking Zero in terms of which game is more difficult to play at a high level?
I think Fighters is definitely like harder, like to play. I definitely think Fighters is a lot more harder to play.
Why is that? Why do you think it's harder to play?
I don't really know. I haven't looked into Fighters that much.
Bro. Dude. You don't know? Like, come on, man. Just say something, man.
All right, we'll bring young Astra in. Young
Oh
Astra.
my gosh, why is he in here, dude? It's like crazy.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, so what's up, everybody?
Hey, man.
Okay, I was here for most of the conversation up until the point where well, not up until the point when GB came in. That's when I started really like listening to the conversation.
Yeah. Did you have a question? Based on that?
GB, why you capping, bro? Why you capping? Like, come on,
Not
bro.
capping, man. This is crazy.
Fighters
Not capping.
is like is harder than Sparking. Like, we got to stop lying.
It's not hard, man.
Okay, why do you feel like it's not hard, bro? Like, please tell me
I've already
genuinely.
said...
I know. Please tell me genuinely why you think it's not hard,
bro.
Because remember, go ahead. My fault.
It's the same as every like 2D fighting game. It has the same buttons. You jump, you do a simple combo, square, triangle, do your little assist, and then extends it, and then you jump around in neutral, try to get a hit in.
Okay,
like,
GB, would that not be harder than Sparking? Because Sparking, you have one character on screen for the majority of the time. You're not even switching in between the characters unless you get you're not switching like that between the characters. You're not having assists come out. You're not having all these intricate combos coming. Why do you feel like that's the case? Like, genuinely, tell me.
On a high level, when you play Sparking Zero, the combos that they do and the loops that they do are absolutely insane. It's way harder to counter than Dragon Ball Fighter Z, and it's way more tech inside Dragon Ball Sparking Zero than Fighter Z, man. That's my take.
Let's look up some Sparking Zero high level. Let's put it up on the screen. Let's take a look.
I want to also bring up me and Avataryaya also made a bet with GB a while back. He was saying that the Budokai games were easy. And if you go on his channel and find the streams, he struggles with beating like Raditz Nappa on the hardest difficulty.
But that's AI. That's AI. It's not
GB.
I don't play that.
He claims that the games were so like easy. So we gave him a challenge to beat the games Budokai 1 and Budokai 3. And he couldn't do it. He could beat Budokai 1. He beat Budokai 1, but he couldn't beat 3.
Bro, I can beat 3. I just choose not to.
Okay. Okay, bro.
Okay, so let's slow this down. Actually, let's actually break down what we're watching here, because we're saying that this game is harder to play. So let's put it on 1.75. Let's break down what we're looking at here. Oh wait, that's sped up. My bad.
Slow kick. It's a high block, low kick.
Hold on.
In Fighter Z, you just block. That's it. You just block, reflect. It's not that hard.
Huh? Wait. Break that down. Can you not block in Zero?
No, I'm just saying, bro. Like it's just just blocking. It's just low blocking. Like
Down
in
triangle,
this,
side step, square, dash in, X.
Pause. Yep.
Super counter.
Super counter.
Follow up. There's no execution here, by the way,
Fake
guys.
dash. Nice.
Super counter. Would you consider this high level gameplay?
No.
What would you consider this, like mid?
Yeah, for like the time, because like now this is like bad gameplay, I guess.
Okay, can we get a link to high? You guys are Sparking Zero players. Can we get a link to some high level gameplay?
Yeah. Hang on. How can I send you a link?
You can post it in the private chat.
All right.
Hey, yo, you good over there?
Nah, he's done though.
I'm chilling.
Oh, okay. I was just checking. I'm really curious to see. Like, I'm waiting to see the one frame links, the motion inputs, the Budokai
Trying to find Aki's
Tenkaichi
channel,
movement.
but it's not popping up.
If anyone in chat knows what high level Sparking Zero gameplay looks like, feel free to point me in that direction.
It all looks the same to me. It looks the same to me. And that's not knocking anybody that
I might be able to find a video that we can settle this. Give me a second. I gotta go get it from my home.
I'm not knocking anybody that enjoys like Sparking's gameplay or whatever. Personally, like it's not for me, but I can respect people who do like it. But I'm not gonna sit up here and say like it's more than what Fighters has. It's just not.
You say Demon Joe Sparking Zero, yeah? All right, let's bring up Demon Joe.
I posted a link at my boy.
Bro, come on, bro. That is not high level gameplay.
Okay.
Bro, that was like, do not do that, bro. Do not do that.
Bro, he's good, man. It's high level.
Bro, that's my channel, bro. Stop doing that.
Oh, okay. This
That's
is
not
from
your
5
channel,
days
bro.
ago. All right, let's take a look at some high level Sparking
Bro,
Zero.
do not click that, bro.
Let's put it on normal speed. All right.
All right, let me lock in. Let me watch this.
Skip a little bit.
Okay, he's waving at him.
Yup. He's moving the spacing. Ooh, look at that, bro. Pause that. Nah, go back, bro. You'll never see this in Fighter Z. Go back. You saw a little flying technique.
Spacing from the camera going fucking berserk.
Yeah, it's called technique, bro.
Amazing camera work.
Dude, it's technique, man.
Okay,
I DM'd you something on Twitter. Somebody did like a breakdown of the game match in real time, but
all right, one second. Let's just check this out. So,
look at this approach. It's like a fake, amazing approach right here.
Wait, dashes away.
Back up. Back forth. Ooh, sidestep. He got caught there, but still. He got caught there, but still. But that's skill. That's skill.
Just so the chat is aware, that is not execution heavy. Okay,
He
to
did all
dash
that
away,
just to not land a hit.
Yeah, to dash away, you're pressing 2 buttons. You're pressing what is it, L2 and X, and then to dash forward again, you're gonna press forward and X or right and X or left and X.
You short dash by double tapping X, and then you hold L2 to get the 3D movement.
Yeah, this is
right,
not.
But he didn't just go back and forth. He went like back, forth, left, back.
Yeah, but it's not high execution. I get he's moving, but this is not high execution stuff.
Sure, man. Like, bro, like, dude, like, you can't just discredit
So,
like the timing and everything in this game.
Okay, so let's break down again what happened there. He went for a punch. The guy pressed circle because it's very easy to time that. Then the other guy super countered. It knocked him away. I'm sorry, like I like Sparking Zero, but we're not gonna sit here and pretend like this is a difficult fighting game to play. Like we are being absurd right now. In the plethora of fighting games that have existed throughout time, people trying to you sat here and said to me that doing Sparking Zero combos is harder than doing Mishima combos. Mishima combos in Tekken. Are we being for real?
I actually said Tekken. Actually, Tekken was harder that the last time. So
yes,
did you ask me that twice?
Mishimas are Tekken characters.
Right. That character combo is probably harder. I agree with that.
Kazuya combos. Okay, cool. Fine.
All right, making leeway. I like it.
We're making progress.
So you know the dash thing, is it like do you key blast first and then dash out of the key blast charge? I guess not then.
Say that again.
You know when he was doing the dashing thing, it looked like he was canceling out of a key charge. Is that what the burst of like energy is before he dashes out? No?
No, he wasn't canceling out of a key charge. What are you referring to? Wait, let me go back. So he sidestepped there, square triangle, punch square, he paused through a key blast, square, triangle, super counter, which is up and square, vanish, super counter. Again, these are 1 to maybe 1 to 2 button presses.
Yeah, but the timing is crazy though. You got a time on this.
This is perfect. You're talking frame data. I love frame data. What's the timing?
I don't know the specific timing, man, but the timing is way harder to hit than hitting reflect in Dragon Ball FighterZ.
Yeah, but we're not talking about reflect. You're talking about timing. If I said there's a 1 frame link in Dragon Ball, does that mean anything to you?
I mean, I guess, but like, bro, like it's harder to hit a vanish or what's called a super counter in this game than for you to just block in Dragon Ball FighterZ, block high low.
Yeah, but
what?
No,
what's
no,
that got to do with it?
He's wrong. That's not.
I know he's wrong, but those are two separate things. Like you would compare blocking to blocking. You wouldn't compare what you just said to blocking. Like those are two separate things. So okay, let me ask you this: is it hard?
I also said reflect too, but like I said reflect for blocking.
Yeah, but we're talking about two different things here. We're talking about one thing that is on offense, and then you're talking about blocking. Let's talk about blocking to blocking. What is harder? Is it harder to block in Dragon Ball FighterZ, or is it harder to block in Sparking Zero?
I would say it's harder to block in Sparking Zero. I would say,
Is that it? Okay,
bro.
Okay. Now I'm unhinged now. You don't know about Dragon Ball. I actually think you're lying. I don't even think you own the game. There's no way you just said that.
Buddy,
you know what 50-50 is?
Buddy,
you know what 50-50 is?
I get that. I get that you love Fighter Z and stuff like that. And I know what is
a 50-50.
50-50 chance, I'm guessing. I don't really like.
Yes.
Again, bro,
So,
like you're expecting me to know everything about the game. Like,
no, perfect. No, you know what 50-50 is. Dragon Ball FighterZ has 50-50s. Do you have 50-50s in Sparking Zero?
I would say super countering is 50-50.
What?
Because you can do it, you can't do it. Like super counting is a 50-50 because like you can you have a chance to do it. If you miss that window, you can't do it.
Okay, so basically when C4 is saying 50-50, he's talking about, like, for example, if someone dashes at you and they can start a combo from going high overhead or low, right? They put you in a situation where you got to block high or low. In Sparking Zero, those situations don't occur because if you do block low, if you don't block low, sorry, you can just super counter out of it. So the 50-50 is immediately negated because you can just super counter everything. Whereas in Fighter Z, if someone hits you with a 50-50 and mixes up correctly, you're holding that shit. Now you're paying for the consequence of not blocking correctly. So Fighter Z is obviously going to be more difficult to block in because you're dealing with so much incoming. You're also dealing with assists. So, for example, if you're using Broly, you can call Vegeta in to do an assist, and you now got to deal with that pressure as well.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the person can't super counter. Like like what you guys are saying is that like every attack the guy's going to super counter, so it really doesn't matter. There really is no 50-50 because he'll just super counter. That's not true. Like that's just not true at all.
I can
crazy,
make
man.
I can make it simpler.
Why didn't he not super counter right there? Like I'm wondering, like if everything in the game is just super countering and it's not 50-50.
We're talking about blocks.
That's not how 50-50s work. They're first of all they're playing online, and he's probably missing the timing, but that doesn't make it a 50-50. It means that the netcode is not good enough to support the technique.
But why are you saying that there's no 50-50 if you can block high and block low?
Well, I can explain it. I can explain it real quick. Is there anything in Sparking Zero that you can react to in an attack?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So a 50-50, you cannot react to the high or the low. So what's easier to block? Something you can react to or something you can't react to?
Something to react to. So what you're trying to say is like something that you just can't do anything about. You have to just take it no matter what.
You have to guess. That's what we're saying. Which one's harder to block? The thing that you can react to or the thing that you cannot react to? Which one's harder to block?
Bro, I can block high-low in Fighter Z.
Let's try again. What's easier to react to? The thing that you cannot react to or the thing that you can react to? Which one is easier to deal with?
The thing you cannot react to.
Okay, yeah, he's a troll. Confirmed.
Wait, do you understand what he's saying, 4GB?
He's laughing when he's answered. He knows what I'm saying.
He knows exactly what he's saying. He's just trolling.
He's trolling. He laughed when he answered. He knows.
Get him off the show, bro.
Wait, hold on. You have to understand.
This is what you guys do. This is what you guys do. You guys all gang up on each other, circle jerk. You guys do whatever you guys want to do, and then
a question.
GB.
And then you guys all laugh, and you guys say, "Oh, do you know this word?" And then it's just like, guys,
GB.
like I just disagree. That's it. Like
you can't you can't disagree with this. You can't disagree with this. Because if you actually thought this, you would have been hit by a car by now. You actually wouldn't be alive. This is like fundamental Darwinism. Like, what's easy to deal with? Something you can see coming or something you can't see coming? That's
already answered the question, bro. Already answered.
Yeah, I know. I'm just explaining to you why it's so absurd that you said the thing that you can't react to.
1 second.
You asked me that twice. The first time I said the thing I can see. The second time I said the thing I can't see. You asked me that twice. First time I answered the way you want me to. Second time I didn't.
And that's why you're a troll. Because you just say what you think you want people to say.
Bro, but you keep asking me this. You keep asking me the same question when I say yes. You're like, okay, so do you understand now? Like, you guys are literally trying to say that this game takes 0 skill and that there's no 50-50.
I did not say that.
That's what you guys are like alluding to. Like, you guys are just like, oh yeah, just press one button.
At the start of the stream, I was defending it. And I said that when you came in here. I said the movement looks pretty hard.
Bro.
I said that.
Okay, man.
Let me explain. Let me just explain something. There's obviously a degree of skill in Sparking Zero. Otherwise, you wouldn't get players that are better than others. What we're arguing here is that Sparking Zero is not as skill heavy as Dragon Ball Fighters. And the reason that we're talking about these specific things like 50-50s is that those are a big deal in fighting games. If you can't see something coming, then obviously it's harder to block. You can't see it coming. That's like saying in real life.
Yeah.
It's harder to block the punch you can see coming or the one that you can't. Obviously, the one that you can see coming is the one that is easier to block. And what we're saying is in Sparking Zero, you can see everything coming. There's nothing that is done in this game where you're like, shit, I never saw that coming. This game is almost entirely focused on just you doing vanishes and super counters, essentially relying on your reactions and not putting you in situations where you can't see that shit coming. It doesn't have
there's no move inside the game that you guys can't see this coming. No move. You would never get caught. You would never get caught with anything because you can't see it coming, right? Bro, guys, like there's certain things inside the game, especially with there's certain things inside the game, especially inside this game. If you do a key blast move, like some people cheese with the smoke, and you really can't see that well. Like there's plenty of stuff like that you guys are just leaving out just because you guys don't like the game. Like it's very apparent.
Dragon Ball's got that. Krillin Super is a visual mix. It's not 50-50 in terms of frame.
Okay, but can you see it though? Can you see?
No, because the explosion
right.
from the Krillin. Yeah, so we have 50-50s where the high hits the same frame as the low. So there's no fuzzy blocking or anything like that. You just have to guess. And we have visual mix where you can't see yourself or the opponent.
Right. Well, you
can't
can
see
have
the
visual mix in Sparking Zero too. No, like no one's talking about that at all.
Okay. Because we're talking about 50-50s. 50-50s, you can't react. If you're talking about can't see, then we both have that then. Both games have that.
Okay, well, you can't react when you can't see, right?
Yes. Yeah, we both
okay,
have
well
that. That's
then,
what I'm saying.
okay, well, if we both have it, then bro, like, why are you guys treating it as if nothing surprising can happen and no 50-50 can happen if you can't see what's going on your screen?
Because so we both have that, Fighter Z and Sparking Zero, but from what everyone's saying, Sparking Zero doesn't have a 50-50 in terms of hitting on the same frame. So you can see what I'm doing, but you cannot react to it. It's impossible for you to react to. You don't have that in your game. That's what I'm saying. It's harder in Fighter Z to block. I'm not saying about anything else like reacting, like with the counters and stuff, because Dragon Ball doesn't have counters. It's got reflect, but you can't do that while in block stun. You can only do that in neutral.
But what about when someone hits you away in Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? When someone hits you away, and then there's like this recovery animation, and let's say it's UI Goku, and he guaranteed gets that hit no matter what, unless you have Wild Sense. Like
you talking about one of his special? You talking about the special for UI Sun?
Yes, or like any instant vanishing super after you hit someone away and they like have to recover from that. It's a guaranteed hit. Like there's plenty of stuff like that in this game.
Can't you vanish it?
But ignored. No, you cannot vanish that, bro.
Not
in that animation. Not in that animation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Dragon Ball has that. You get knocked away and then you press vanish and then you hit them from the back and then they wall bounce and you get a combo.
Bro, all I'm saying is, man, is that a lot of stuff you guys saying that Fighter Z has and Sparking Zero doesn't have literally has inside the game. That's all I'm saying.
Then say the thing. What is the thing? What is the thing?
I just did. This is like crazy.
I just told you.
Man.
I just said Fighter Z has it, and I gave you an example.
I gave you an example too. This is like insane.
There's nothing that exists in Sparking Zero where the move exists on the same frame. That doesn't exist in this game. You were literally watching what these guys have said is a high-level player. That has not happened a single time in a high-level match.
Well, you don't know that, but okay.
I'm watching it. Point it out to me.
Bro, it's not happening in this. That's like me saying, hey man, no reflection happened inside the entire match of the pro match. Like, I'm not gonna say that.
Okay, well, then can we get a clip where we're seeing 50-50s? Can anyone provide us with a clip where we're seeing 50-50s? Anyone in chat? There's 832 people watching. Surely someone has a clip of a 50-50 in this game. No?
I could explain the
top tier rage bait, boys. Like,
I
literally just told you. I literally just told you example. You're just not taking it. It's not real.
Bro, he just said demonstrated. He just said he said just demonstrated. Like,
I don't have it recorded. But that doesn't disprove my point of it being inside the game.
There's people that play Sparking in my chat saying it doesn't exist.
Okay, sure.
There are.
I literally see them all
Sparking Zero.
Yeah, but
so what about that? We're like, wow. So
what?
this guy agrees with me, and then everyone's like, but there's no 50-50. And then when another person says it, when another person says, hey man, there actually is 50-50.
I'm just saying show it.
When I say 50-50, I'm crazy.
I would like to see. I would like to see evidence. Just like show it.
Yeah, show
it. I'm not saying 50-50.
All right, man.
I'm
not the conversation, boys. Like low key, man. Appreciate it, but like, bro, I gotta do something else, man.
Bro,
okay,
yo, Mike, thank you for having me on, boys. Appreciate it.
No worries, man.
He just rage baited y'all. It's cool. It was just fun.
Good talking.
No, it's my opinion. It's my opinion, guys. Like,
even though 4GB is going, can someone please show us this 50-50? I'd love to see it. I really would.
I'll rate that you jumped in 4GB.
No, I respect it. I respect him jumping in.
I respect.
All right, thank you for talking to me, boys. I will admit this. You guys were right when it comes to the technicality of the games. I'll admit I'm wrong on that, but some things I disagree with. But I mean, you guys are right to majority of people, so I have to admit that.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate you jumping on.
All right, appreciate it.
Take care.
Yeah, if anyone's got 50-50, Prove me wrong.
Yeah, because I actually want to
could
see
explain
that.
the 50-50. I can explain it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, on step-in hits, you got either block high, low, or mid. You cannot react to it.
Can you
you
fuzzy
have to-
block it though?
Hmm?
Can you fuzzy block it?
Could you explain fuzzy block for me, please?
The reason, so if the 50-50, there's in fighting game terminology, people say mix up and 50-50. I say there's a difference. A mix up is when it's just hard to block. A 50-50 is when the low option and the high option hit the same frame. So there's when you fuzzy block, what you do is you block low, then block high. And what that does is you're not reacting to where the attack's hitting. You're going, oh, well, the low can only hit me at this frame, and the overhead can only hit me at this frame. So say the low hits at 22 frames, the high hits on 24 frames. I will just block low high. So I block both options. So it doesn't matter which one you go for. I know you can't hit me high on the 22nd frame. So I'll always block low first, then block high. Does that make sense, the way I explained it?
Yeah.
So with the situation you're saying, is there an attack that hits low and high at the same time?
No.
Then it's a mix-up, which is also hard to block. I'm not saying like 50-50. The meme I say on commentary is 50-50s only work half the time. So they're not that good, really. That's the whole point of a 50-50. It's meant to be even Stevens in terms of how often it works. But a 50-50 is harder to block just because you can't do the technique of fuzzy blocking. But if you have to fuzzy block, most people can't fuzzy block. Most casual people, even some top level players, can't fuzzy block. You'll see fake mix-ups in tournament at top 8 and people get hit every time.
Some people don't even know what that is. It's an alien term to them. The thing is that I don't think 4GB was understanding is that, like, I'm not hating on Sparking Zero. I don't think anyone here is hating on it. We're just simply saying that Sparking Zero does not have the kind of mechanics that, like, we're referring to, and that is why a lot of tournament level players don't see it as a competitive fighting game. Now, obviously, you can compete with it. I went to competitions, but it's not respected in that manner. And I think some people take that as we hate the game. I don't hate the game at all. I've got no hate for Sparking Zero whatsoever. But I'm also not going to pretend like this game deserves to be in the same conversation as Sparking Zero, as Dragon Ball FighterZ. That is absolutely ridiculous.
I like shit games too. My name says it, bro. I like shit games. Like, but I know I stay in my lane when I'm trying to defend Nen Impact. I'm not saying it's super competitive and the best player always wins. I say, it's fun. That's what I say. Like, I'm not delusional to the fact that when we're talking about skill level and entertainment, they're two different things. Personally, what I think let down like arena fighters in general is when we was talking about the Hikari thing. I think people take games more competitively when the skill ceiling is high enough to like basically gatekeep people coming in. So when Hikari came to Sparking Zero and he got beat, what should have happened is Sparking Zero players should have been like, see, your top players can't compete with us in this game. Try it. But that didn't really happen. Like Hikari just went off and then you went about your day. Now, what happens is I feel fighting game players look at your game and still have that mentality that, oh, your best player can't touch us in our games, but our best player can come to your game and do a little bit of damage in tournament. And that's what brings the competitive nature down, which sucks because you just don't get enough of like Street Fighter and Dragon Ball players, Dragon Ball FighterZ players in Sparking Zero to show that there's levels to this and you can't compete.
Yeah, and I also think that it's unfortunately true because even though I love Bleach, I know the game is not very good. I know it's not as technically sound as like some of these other games. If I take Arslan Ash and I teach him Bleach for an hour, with his mindset, he's probably going to do a lot more damage to the competitive Bleach scene than any of those players will ever do to him. Right? If you take our best Bleach players, Arslan Ash will probably end up beating them. They'll never take a game off him, or they'll never beat him in a set. So the levels are different. I think it's okay to accept that. Like I play Bleach all the time. Like I invest a lot of time into it. But if someone said to me, "This is not a serious fighting game," I'd just say, "Yeah, you're right. I can still beat you at it, but you're right."
And you know what's funny? Hikari, I was talking about the guy that won Evo. If he would have entered Nen Impact, he probably would have won. And that's why Nen Impact's a joke, because it's like, yeah, the people that practice the game day in, day out will lose to the person who thinks the game's shit and just picks it up on the fly. So people don't take the game seriously because they're like, the bar's too low. The bar of being the best is way too low.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just get your best player to fuck someone up in a 2D game and you'll get respect. I promise you.
Yeah.
I feel it.
Was there anything that you guys wants to add to the convo?
I just had to time myself to see how long it took me to do the RE trials until 4GB made some sense, and it took me about 12 minutes.
What is that? 2xk up?
Yes.
I was just here to, because I know GB, because GB's a friend of mine. Like GB's like a friend of mine, and we have these discussions all the time in like Discord or whatever. And I tell him like, bro, like these games are in a different tier than what you are usually going for. And I know that his like whenever he talks to me about the games, he says like, well, like, you know, he said the stuff about the auto combo and stuff. And I'm like, bro, isn't it more fun to make your own combos rather than just go off on auto combo? And he was like, no, because I don't have time to, you know, like learn this stuff. So I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of that's like their territory and they want to protect it, and they want it to be respected. But it looks more goofy when you're on the timeline saying these things when it's so easy to disprove, you know? Like, again, like I don't even think 4GB understood the premise of C4's questions, which I kind of felt bad because when I was listening to C4 put them across, I was like, I don't think he gets what's being said. And that is the same for a lot of the people that I was interacting with when this all started. I don't even think they understand what we're talking about. You know, that there's not a I can't explain the concept of these games to them. They simply don't exist in arena fighters, and so everything we're saying is going over their heads. And even with Tenkaichi 2 and 3, even that they won't concede that those games are more difficult to play when it's very clear that loads of techniques were removed. Tenkaichi 3, they're still discovering techniques in that game today. Every time I talk to Hawk, he's like, yeah, we found this thing out. That's not going to happen in Sparking Zero because they designed it to be enjoyed for everyone. They saw that people love Tenkaichi, but we also live in a different age where people don't like sitting in practice mode for as long. They don't like being bombarded by pro players, and they lowered the skill ceiling, and it's very obvious. I don't know why that's so hard for people to accept.
Right.
And don't get twisted. When Grandmaster was on here and he was explaining stuff to me, I was learning shit. There was concepts that I was like, oh, that's like this in a 2D game, but it's not the same. Like, he opened my eyes to stuff from an arena game. And Globku does the same thing. When I go in Globku's chat, or when I look at Traitor streams and he's playing like Ninja, Naruto, Ninja Storm, I think it is. It's like, oh yeah, in 2D games, this happens, but here, this is how it looks like, or this is how it works. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that. So there's definitely strategies and techniques in both. It's just that, yeah, it sucks that, like we're saying, there's no 2D person who's gone to an arena fire and like fuck shit up. It should be equal. I think we should prove like arena fighters are not super serious by just beating all the arena fire players, and vice versa. But
you know what? That sounds like a good idea. I wouldn't mind hosting an event where we get a bunch of 2D and 3D players and a bunch of arena fighter players. We pick 3 arena fighters, one or two 3D fighters, or 1 or 2 2D fighters, and we see who gets the most wins.
Hey, if y'all put one just as 2 in it, hey, I'm down.
Yeah, I'll try and put something together. Obviously, we'll put Tekken on there. We'll put Dragon Ball FighterZ for obvious reasons. We'll put Sparking Zero, maybe Ninja Storm, bit of Bleach, Street Fighter 6, and we'll make a day of it, and let's see who gets the most wins. We'll even do a league, so it's a bit more fair. We'll do a league to see who gets the most points. Team traditional fighting games or team arena fighters.
I'm down. Okay. You know I'm petty, bro.
I would love to see that. I would actually like to see that.
Yeah,
give me a reason to train.
Yeah, I mean, I already play arena fighters, so I'm all right. But yeah, I think Demon Slayer will be in there. But yeah, we'll do that. But was there anything else that you guys wanted to
No, I'm pretty much done. I just wanted to say thank y'all for having me on here, even if it was pretty brief, and I appreciate it.
No worries, man. Thanks for being on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
100.
Laws, anything that you wanted to add?
Nah, I'm straight.
All right, cool, man. Thanks for being on.
All right,
Thanks, bro.
We need to figure out which games to put in the lineup if we actually do it.
We gotta do like, I was thinking Dragon Ball. I mean, you like Bleach, so we could put Bleach in there. I
Yeah.
like Bleach too, but I was thinking, my brain was like, all right, Dragon Ball is the easiest, and then I was like, Demon Slayer and Bleach. Then I'm
Well,
gonna
you know,
do
we don't even have to make it we could just do Dragon Ball Fighters versus Sparking Zero, since this is where it all started.
Yeah.
And we'll get Sparking Zero players. We'll find the best players that are willing to play, and we'll find the best Dragon Ball Fighters players that are willing to play. I know some Dragon Ball Fighters that will be petty enough to do this.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do as well. And
Yeah, I know.
we'll tell them, listen. And you know what? To make it even juicier, I'll try and sort out. I'll try and speak to someone and see if we can get money involved, because I think that'll incentivize more people to jump on and do it. And we'll see. We'll see who's got these hands. We'll see who's got these hands.
Look, bro, I will make it an AGC event. Like,
yeah, I think it'll be fun.
I'll throw some money in.
Yeah, I'll throw some money up for that.
Because I just know some of the Sparking people would be too funny. I think it'd be too funny watching them play fighters.
Oh, 100%. It's I'm actually gonna, not this week because we've got a beef set to sort out between Moonsault Slayer and D all the way G. But next week I'll try and look into it.
So
let me just
give us a prep time though.
Yeah, I'll give you prep time. We'll talk about it privately and then we'll announce it.
Yeah. I think what's funny is when I brought up the Nin Impact comparison with him, I know you don't like it, Mike, but I brought it up because I knew C4 was gonna say something about it. That's why I was laughing. I was like, let me just lay down, because I was like, he turned the game on. And literally, when he plays Nin Impact, he only does the auto combo, right? And I'm like, okay, he knows it starts from mid to low, depending on the character. It's usually just the low. I'm like, if somebody just blocks the low the whole time, that means your auto combo just doesn't work. It punishes it every time. And I would have said I want him to come to that conclusion, but he first farther from the light. Like, I was like, oh Lord. I gave up. I was like, yeah.
Thinking of, thank you for the 2 months. All that just to get smoked by a sidestep. Yeah,
that was pretty funny.
Yeah, no. That's what it is. Like the whole Sparking Zero neutral at the reset is when you knock somebody on the ground, you stand there, you jump left, and then you're like, oh, they mashed. Now I mashed my combo. That's literally sparking.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
at least in Demon Slayer, like Demon Slayer fundamentally has like the properties of like, I kind of want to say, I don't want to use this game because I'm a hater right now, but Mortal Kombat, well, like, all right, you used your breaker. Now you got to hold this fucking 40-50% because you want to use your breaker in the worst way. Then you
know
got
what?
like what?
I've got a good comparison for this. I'll read the other super chats in a second. I was talking to my friends. It was an argument, but My Hero's in its final season now, and they posted a clip from My Hero, and there's a bit of a age discrepancy in my group chat between a couple of the boys and then 2 of the boys. Like, I think there's like 6 or 7 years between there. I think maybe 5 years. But you can tell the difference in like where they jumped on anime and where we jumped on. And they posted My Hero, and me and one of the other guys were like, oh, holy mid. Is this the peak? Like, this is mid. And they didn't understand why we were saying that. And I think it's the same as these Sparking Zero players, where I don't think that they are necessarily they're rage baiting. I think that they don't have the perspective that some other players do, where like maybe you came from Budokai Tenkaichi or other fighting games and you can compare. If Sparking Zero is your first fighting game, then I really hate on you for having like these kinds of takes on it, because you're going to think that doing all of that and then sidestepping is like that's like super impressive until you go and like look at another game where movement is much more intricate, like the old Budokai Tenkaichi games, and you get a bit more perspective. So I don't think they're rage bait. I think they just don't understand.
Maybe.
Like, I don't mean to throw My Hero fans under the bus. I'm just saying.
When he was talking about movement, I was like, I could bring up something like Plink Dashing, and I was doing it on stream when the Hunter thing. I was like, I remember I asked him if I said something about frames, would it make any sense to you? And he wouldn't. But yeah, plinking is like one frame between two buttons. That's super hard to do consistently. But
they wouldn't even know what plinking is, though.
Exactly.
Like, saying plinking to them is gonna go over their heads.
To me, it's the issue because I'm a commentator. I should find a way to explain difficulty better, but without using frames. And I just couldn't figure out a way to do it. So yeah, I'm gonna figure out a way to explain execution difficulty better.
YouTube channel, thank you for $20. No motion inputs in sparking, case closed. Yep. The game is objectively easier when you ain't got motion inputs. It just is.
So like, here's the thing. I strongly feel like that's not even true. Because some games have just frames in them without motion inputs in them. And like
which games?
Net Impact.
Net Impact. I was gonna figure out digging Net Impact. I'm not gonna lie, 2SKO, even 2SKO as a game, it doesn't have the just frame stuff. But like 2SKO, like I can even show you on the screen. Like a lot of the combo structures is very similar. What I've noticed, this game's very anime, which is a tag game, but like it's anime and it borrows from like Melty Black Actress again. Like some of the jump charge confirms require similar timings. It feels very like that or Under Night-ish with like the dust confirms into the hold. And it doesn't have motion inputs, but they add those little, all right, you ain't got motion inputs, but can you do this faster? Can you do this slower? Can you time this right?
Wouldn't it still be harder with motion inputs?
No.
I mean, arguably yes, but the problem is that they designed the no motion inputs in 2SKO around the idea that you have to the visual clarity is very different from other tag games. Like when people, like for example, people still can't play Ari properly in this game. Like a lot of the combos.
Let me just ask, like in Net Impact, how do you do your supers?
2 buttons.
Is that not easier than doing 2 Shoryuken motions?
So the only way I can explain it, I feel, is when you do electrics with Mishimas, you have to get the perfect one. It's the timing between the forward and the attack button, right?
You've got to press it at the same. So to get the electricity to come out, you've got to press it at the same time.
Yeah. So that same time. Imagine if there was one frame. The execution was that you had to do 1 frame in between it. Right. That kind of execution. So there's something like I was doing the Plink Dashing. It's not a case. I think it's easier to press 2 buttons at the same time. I think it's harder to press 1 button 1 frame before the other.
I just realized I had my mic muted the entire time. Are you kidding me?
Oh, were you talking this whole time?
No, not really.
Oh,
I ate and then I came back and I was about to talk and I realized my mic was muted.
Yeah.
That's okay.
No.
Was there anything you wanted to add? Because I was gonna. I even forgot you were here, bro. I'll be honest.
I had my DR on. And I'm like, okay, okay. So I do think Sparking Zero could, with season 2, improve a lot, way better. I think it is a very, very flawed and you could say shit fighting game because no doubt it is part of the arena fighter subgenre. It is pretty broken. The super counters are mainly the biggest issue and overall shallowness. But I think if they do add a lot of stuff from Tenkaichi 2 and 3, it'll be for the best. I do hope they add all that stuff.
Yeah, that ain't happening, bro. Hey,
look, I looked in the code before because they added the blast combos as an example from Tenkaichi 3 is in the files, but for some reason it's not activated. There's a modder who activated it.
Well, one can only hope. I mean, listen, I enjoy Sparking Zero. I hope it gets better. Yeah, possibly. But I appreciate you being on, bro. Thanks for jumping on.
Yeah, no problem.
In a bit, right?
But yeah, what I was saying was, I understand that is difficult. I get that. But when you go into the super motion, will it not be harder to do Shoryuken inputs to do the super? Because it's just 2 buttons, right?
Yeah. For the super, yeah. I'm talking about the difficulty in non-motion games normally is timing. And I would argue timing is, depending on how small the time is, the gap is always going to be harder than the motion. Motions are so not that hard. Like even TKs.
I agree with you, but what is UMVC free? UMVC free, you still need to use a lot of timing to get things right. Like if you're doing Doom's loops or Magneto's loops, but that would be easier if it wasn't a motion input game.
Yeah. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. As a person who done all the combo trials and played that game a little bit, Killer was harder than me than most shit in Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3 because I just learned the timing. So it all comes down to like Killer was whole Godspeed shit. I was like, what the hell is this? And it's 2 buttons. But I do think, like, yeah, you're 100% right. Like, that game's an anomaly. That's how I view Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Well, like, they hit it in a lot of areas. Well, like, I low-key hate using as a comparison because that's just a whole different era of game.
Okay, I can use a different game then.
Yeah, give me another game. Okay,
Alpha
there
3,
we go.
what is the ism where you can continuously juggle someone? Is it V-ism? It's not A-ism.
It's not A.
It's not
It's
A.
definitely not X. It must be V.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be V.
Right. In V-ism, you still have to do motions for some characters, whether it's CVS 2's one, I think CVS 2's loops or Alpha 3. Those games would be much easier if it was just motion, even though there's timing involved.
Yeah. The thing is that it depends on the era of the game as well, because a lot of new games give you such a big buffer window that it doesn't matter, and you think your execution's getting better, but it's actually getting worse. It's just that the games allow you to press buttons at the wrong time, and it will hold it. So, like for Alpha, what you're saying with the ism, you have to be precise with the motion and the button. But then if you play something like Street Fighter 5 or 6, you can press the button too early, and it will hold the button input until you recover, and then it will come out immediately. Even City of the Wolves has that.
Isn't that a negative edge?
Yeah, it's basically negative edge, but the game's doing it for you. So with City of the Wolves, you'll see a lot of people do like a combo juggle, and then at the last moment, the super will come out and it will hit them. They've done that super when they're at the top of the ceiling. And then as soon as they come down to this point where it can hit, the super just comes out because it just held the input until the characters come out of recovery. So but it is kind of like a negative edge, just that the game's doing it for you.
Yeah, I don't like negative edge, but I think that's not indicative of all motion input games. That's just specific games that have negative edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normally like character specific, like Viper. I think Viper had it in 4, C Viper, and Zao has it in Guilty Gear.
Devoted, thank you for the $4.99. I'm still hung up on him saying Sparking Zero is harder to do combos in than Tekken 8. That made me laugh so hard. But do you know what? Yeah, to be fair to him, I don't think he knew what I was talking about, because when I said Mishima, he said I said Street Fighter, and then he said Mishima, and I was like, I don't think he knows who. I mean, I'm not even saying that as an insult. You don't know who the Mishimas are, you don't know who they are. It's fine.
No. It was like the big thing about sparking combos is what was cool about them at the surface was Sparking Zero has like 4 set per side of like, I guess, links. So you have like the sweep, and then you have the one that turns them around, and you have the one that knocks them away with the sonic hit. Like, that's cool. And people take that, but the way Sparking Zero is designed, they want you to take those set strings or prompts or whatever and build them into like this building block. Problem is that super counters exist. If a person just flick up and square at the right time, your whole thing's gone. You cooked.
Yeah.
You know what would probably make that game really sick for like fighting game players is if you could delay the strings. Because it seems like the counter is easy because attacks hit at the same time, like the rhythm of attacks.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you could do like square, square, square really fast and you get a set time, but if I could do square, 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 it could throw off your timing for the counter.
So the way the game wants you to deal with that in sparking is they want you to use like the smash hits where you charge the button, the last part of the predetermined string. So for example, character I play, I'm gonna use Vidal because that's the last time I could think of it off the top of my head. So every character ender has something different that they do. So for example, there's flying kicks. So square, square, square. Triangle is when they jump up and they do the da-da-da-da. That's that. And then if I know the player knows how to super counter that, I'm not gonna do it anymore. So the other idea behind the game is like, oh, well, that's easy for him to super counter. Let's go for something that could just throw him completely off, right? So then Vidal has the 4 square with a 1 triangle ender, and that's when you do the hit and they turn around the opposite way. I can't remember what the name of it's called, but you literally hit them and they turn the other way and they face front you. By them face fronting you, that gives them a chance to super counter. However, you can then mix up back into like a knockback or a vanish or something like that, and or a sweep. But other than that, like all of Sparking Zero is literally just guessing. That's literally
pretty
Sparking
much
Zero.
every game.
Like, and mind you, somebody's gonna say, "Well, y'all didn't even get Z rank." I stopped getting Z rank because I was bored. I was the first person.
You're standing like 4GB, bro. You're standing like 4GB.
What'd you say?
You're sounding like 4GB when we talked about Dragon Ball Fighters. He's like, I could have got Zeno, but I just didn't want it.
No. Okay, I hold that, but I legitimately turned this shit off. Like, I got to S1 and I was like, yeah, I'm bored.
I got to Z, right? Listen, I'll talk shit on these games as much as I want because I've hit the top ranks on most of the games that I talk about. I got top rank on MKX. I got top rank on Bleach Rebirth of Souls. I got top rank on Soul Calibur 5. I got top rank on what's the name of the game? I forgot it now.
Injustice?
Thank you. Injustice with Black Adam.
Bro, I know this guy. Of course you're PI agent, bro. I know all your accolades.
Of course he got fucking Max with I just got mad. Fuck Black Adam. Anyway.
Black Adam was chef's kiss, man. Good times. Good times with that guy. But Mike flexing, yeah, 100%. Well, the thing is, yeah, these guys that are on Twitter talking about us, like, they don't play these games. I've played their games.
They don't.
Like, I've played their games. I've won tournaments in their games. I was literally #1 ranked on Bleach. I hit Z rank multiple times. And the only reason I haven't gone to Demon Slayer yet, even though I really wanted to, is that I just have not had the time, and I've been a little bit addicted to playing Bleach. But I do want to play it.
I don't blame you. Like, if you like what you like in the current moment, it's hard to turn something else off. Like, for example, I was supposed to stream the Bleach DLC to get today. I'll be honest with you, I don't care about that character. I just like the damn Keycon move and stuff like that they dropped. But I don't care about them. But like,
have you guys seen the Bleach trailer for the new character?
It was amazing.
Yeah, I saw it.
Bro, listen, if the chat has not seen it, this is one of the best trailers for a fighting game I've ever seen. Yeah, I'm gonna play it in dub.
Oh no.
You guys need to see this. I don't know what they were thinking when they released this trailer. Let me see. Is this the English one? Yeah, there we go. Listen, I don't know what they were thinking over at the offices when they released this trailer, but I was absolutely laughing my head off. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
Nameless and powerless. I feel very sorry for you. How about I give you a name? Come at me with everything. I'll paint all over it. Now take this. I will flatten you. How trifling. The end has arrived. Your fate ends. Now, like the insignificant black ant you are. All of the black in this world belongs to me. Such a pitiful black ant. I shall erect your tomb and mourn your repose. Tumble and plummet to a pitch black hell.
Bro, that shit made me laugh so much. The way he kept, I know he says it in the anime, but I
like,
watched it in Japanese.
Slack.
Yeah,
He
I never
disgusting
watched it in
slack
English.
creature. Like if somebody just do it, I might do it myself.
That's great. That he's too specific.
Yeah, he's like black and.
What's wrong with the black ones, bro?
I was
I heard the
cracking
red
up.
ones are the nasty ones. What the black ones do?
Someone said they buffed all the black characters in Bleach when he got released. I was cracking up when I saw this trailer. I thought it was so funny. I watched Thousand Year Blood War in Japanese, so when I saw this trailer, I was like, why is he going in on black people like that? I know he's not talking about black people, but it was funny.
Yo, do a dub where he talks about Goku Black.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think we've covered everything, guys. Unless there's anything that you guys wanted to talk about.
I feel Yaya. You want to
Yeah.
flex? Mike flex. I think we should all flex. You want to flex?
What?
I don't know. Flex something.
Oh, well, I think I haven't announced it yet, but I am holding an open and burst for Globku Hunter x Hunter. I read the YouTube comments, and then like we couldn't do all the games because we was just annoyed with like the whole like no spectator thing in the game. So when we did that, we were like, let's just give EU the bigger pool this time because me and Q and them are going to be working on something bigger for NA. And a lot of people would be happy about it. But I am doing a Hunter x Hunter tournament with Turtle Beach, so for open and burst. So have fun for that. We might have an exhibition depending on how many people sign up because we do have enough to run like a 3-hour stream. I see him smiling over there.
I'll be tuning in.
Yo, if you need a commentator,
I was gonna get you. I actually was gonna hit you
Alright,
up.
cool.
It would be October 8th. Yeah.
Why didn't you get me and C4 on Hunter x Hunter?
I'm down, bro.
I can do it. I'll do it.
I'm
Okay.
so down.
You could just
No,
react to the bullshit and then like
Yeah. I'll be the uninformed commentator. I'll be calling it like I see it and C4.
Yeah.
You would be surprised how I think that's probably the best commentary. I think it's actually not that good when two commentators know the game well. I think it's better when one doesn't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm down for it.
I'd be up for that. I do love me some Hunter x Hunter.
I'll let y'all know. It will be October 8th though. So literally around this time because that's the time I could do it. That they want to do it, but
cool.
All right. I'll let y'all know. I'm trying to get it finalized so I can announce it by Friday, but it's been a lot. I'm just trying to make sure everything is working.
C4, is anything you want to plug?
Nah. I think I'm good.
All right, guys. Well, that's the podcast. As I said, don't let people rip apart your Dragon Ball communities with their nonsense on Twitter. As we've shown here today, Sparking Zero is a fun game, but it's not on Fighters level. So thanks to everyone for the super chats, for the new members. Thanks to Yaya and C4 for joining me and all the guests. And I will see you guys for the beef set on Friday. Maybe I'll be streaming before then, but definitely on Friday, beef set. All right, guys. Peace out.